When the members of the Devil Imperial Palace heard the Devil Emperor's words, they were shocked. Their god, who they held in high regard, was actually making a joke. However, existences such as Donghuang Diyuan and Yi Futian were indeed strong enough to catch the Devil Emperor's eye. They were the most outstanding figures of the next generation. Yi Futian did not find this strange. Before this, the Devil Emperor had already revealed such sinister ideas. Yi Futian did not know what the Devil Emperor's thought process was like. He wanted Yi Futian and Donghuang Diyuan to get a room. If that happened, what would Donghuang the Great's stance be? Yi Futian did not dare to do so. Now, regardless of what reason Donghuang the Great had, he had promised publicly not to touch Yi Futian. However, if Yi Futian slept with Donghuang Diyuan, it was hard to say whether Donghuang the Great would slaughter him in a fit of rage. What His Highness says is true. Princess, what do you say? Said Yi Futian. His lips uttered words contrary to what he was thinking. He looked at Donghuang Diyuan and smiled as he said this. This woman was cold, arrogant, and noble. She spoke without tact and was extremely rude. He did not mind teasing her a little. Donghuang Diyuan saw that Yi Futian actually dared to respond to the words of the Devil Emperor. She swept an extremely cold glance at Yi Futian, even spewing out murderous aura. She stared at Yi Futian and said, "Although my father promised not to kill you, don't think for a second that you need not worry. In the future, you'd best not get caught by me." As she said this, she immediately turned around and flew down. She had no intention of continuing to fight. After their battle, both sides understood that it was very difficult for either side to completely defeat the other. They were equal in almost every aspect. Of course, they had not truly gone all out and used their strongest skills. If this was a real battlefield, no one knew what the outcome would be. "Princess, why don't you share your sorrows with me? I might be able to comfort you," said Yi Futian casually, ignoring Donghuang Diyuan's threats. Since her words were sharp, he wanted to see whose words would be more damaging to the other. The light of the golden divine flame flowed over Donghuang Diyuan's body. She did not turn around and continued heading down, returning to the palace. Yi Futian's expression was indifferent. He similarly headed towards the palace. Weren't they staying under the same roof? This was still the Devil Imperial Palace. The Devil Emperor arranged Donghuang Diyuan to be grouped with Yi Futian and Yusheng. Donghuang Diyuan naturally would not wander about on her own. Although she knew the Devil Emperor would not touch her, she was also aware of her current status. She was a captive of the Devil Imperial Palace, not a guest. After she returned to the palace, Donghuang Diyuan walked over to a secluded corner. She then sat down cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to cultivate. After Yi Futian landed, he came to Yusheng's side. He then glanced at Donghuang Diyuan. Yi Futian had gained a lot of insights from this battle. He learned Donghuang Diyuan's true combat ability. At the same time, he had a better understanding of his own ability. In terms of combat ability, he was most likely at 2 Tribulation Plane. This would put him among the very top figures. However, he was not invincible. There were many other strong cultivators in this plane. An example would be the person who captured Donghuang Diyuan. Feng Ru, whom Yi Futian met in the past, was also a super cultivator who was akin to a demigod. All the great emperor-level forces surely did not lack cultivators who were at the same level as him. The leaders of the top forces like Celestial Worthy Mountain Master were not a match for Yi Futian. However, the abilities of those giant-level figures from the ancient god clans still remained a mystery to him. For them to be able to command the ancient god clans, their abilities would surely not be any weaker than that of Yi Futian. He wondered whether their abilities were on par with Feng Ru's. He would need to test them out before he could tell for sure. "Yusheng." Yi Futian looked at Yusheng and said, "We have successfully endured all the catastrophes. His Highness will most likely stop targeting us now. It's time for us to train." After they experienced 49 catastrophes on the demon-slaying platform, their flesh and spiritual souls were refined, and they had grown more powerful. They should train harder now to fortify their cultivation. Yusheng nodded in agreement. They were lucky to be able to survive the catastrophes. After this experience, He had a deeper understanding of demonic power. Yi Futian patted Yu Shang on the shoulder. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he held his tongue. The things that the Devil Emperor had shown them and the conversation he had with them still had a great impact on Yi Futian. Cultivators in the world sought to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. They trained frenziedly and attempted to prove their way at the highest level, not knowing that even if they managed to reach that step with exceptional talent, they would still have to undergo another tribulation. The last tribulation would be to get the recognition of all the great emperors alive today. There were currently 6 great emperors in the world. Their relationships with each other were complex and formed a delicate balance. The birth of a new emperor might disrupt the world's balance. Only by preserving this delicate equilibrium of power could one remain on their throne securely. Yi Futian had a vendetta with Donghuang the Great. Being born in the original realm, the Devil Emperor claimed that Yi Futian might become an emperor. However, it was merely a possibility. After all, Yi Futian's identity was still a very sensitive issue. Yu Shang was similarly a dangerous individual due to him being one with the Devil Emperor. It was certainly the same for Donghuang Diyuan. There was the prior example of Emperor Yi Qing. Although all the cultivators of the various major imperial palaces sought the path of the emperor, if they truly managed to reach the imperial realm, they would most likely be in danger. Even so, the path of the great emperor was still the life goal of all cultivators. Countless cultivators attempted to seek this path. On the contrary, cultivators who were not with the major imperial palaces, such as those from the ancient god clans or other top forces, were safe even if they became great emperors. They would not offset the balance. Hence, their existences as great emperors were fine. After all, if a great emperor really emerged from the ancient god clans, they would surely not be of one mind with Donghuang the Great. Instead, they would form their own world and no longer obey Donghuang the Great's command. The other great emperors would most likely go against Yu Shang if he became a great emperor. Only one could exist between Yu Shang and the Devil Emperor. Judging from what the Devil Emperor said before, he would most likely hand over the throne to Yu Shang. However, in return, Yu Shang needed to be responsible for the welfare of the entire Devil world and withstand the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss. Obviously, Yi Futian did not wish to see Yu Shang shoulder the catastrophes of the Devil Abyss and suffer from endless pain. Nevertheless, it was too early to consider all these now. In the next few days, Yi Futian and Yu Shang cultivated quietly in the Devil Imperial Palace. Donghuang Diyuan also cultivated under the same roof as them, but she spoke very little. She was immersed in her meditation. She seemed to be well aware of her identity as a hostage. On this day, divine light suddenly lit up the sky above the Devil Imperial Palace. Dazzling light illuminated the entire palace. In the heavens above, divine light shone down, causing the cultivators in the palace to all look up in awe. Who had come to pay a visit? The Devil Emperor appeared above the Demon God Palace. With his hands behind his back, he raised his head and looked at the sky. His black robes fluttered in the wind, and he appeared domineering. His figure emanated the aura of a ruler of the heavens and the earth. A silhouette showed up in front of the Devil Emperor. Sensing his arrival, both Yi Futian and Yu Shang shifted their attention towards the sky. Their hearts trembled. Donghuang Diyuan also paused her cultivation. She stood up and looked in the direction of the visitor. Donghuang the Great is here, Yi Futian exclaimed. This was his second time encountering the king of the divine prefecture. It's been many years since we last met. Devil Emperor, how are you doing? Greeted Donghuang the Great as he stood in the sky and looked at the figure on top of the Demon God Palace. His voice was calm, as though he was greeting an old friend. Donghuang, what brings you to my Devil Imperial Palace? The Devil Emperor asked deliberately. My daughter has stayed here for quite a while. Thank you for taking care of her. But I think it's time for me to bring her back so that she doesn't disturb your cultivation. Donghuang the Great responded. He was obviously here to bring his daughter back. She is a prisoner of war. I did not mistreat her out of my respect for you. But do you think you can leave this place with her by just uttering a few words? The Devil Emperor questioned. I owe you a favor. In the future, when the opportunity arises, I'll return the favor, Dong Huang the Great said. At their level, they would not act recklessly even though they were opponents. If they killed the other party's descendant, they would have gone too far, and it would have triggered a massacre. Hence, both the great emperors were very cautious not to act hastily. How will you return the favor? The Devil Emperor said. Devil Emperor, feel free to state your request if you have one, Dong Huang the Great said. I have not decided on one now. I will inform you when I have made up my mind, the Devil Emperor replied. All right, Dong Huang the Great nodded. You may bring your daughter back, the Devil Emperor said right away. He accepted Dong Huang the Great's promise readily, not worrying that the latter would go against his own word. Even though they were enemies, they were very familiar with each other. They also trusted each other. Many thanks, Dong Huang the Great nodded. Then he looked towards Dong Huang Diyuan. She rose to the sky and came to where Dong Huang the Great was. Father, Dong Huang Diyuan greeted. Let's go home, Dong Huang the Great said. Dong Huang Diyuan nodded in agreement. Before she left, she turned around and cast a glance at the palace. At this moment, Yi Futian, who was in the Devil Imperial Palace, could clearly sense that she was looking at him. From the looks of it, this woman was the type that would keep score in a relationship. Dong Huang the Great and Dong Huang Diyuan disappeared in the blink of an eye and left the Devil Imperial Palace. After they left, the Devil Emperor appeared in the palace where Yu Shang and Yi Futian were. He cast an indifferent glance at them and said, Even after spending so much time together, you did not manage to win the maiden's heart. It seems like you guys are still lacking. Stupefied, Yi Futian stared at the Devil Emperor. He felt that he had been insulted. The Devil Emperor said to Yi Futian, Since she has left, you should leave too. The troops of the Devil World will not touch the original realm. Upon hearing the Devil Emperor's promise, Yi Futian bowed and said, Many thanks, Your Highness. The Ziwei Segmentum is not the only force in the original realm currently. Forces from the various worlds are there too. However, the Ziwei Segmentum is the largest force that is in charge of the realm. I can't say the same for the other forces, but the forces of the Ziwei Segmentum will surely not become enemies with the Devil World. The two parties would not interfere in each other's business. As for allying with the Devil World to invade the Divine Prefecture together, Yi Futian dared not bring up this suggestion since the Ziwei Segmentum had yet to build up the necessary strength. The Devil Emperor commanded the entire Devil World. The cultivators of the Devil World were far fewer in number than the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture. However, everyone in the Devil World was willing to join the war upon receiving the command of the Devil Emperor. In terms of unity, the Divine Prefecture was no match for the Devil World. Moreover, many top-level demonic cultivators had emerged over the years. Before this, the Ziwei Segmentum was sealed away, and the cultivators who resided inside the segmentum were complacent with their achievements. They were also restricted in terms of their cultivation. The Ziwei Segmentum was the last region protected by the great Emperor Ziwei, and the cultivators had been improving since Yi Futian became their palace lord. However, they were still far behind the other major worlds. The local forces of the original realm were even weaker. What would happen if Yi Futian commanded them to fight a war against the troops of the Divine Prefecture? It would be no different from sending them to die. If a world war were to erupt among the various major worlds, the forces of the Ziwei Segmentum would seize the opportunity to cultivate and improve their abilities. This would be the best outcome. The Devil Emperor did not say anything else. Yi Futian was uncertain of the former's attitude towards this matter. Your Highness, I still have one thing which I wish to ask you, Yi Futian probed. What is it? The Devil Emperor asked. My godfather. Do not mention him in front of me. A terrifying pressure descended on Yi Futian instantaneously and stopped him from speaking. Yi Futian was curious to find out what happened in the past. The Devil Emperor was a heroic figure who had exceptional cultivation and charisma. This was proven based on the attitude of the cultivators of the Devil Imperial Palace and the Devil World towards him. He single-handedly sustained the lives of everyone here. Under such circumstances, why would Yi Futian's godfather betray the Devil World and choose to join the Divine Prefecture? What else happened after that? Seeing the Devil Emperor's reaction, Yi Futian knew that he couldn't get answers from the former. Yi Futian's godfather seemed to be a taboo for the Devil Emperor. His name could not even be mentioned in front of the latter. "Leave," ordered the Devil Emperor. Yi Futian was evicted. "Yes, sir." Yi Futian nodded helplessly. He cast a glance at Yusheng. Yusheng said, "I will see him out. Then, I will go join the battle against the troops of the Divine Prefecture." "You don't need to go. After witnessing Donghuang Diyuan's ability, I think your cultivation needs to be fortified. For the time being, you will stay out of the war." The Devil Emperor rejected Yusheng's idea right away. "You will train in seclusion with me for a period of time. I want you to be the commander of the troops of the Devil World in the future." The Devil Emperor continued, "You should know that in the Devil World is not powerful enough. They are unqualified to command the armies of the Devil World with authority. Due to being trapped under the Devil Abyss, the cultivators of the Devil World lived under harsh conditions, and they held great power in higher regard than cultivators of other worlds. They respected power and not status." Yusheng fell silent for a moment and then nodded his head. He had already accepted his calling. He would bear the heavy burden of the Devil World. Yi Futian watched all of this without saying anything. He felt emotional inside. Back when Godfather was raising Yusheng and him, was he planning for such a day? As for what the Devil Emperor did to Yusheng, did he allow Yusheng to build his own beliefs? It was very hard for one to change their beliefs. In that case, would Yusheng be going against Godfather's expectations? Even Yi Futian could not tell for sure. Most likely, only his godfather would know the answer. Even though Yi Futian had discovered his godfather's identity, everything about the latter remained a mystery to him. In fact, the past of his godfather appeared even more mysterious now. What exactly did his godfather experience in the past? "I will take my leave now," Yi Futian said while bowing. Then, he nodded at Yusheng, turned around, and left. The Devil Emperor turned his back against Yi Futian and did not watch as he left. He was wondering what the future would hold for Yusheng and Yi Futian. Exactly what plan did that person have in mind when he raised Yusheng and Yi Futian together? Yi Futian was not the only one speculating about what happened in the past. The Devil Emperor was guessing too. His younger brother was not simple. However, due to the difference in their beliefs, the two of them did not get along. In the end, his younger brother betrayed the Devil World and sought another path. Yi Futian left the Devil World. At the border of the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture, he saw the troops of the Devil World surging into the Divine Prefecture. A lot of demonic cultivators rushed to the gates of the Devil World daily. There were also troops stationed at the Black River. Many lands in the North Cliff region had been conquered by the troops of the Devil World. Clearly, the Devil Emperor was serious with his ambition this time. His troops started a war and would invade the Divine Prefecture little by little. Their first step would be seizing control of the North Cliff region, which was part of the 18 domains of the Divine Prefecture. Yi Futian traversed across the sky above the North Cliff region. Along his way, he witnessed many lands being rampaged by the demonic cultivators. Many locals who lived in the North Cliff region had migrated and left the place. Many people perished in the process too. Yi Futian witnessed many demonic cultivators killing the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture and looting their treasures. As he observed, he wondered, who was right and who was wrong? Or rather, what was right and what was wrong? Was the Devil Emperor at fault? The residents of the Devil World suffered from the horrible environment of their world, and their lands were treated as prisons for sinners. Naturally, they bore intense grudges, and this resulted in them killing the other cultivators. The Devil Emperor did everything for the good of the Devil World. However, were Donghuang the Great and the other cultivators at fault for stopping the troops of the Devil World from invading their lands? If the troops of the Devil World seized control of the entire Divine Prefecture, the demons would descend upon the world, and the power of the Devil Abyss would corrode all the lands. How would things be then? How many people would die because of that? Each of them had their stance. All of them had beliefs that they wanted to protect. Even though Yi Futian felt compelled to interfere in the battle, He resisted the urge. He was very powerful currently, but he was still lacking if he wanted to intervene in global affairs. Only the great emperors were qualified to decide the fate of all living beings. Yi Futian's power was insignificant. He was not capable of making any difference. Now, he could only do all he could to protect the Ziwei segmentum as well as the forces of the original realm. Yi Futian came to Four Corner Village in the Xianxia domain with complicated feelings. Four Corner Village had already revealed itself to the world and was now very prosperous. Countless cultivators came from everywhere to Four Corner Continent. They wanted to seek the path in Four Corner Village and ask Master for guidance. However, Master was someone who did not involve himself with the world. No one managed to see him. Yet, Yi Futian could directly meet with Master. Now he came to Master. He bowed before him and greeted, "Master, what is on your mind?" asked Master. His figure still felt somewhat ethereal, as though he was not real but merely an illusion. Responded Yi Futian as he nodded his head. "I just came back from a trip to the devil world, and now I have some doubts on my mind." "Let's hear them," said Master. "All right," said Yi Futian as he told Master all that had transpired in the devil world. Yi Futian had absolute trust in Master and did not hide anything from him, including the matters regarding his godfather. Moreover, Yi Futian's identity was no longer a secret. After he finished, Yi Futian said, "Master, you have met Dong Huang the Great before. What sort of person is he?" Dong Huang the Great had previously come to Four Corner Village to seek the path. Back then, he had yet to become an emperor. "He is an idealist and is heroic," said Master as he looked at Yi Futian. "What ideals does he aspire to?" asked Yi Futian. "He wishes for martial arts to prosper and for all lives to be equal. He hopes that all may possess the most optimum environment for cultivation. That way, everyone can become powerful cultivators and seek the path to immortality. He desires no conflict and no loss of life," replied Master. "So, Dong Huang the Great wishes for everyone in the world to attain the path. He won't mind even if others break through to the imperial realm." Yi Futian summarized. "That is most likely his ideal. At least it was," Master said. Yi Futian wondered. Back then, Dong Huang the Great had yet to become a great emperor. He had also yet to unite the Divine Prefecture and become its ruler. After he became the co-ruler of the Divine Prefecture together with Emperor Yi Qing, he was worshipped by the crowd. Since his identity has changed and the things that he needs to take into consideration have also changed, did he desert his ideal and forget his initial resolution? Judging from Dong Huang the Great's response towards Emperor Yi Qing, the two of them surely had a complicated past. Dong Huang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing were both great emperors of the Divine Prefecture, and their heroic tales were praised by many. They were legends. However, Dong Huang the Great later betrayed Emperor Yi Qing and removed his name from the annals of history, making him a taboo. Yi Futian was still brooding on this. "I don't know," Master replied while shaking his head. "Did his actions demonstrate this possibility?" Yi Futian continued to push for an answer. "Yes, but it can be a no too," Master said. "I will not speculate what I do not know." Yi Futian nodded in agreement. What Master said was definitely right. Prejudice and subjective opinion were often mixed in one's guesses. Yi Futian sighed and said, "Currently, the world is undergoing huge changes. What beliefs should I hold on to? What actions should I take?" Master advised, "If you have any doubts, go and seek the truth. However, what you choose in the end still depends on you. As you have said, everyone has their own stance and beliefs that they hold on to. It is the same for you. No matter what decision you make, as long as your conscience is clear and you do not regret it, then it's good." Yi Futian fell silent. He then nodded and bowed, saying, "Many thanks, Master." Meanwhile, in the Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian had returned to Ziwei Imperial Palace. The war between the Devil World and the Divine Prefecture had attracted the attention of the Seven Realms, including the original realm, so that the world no longer paid as much attention to the original realm. In addition, the truce they had made with the 6 ancient god clans had ensured that all was peaceful and quiet during the time Yifutian was away in the devil world. The cultivators in Ziwei Imperial Palace were cultivating assiduously to better themselves. As soon as they learned that Yifutian had returned, his 4 major disciples rushed over, and Fang Xiuan was the first to arrive. Master, Masteress. At the palace where Yifutian resided and cultivated, Fang Xiuan and the others came to pay their respect to Yifutian and Hua Jieyu. Yifutian took a look at the 4 of them, then smiled as he focused on Fang Xiuan and said, "Are you here to show off to your master?" Hee. Fang Xiuan wanted to show off, but now that Yifutian had put him on the spot, he was a little embarrassed. He said with a smile, "No, I just want to come and report to the master." Yifutian nodded. "It's very good for you to be able to pass the test of the divine tribulation of the Great Path so quickly." It turned out that it was Fang Xiuan who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path and came here as soon as he knew that Yifutian had returned, so he could show his master all that he had achieved. "It's all because of master's teachings." Fang Xiuan smiled. Master had asked Uncle Tai to bring some cultivational methods from the Shun clan when he was at the Divine Prefecture, which helped me a lot in the breakthrough this time. Later, I asked the Supreme Elder to take me to the Shun clan to cultivate their inherited method. It was indeed very powerful and was very suitable for me. It must have been inherited from someone at the level of the Great Emperor. "You are pretty bold." Yifutian looked at him and said, "You actually troubled the Supreme Elder to do your bidding." He knew the boy had always been pretty tenacious, but because it was his direct disciple, Lord Chen would not likely refuse his requests. "Master," Fang Xiuan harassed the Supreme Elder multiple times already. The Supreme Elder wanted to wait for Master's return first, but he gave in and took him there, Little Ling said. Fang Xiuan scratched his head before he glared at Little Ling and mumbled, "The spinster is busy telling on me. In front of the Master, I am always a kid." Little Ling shot back. Watching the two quarrel, Yifutian could only smile and shake his head. "Show me, then," Yifutian said. Before he went to the Devil World, he had taken Blind Tai to the Shin clan in the Divine Prefecture and brought back some of their core cultivational methods and some of the direct descendants of the Shin clan as a way of keeping the Shin clan under control. The Shin clan was originally rumored to be the descendants of a great emperor, but, unlike the ancient God clan, the great emperor no longer existed to reign. But the method that he passed down as inheritance was incredibly powerful. It was indeed inherited from the great emperor since ancient times. "Yes, Master." Fang Xiuan's figure flashed and reappeared in the void. Suddenly a sacred divine glory bloomed from him that shrouded the boundless space, causing all the cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace to turn their attention that way. Behind Fang Xiuan, a most sacred phantom seemed to emerge, like a deity. Under the powerful divine glory, it seemed that all methods would be turned into dust and smoke. "Tianxin Divine Halo," Fang Xiuan said in a low voice. At this moment, he was beaming with brilliant light, and he was looking quite invincible. Then, a terrifying storm of spatial destruction seemed to be on the verge of being unleashed. However, he took one quick look at Yifutian before retracting it again and did not dare release it fully. "Master, there is also Tianxin Cleave, a major attack technique that can directly cleave spiritual souls. It was not any less than the divine technique from our village." Yifutian nodded as he watched Fang Xiuan retract his aura. He said, "You know how to take from others' strengths to shore up your own shortcomings and comprehend other divine methods to improve yourself. This is no doubt a good thing. There are too many methods of cultivation in the world stronger than ours. So, if by chance you have the good fortune to encounter some of them and they prove useful, you should always cultivate them and integrate them into your own comprehension." As he was speaking, he looked at the other 3 again. "Fang Xiuan is but a few years older than you, and he has already gone through the trial of the tribulation. You 3 must work harder so as not to waste the natural way that you were born with, and also the teacher's guidance to you." "Yes, Master." The 3 of them nodded simultaneously. "You may go now." Yifutian dismissed them with a smile, and so the 4 bid their goodbyes and left. Watching them leave, Yifutian smiled and mused. They are already top Runhuang cultivators. and one of them even entered the tribulation plane. Yet, they still behave like children. When you were away, they were not like this at all. They are only like this when they are in front of you, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. They behaved like children in front of Yi Futian because Yi Futian was the master who watched them grow up. In front of him, they had always retained a bit of childishness. But to the outside world, they were extremely impressive figures themselves. That's true, Yi Futian nodded. But the truth was he was very pleased having watched these four progress to this point. Everything was moving positively, and he hoped to buy the Ziwei segmentum some more time. Palace Lord, Murong Yu has something to report. Fang Xiyuan and the others were Yi Futian students, so they could afford to be a little more casual. However, Murong Yu, as a subordinate of Yi Futian's, must observe the proper protocols. Please come in, Yi Futian said as a man walking in from outside, and it was Murong Yu. Sit, said Yi Futian. No, I'm just here to make a report, and I won't be staying long, said Murong Yu. According to outside sources, there are now more channels in the land of the original realm, and more cultivators from the dark world and the empty divine realm are arriving in the original realm daily. It is as if they are getting ready for the potential entry of an army. It may have something to do with the war that erupted in the divine prefecture. In addition, there is also news from Wangshan Palace that there are signs of cultivators appearing in the land of the divine prefecture from the human realm and the world of Buddhism. Are the effects of the war growing? Yi Futian whispered. It seems to be the case for the moment. Once the devil world and the divine prefecture are at war, the dark world and the empty divine realm may participate in the fight against the divine prefecture, while the human realm and the world of Buddhism may end up in the same camp with the divine prefecture, Murong Yu said. However, it's not clear for the time being whatever the future might hold. Our people are watching the outside world closely. Very well, Yi Futian nodded. Let's see what happens next and not take any action for now. Understood. Murong Yu nodded. After Murong Yu left, Yi Futian said, I'm going out. I'll come with you, Hua Jieyu said. Yi Futian nodded, and the two left together. They went around the Ziwei Imperial Palace and visited some of the elders. In the starry cultivation court, everyone continued to work diligently. Everyone was focusing on their cultivation. How is Heavenly Mandate Academy? Yi Futian asked Hua Jieyu. Everything is fine. There is nothing serious going on right now. The third senior brother had asked Chan Yi to look after Heavenly Mandate Academy and be in charge for now, Hua Jieyu said. The third senior brother isn't there? Yi Futian asked curiously. The third senior brother went to the secret zone in the original realm that was first discovered by the Haoyan clan. There is the divine seal left by the great emperor. The third senior brother is over there comprehending, and according to the second senior sister, he had made considerable progress. It has been very beneficial to his cultivation, said Hua Jieyu. Yi Futian nodded with a smile on his face. The sites of relics discovered and occupied by the 6 ancient Shen clans, such as the Haoyan clan, were now affiliated cultivation sites for Ziwei segmentum. Naturally, Yi Futian was pleased to see everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace working so diligently to improve themselves. When the third senior brother was in the Heavenly Mandate realm, he had gotten the inheritance of the demon gods. Later, in the starry cultivating court, he received the inheritance of an imperial star. Now, with the comprehension of the divine seal from a great emperor, he would have possessed the inheritance from 3 great emperors. His strength had not been truly tested after the breakthrough, but it would be understandably strong. They could only wait and see. I have something else to tell you, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. What other happy news? Yi Futian asked with a smile on his face. Uncle Tai thought that while he's serving as one of the great protector, he can open up the 5th palace in Ziwei Emperor Palace, an armoring palace, and oversee its operations. It is being built right now in the Imperial Palace as we speak. This happened while you were away at the Devil World, and the Supreme Elder made the decision that was seconded by everyone. But in the end, we decided to wait for you when you come back, said Hua Jieyu. This is a good idea. How could I say no? You can make the decision on my behalf. Yi Futian smiled and added, Don't forget, You are the mistress of the palace. In your absence, it is more appropriate for the Supreme Elder to decide on the affairs inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Hua Jieyu replied with much sensibility. Yi Futian took her hand with a warm smile on his face and said, "Let's go visit Uncle Tai." The first time I saw Uncle Tai, I thought he was an ordinary blacksmith. It turned out that he was a hidden gem. The first time he saw Blind Tai was in the Four-Square Village, forging in the blacksmith shop there. Now, inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, an area was being allocated to build an armoring palace which had already reached a certain scale. Yi Futian came to the main hall of a massive armoring palace and found Blind Tai, who was forging inside. At the moment, he was pounding on some materials, and a rhythmic clinking sound could be heard constantly. His movements were the same as before, solid as a mountain. Every move of repeated percussion was full of violent beauty. At this time, Blind Tai stopped and turned to face Yi Futian. The temperature inside was extremely high, and the blazing sacred fire of the Great Path was burning under the furnace. "Palace Lord," Blind Tai called out. "Uncle Tai, I have not asked you this before, but how is your armor making?" Yi Futian asked with a smile. "It's all right," Blind Tai nodded. "When I got back to the village after I lost my eyesight, the teacher told me to forge simple items, and everything that was used inside the village was made by at that time. I was already cultivating and armoring. When I returned from the Shin clan, I passed by the village and asked the teacher for some advice. The teacher gave me some armoring techniques to practice, and I was a quick study. Not too long ago, I had managed to forge divine arms of the first tribulation. As for the armoring equipment, there was plenty in the former territory occupied by Tianyan City. They belong to us now. The armoring palace has just begun, and I haven't recruited many people. Later on, I plan to conduct recruitment on a grander scale at the Ziwei segmentum that will complete the armoring palace." Blind Tai told Yi Futian of his plan. "I will fully support Uncle Tai's idea," Yi Futian said. "But will this delay your cultivation? When the teacher told me to forge iron tools, it was actually a way to help me settle down. To me, this is a kind of cultivation in itself, and I will only progress further if I continue," Blind Tai replied. "Very well," Yi Futian nodded. "If this is the case, Uncle Tai does not need to serve as the great protector in the future, but will instead take on the duties as the lord of the armoring palace. What do you think?" "Palace Lord, may I do both?" Blind Tai asked. He still wanted to serve as Yi Futian's protector but concentrated on armoring and forging most of the time. However, whenever Yi Futian needed him, he wanted to be there as his protector. Obviously, Yi Futian understood that Blind Tai was not coveting the position and its prestige. He glanced at Blind Tai and nodded. "Fine, we will do as you wish. Lord of the armoring palace while serving as the great protector as well. I will give them the order to recruit armoring cultivators at Ziwei Imperial Palace." "Thank you, Palace Lord." Blind Tai nodded. "Uncle Tai, please continue." "I'm going elsewhere." Yi Futian said goodbye and left. After they left, Yi Futian said to Hua Jieyu, "When Uncle Tai and Taoist monk Mu both get stronger, and their level of armoring and alchemy have improved, the strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace will also be magnified, far surpassing anything from the ancient god clans." Hua Jieyu smiled and nodded. "With you in Ziwei Imperial Palace, the ancient god clans already cannot compete with us. Ziwei Imperial Palace potential targets are also not the ancient god clans." Just as Yi Futian was looking at Hua Jieyu, who was beside him, Hua Jieyu, too, was looking at him. She said with a smile, "Now that Ziwei Imperial Palace is moving on the right track, when will you finish handling your business?" "My business?" Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu with some confusion. "What business do I have? You have been busy with cultivation, fighting, and external affairs, and you have not paid too much attention to those around you. Emperor Xia has been kind to us in the past, and although he is now in the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he is not happy. I think you know the reason," Hua Jieyu continued. Yi Futian was taken aback, and his expression was not as relaxed as it was moments ago. He said gently, "Jieyu." He did not expect Hua Jieyu to start on this topic. After all, she was the one who had accompanied you all these years. Hua Jieyu looked into Yi Futian's eyes as she continued. But what about you? Yi Futian looked at Hua Jieyu. Hua Jieyu had also given her everything for him. If I don't care, I don't think she would either, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. How would you know? Yi Futian gave her a side-eyed look. You idiot. If she cared, she would not have stayed in Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate endlessly. Hua Jieyu sighed. She was just waiting for you. Yi Futian could only stare in front of him, as he had no answer to give. For someone on the verge of becoming an emperor, no one would care, Hua Jieyu continued. But could you really not care? Yi Futian looked into Hua Jieyu's eyes and saw those beautiful eyes staring right back at him without any evasiveness. Yi Futian sighed silently in his heart as his thoughts drifted back to that innocent maiden once upon a time. Could she really not care? He didn't think anyone could. On the road to becoming a great emperor, you may fail many, but some should not be overlooked, Hua Jieyu said with a smile. Then I'll talk about it after I have become an emperor. Yi Futian knocked on her head playfully and did not continue the topic. However, his heart was disturbed slightly by this talk. How could he not understand how much she had already done for him? One afterward, Yi Futian went to the former territory of Haoyan clan to check on Gudong SS Cultivation. The imprint of the divine seal was left there by a great emperor, so he stayed there for a while to comprehend it as well. He found this divine seal to be extremely profound as it contained the will of the great emperor. As for Gu Donglu, he had already sunk deep into the cultivation of the divine seal and entered into a world completely of his own. Yi Futian likewise spent some time here to comprehend as well. Then, he left to return to Ziwei Imperial Palace. Under the endless starry sky, Yi Futian sat cross-legged in the starry cultivation court and closed his eyes in cultivation. He had begun yet another cultivation in retreat. In the battle between the Devil World and the Donghuang Diyuan, he realized that his combat effectiveness was still not strong enough. He needed an even more powerful offensive power. In the future, the opponents he was to face would be stronger existences than Donghuang Diyuan. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, everyone was working on their projects. Some were cultivating, some were making armor, and some were focusing on alchemy. Time passed by without anyone being consciously aware of it. Upon the land of the Divine Prefecture, more and more people were now getting involved in the war. One by one, the empty divine realm, the dark world, the human realm, and the world of Buddhism began to make their way in the arena of war and caught up in the storm of war. Today's North Cliff region was a war zone. Those who could migrated and left. In contrast, some who were less able could only survive in all the war and chaos. After all, there were countless cultivators in each of the 18 regions in the Divine Prefecture, and not everyone could leave. Not to mention escape meant traveling across many continents and many regions. The outside world was at war, and only the original realm continued to develop. Yi Futian was quietly cultivating in the starry cultivation court. He appeared quite calm on the outside, but the world of his life palace inside, there was something extremely interesting going on. Now the world of Yi Futian's life palace was like a projection of the real world. He stood above the void as countless golden lightning burst out from his body. It was radiant to the extreme, with a tremendously sharp aura blooming from him. His body was like the sword itself. In that gigantic domain of the golden lightning, divine swords appeared. Each divine sword was shining with countless sword seals, so that those divine swords contained an incomparable aura of sharpness. Boom! In the chaotic space, that golden lightning seemed to contain powerful spatial destructive power. This imagery was somewhat similar to the scene when Donghuang Diyuan released the Tianqing divine sword. It was right after he fought Donghuang Diyuan that he had some inward comprehension. He wanted to realize more powerful swordsmanship to counter Tianqing divine sword. All the swordsmanship that he had comprehended previously were dust, fleeting, with Boundless Sword being the epitome of his comprehension of the two previous swordsmanships in totality. After he inherited the power of Ziwei the Great, he cultivated the Starry Divine Sword. These two swordsmanships followed different paths. Boundless was unhindered by time and space, with a force that could slash through everything, accomplished in a turning of the mind. The starry divine sword, on the other hand, was dominant and forceful, for it was the sword of kings and emperors. It dominated all, slaughtered all. Its power was infinite. These days, Yi Futian had been comprehending these two kinds of swordsmanship to integrate the two into one coherent swordsmanship. Just like the imagery in front of him. In the destructive domain of the golden lightning, every divine sword contained an unparalleled aura of slaughter, which was bred in the space of destruction. However, at this moment, Yi Futian reached out with his hand, and immediately an infinite power gathered in front of him, as the most brilliant imperial glory was shining. There, a gigantic golden divine sword appeared. This divine sword guided all the other divine swords in this area, as if they were all under its command. It was the king of swords, and in this sword, there was the imperial glory. Buzz! Along with a turning of Yi Futian's thought, the gigantic golden divine sword turned ever so slightly, as the brilliant divine glory of swordsmanship came down for the kill. Instantly inside the domain, countless divine swords fell and broke through the atmosphere effortlessly. At the same time, Yi Futian pressed his hand forward, and immediately, that gigantic golden divine sword penetrated the space and disappeared. However, it left a golden trace wherever it had passed through in the space. Boom! In the distance, the divine sword appeared instantly, extinguishing the way and the method, unhindered by time or space. All the stars in the sky had collapsed and pulverized. When he saw that brilliant sword light, Yi Futian displayed a look of satisfaction. After so long, he had finally perfected this sword. It was a sword that integrated with the starry swordsmanship of Ziwei the Great, a sword that was further evolved from the foundation of Boundless Sword. Once this sword was unleashed, it should be able to suppress Donghuang Diyuan's Tianxing divine sword. The sword wielded by Donghuang Diyuan was named Tianxing, whose meaning was the sword that executed punishment from heaven. Then what should be the name of his sword? For the moment, Yi Futian had put it aside to continue his cultivation in other abilities. He was now well versed in Buddha's celerity and could come and go as he pleased without a trace. He could attack at close range in a matter of milliseconds, and his physical body was invincible. Just physical attacks alone were enough to instill fear in his opponents. He wanted to perfect his ability in close-quarter combat, thus making himself even more powerful. Yi Futian was an expert at many offensive techniques. In the world of Buddhism, he had cultivated many powerful superpowers, which could all be integrated and transformed into his own kind of power. Yi Futian closed his eyes and entered into a state of selflessness. He was completely immersed in a cultivational state. Cultivation of the superpowers was also the attainment of a state of perfection. He recalled the seal that he was comprehending before with the third senior brother Gu Donglu. Under the attack of the great emperor's divine seal, a domain of the divine seal seemed to appear, and the attack by the seal gave rise to the illusion that one was being trapped within its domain of attacks. This was an incredibly powerful move. This type of attack by the divine seal was similar to the symbol of Wan that he cultivated in Buddhism. However, the symbol of Wan was a seal that was even more overpowering, aggressive, and much stronger. The attack of the divine seal had integrated within it the abilities of other methods, but as a result, not as pure as the symbol of Wan. Any attempts to comprehend offensive techniques based on the basis of these powerful seals was going to be difficult, very difficult. After all, this was already the top-notch fighting method, or else it would be impossible for him to clash head-on with Donghuang Diyuan. The fighting method, as cultivated by Donghuang Diyuan, likewise, was also the topmost of all divine methods. Yi Futian immersed in his cultivation and comprehension. In a blink of an eye, a year passed. During this year, everyone was making progress. The armoring hall in Ziwei Imperial Palace was finished, and a group of master armorers had been summoned from Ziwei Segmentum to the armoring palace. Today, the Ziwei Segmentum was considered a principality with the status of overlord in the land of the original realm. It had occupied the secret zones of many places in addition to its own cultivational resources from Ziwei Imperial Palace. Given time, they would no doubt grow stronger still. Yi Futian stopped cultivating and found the Supreme Elder, Lord Chun, instead. "Is the palace lord looking for me for something?" Lord Chun asked Yi Futian. "Lord Chun, I have made some progress in my cultivation recently and comprehended some new ways of combat. But there is no one who could spar with me to try it out. I have no idea how powerful it may or may not be. May I ask your help to spar with me? Yifutian asked. Sure. Any study with the Palace Lord will definitely help me in my own cultivation. Lord Chun would not refuse him, of course, and agreed readily. Okay. Let's head up then. Yifutian and Lord Chun moved towards the sky high above and came to the starry cultivation court, under the blanket of the starry sky. The two stood opposite each other, and both of them released a powerful aura. They were surrounded by divine light, and it dazzled and gleamed. What are the Palace Lord and the Supreme Elder intend to do? Many people raised their heads to look at the sky above. Is the Palace Lord going to have an exchange with the Supreme Elder? Some people guessed and grew excited. Immediately, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked into the firmament. Watch out, Yifutian said to Lord Chun. I know. Lord Chun knew just how powerful Yifutian was, and that he couldn't possibly be a contender. After all, Yifutian had slain existences that were at the same level as he. Nonetheless, he had some confidence in his own power and that it was possible for him to spar with him a little. Buzz! Yifutian disappeared directly from the spot. He appeared in front of Lord Chun the next moment, raising his hand and slamming it down. When the strike fell, Yifutian seemed to have turned into a golden Buddha whose palm strikes were unbelievably overwhelming. What was even more terrifying was that when the Buddhist palm strike blasted out, it was accompanied by the sound of Buddha. Bang! With a loud boom, Lord Chun raised his hand to block it, but that powerful force sent him flying. Before he had time to grasp the situation fully, Yifutian appeared in front of him again, still blasting him with those Buddhist palm strikes. As soon as those strikes came through, his entire person seemed to be caught up in the attack, and he felt trapped within its domain. As the sound of Buddha lingered, the horrific power of Yin emerged again at this moment that could freeze and solidify his spiritual soul. Boom! There was another loud boom, and Lord Chun felt very unwell all of a sudden. The aura of the Great Path exploded fiercely from his body as the divine light gleamed. He turned into the starry body, and his long robe fluttered in the wind. In the space below, everyone saw an endless trail of Yifutian's palm strikes, blasting down again and again. Lord Chun was forced to change his positions continuously under that series of attacks. Their hearts trembled slightly. It was so sad for Lord Chun, who was beaten to the degree that he had not the strength to fight back. The Palace Lord deserved his reputation. He was simply too powerful. Stop! A voice was heard from above the firmament. Yifutian was about to retract the giant palm print that had fallen and looked at Lord Chun when he saw Lord Chun glared at him and said, I'm not sparring anymore. Don't say that, Yifutian said. How about you gather your strength first, and I will wait to attack when you are ready. Fine. Lord Chun nodded, and suddenly the stars in heaven released an endless starry divine light as he bathed in it. His long robe fluttered, unleashing a terrifying and awesome divine glory of the Great Path. At this moment, Yifutian's lips moved slightly, and the sound of Buddha immediately surrounded him. Figures of Buddha appeared between heaven and earth in the vast space, and a massive Buddha appeared. Its presence covered the sky and sheltered the sun, completely shrouding this world. All the Buddhas resonated with one another and extended their hands at the same time. In each hand, there was a giant Buddhist handprint that was the same as the one Yifutian used in his previous attack. In addition, the sound of Buddha that lingered between heaven and earth could also suppress all existence. Lord Chun felt this power and was about to speak. Stop! Lord Chun stretched out his hands and retracted his aura, signaling Yifutian to stop. Yifutian was stunned as he looked at Lord Chun. Stop, stop. Lord Chun said, I'm not sparring anymore. Yifutian said with some confusion and shock. Don't you want to even try? Nope, I don't. Lord Chun simply shook his head. Doesn't he care about his dignity? Yifutian wondered. Yifutian thought that it was kind of a shame. He was not taking it seriously, and he hadn't even exerted half of his power. Now, he had no way of testing his true power. All right. Yifutian reluctantly retracted his aura and came to Lord Chen's side in a flash, helping him to tidy up his garment for him. Don't trouble yourself, Palace Lord. Lord Chen's mustache trembled slightly. He didn't think Yifutian was totally innocent in his kindness. He felt that he better not be fooled by this sudden gesture of kindness. Lord Chen, as the Supreme Elder, you deserve it. Yifutian tidied up his collar and said, I am currently comprehending some methods. In the future, I may have to consult Lord Chen often and seek your opinion on how powerful they are. Palace Lord, I have something else to tend to, so I will take my leave now. The corner of Lord Chen's mouth twitched a little, and he was gone in a flash. He had slipped away even before Yifutian had a chance to respond. Don't go! Yifutian shouted, sounding a little bit at a loss. Down below, many people started laughing out loud. Then they all went back to work on their own projects. Their palace lord was too much. That was equivalent to terrorizing his fellow men. A beam of divine light of space suddenly lit up in the Heavenly Mandate Academy. A silhouette appeared in the spatial matrix. The person was none other than Yifutian. Behind him were his 4 disciples. Some of the members gathered around the matrix. When they saw Yifutian, they immediately bowed and greeted him, Palace Lord. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Academy was under the jurisdiction of Ziwei Imperial Palace, where Yifutian was the Palace Lord. Everyone was well aware of this. Yifutian nodded in response. Chen Yi also came close to them. Everyone, please go on with your own business. I'm here to settle some matters, said Yifutian to the crowd. The members were somewhat reluctant to leave. Right now, Yifutian was crowned deity Yi in the Heavenly Mandate realm. He was not someone they could meet whenever they wished. Yifutian was more like a legend in the Heavenly Mandate realm. What matters do you have here? Chen Yi asked. He stood in place of Gu Donglu as the person in charge of the realm. Everything seemed fine to him. It's not related to the Heavenly Mandate realm. I am going on a trip. Please join me, Yifutian replied. All right. Chen Yi nodded. Then he followed Yifutian out. The other 4 disciples joined them too. Where is Palace Lord going? Someone asked curiously. I don't know. But I suppose that no place in the current Heavenly Mandate realm is worthy of him visiting, someone replied. There was another vast continent beside the Heavenly Mandate realm. The cultivators who resided on this continent kept in touch with people from the original realm. In the past, the force that governed this continent formed an alliance with the Heavenly Mandate realm by chance, and they moved their continent here. Time passed and things had changed, but they had not thought of migrating to another location. This was the Shini continent. The Lost Clan resided here. Now, the Lost Clan had freed themselves from the nightmare of wandering in the void space endlessly. They were living at a much more relaxing pace now. Even though there was turmoil in the original realm, the Lost Clan was never affected. It was because they were an ancient power to begin with. Besides that, they were also compelling. In the past, the Lost Clan once faced the invasion of giant-level forces from various worlds. In terms of combat ability, if the ancient god clans did not rely on the will of the great emperors in battle, the Lost Clan would have triumphed over all of them. There were quite a few giant-level figures among the Lost Clan. Yifutian had once again come to the Shini continent to meet the Lost Clan. The cultivators of the Lost Clan all knew Yifutian. When they saw his arrival, they all looked at him. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in front of Yifutian and his group. The person was none other than Sikong Nan, the chief elder of the Lost Clan. Senior Sikong greeted Yifutian while bowing. Deity Yi, you're being too polite. Sikong Nan responded with a smile. What kind of title is that? Yifutian laughed while shaking his head. Are you not aware of this title? Now, everyone in the Heavenly Mandate realm addresses you like this. Sikong Nan stared at Yifutian. Obviously, he knew that Yifutian was the god of the Heavenly Mandate realm now. Yifutian smiled and continued, Senior Sikong, you seem to have known that I would come to pay you a visit? Sikong Nan was not at all surprised when he saw Yifutian. Right now, you are the ruler of the original realm. Isn't it expected that you will visit the Lost Clan? Sikong Nen responded. The two parties were allies to begin with. Sikong Nen offered, "Come. I have asked my men to prepare a feast. Let's continue our conversation over at the banquet table." "Sure." Yifutian nodded in agreement. Sikong Nen led the way, and they arrived at the place where the banquet was. Yifutian and his group were guided to their seats. A few cultivators from the Lost Clan joined their company too. "I never imagined that after so many years, the Shinny continent has never migrated elsewhere," Yifutian told Sikong Nan as they sat down. The Lost Clan was situated on a floating landmass. They had absolute control over the Shinny continent and could choose to migrate far away at any given time. Yet the Lost Clan had not done so. They had stayed beside the Heavenly Mandate realm all this while. Although the original realm is a land of conflict, it is similarly away from the conflict. "It is quite nice here," replied Sikong Nan. After the storm back then, no one dared to target the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan also kept a low profile. Even though their ability was very powerful, they never placed themselves under the spotlight or fought for fateful encounters with other top forces. Therefore, they were able to keep themselves safe. "Do you have any thoughts about the future of the clan?" Yifutian asked. "Palace Lord Yi, you want us to join Ziwei Imperial Palace, right?" Sikong Nan asked with a smile. "Not join us, but form an alliance with us, just like before," Yifutian coaxed. "The Lost Clan has not encountered any trouble all these years, but you have experienced firsthand the storm in the past. Now, war has erupted among the few major worlds. No one knows when the original realm will be caught up in it too. Or perhaps one day, one of the Emperor-level forces might remember the Lost Clan and intend to annex you. After all, the current original realm is no longer under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture." Yifutian's prediction was harsh, but it was the truth. "The Divine Prefecture invited us to migrate there too, but we turned them down," Sikong Nen said. "In the past, to save the Lost Clan from the besiegement of all the various forces, Donghuang Diyuan had personally visited the Lost Clan and announced that the latter was under the jurisdiction of the Divine Prefecture. In the past, the original realm was under the Divine Prefecture. However, things have changed now. If you join the Divine Prefecture, you will most likely lose control over a lot of things," Yifutian said. "Now, the Ziwei segmentum has built up a little heritage, and the original realm is no longer under the control of the Divine Prefecture. Senior, can you please consider allying with us again? Firstly, our alliance will allow us to take care of each other. We will be able to improve together. Secondly, after the Shinny continent is migrated into the Ziwei segmentum, no forces from the outer realms will be able to pose a threat to you. Palace Lord Yi, are you trying to make the Lost Clan pledge allegiance to you?" Sikong Nan questioned. "I'm not asking you to pledge allegiance to me. I am proposing a collaboration here. We will be allies," Yifutian emphasized. "Our collaboration went well last time, but it's a pity that we stopped being allies due to what happened after. Now everything has settled down. The Divine Prefecture and the other forces initiated the World War. However, the original realm is still peaceful, and you will find great development opportunities here. It's a win-win situation for the Lost Clan and the Ziwei segmentum to ally. You're concerned that I will annex the Lost Clan, but I have never thought of such a thing. After so many years, I'm sure that Chief Elder is well aware of my personality." Yifutian continued, "If Chief Elder is worried, you don't have to move the continent into the Ziwei segmentum. We can keep things the same and visit each other through the space teleportation grand matrix. In the future, if trouble arises, only then do you need to move the continent into the segmentum. That will hopefully spare you from some future trouble." Sikong Nan nodded and replied, "I naturally trust Deity Yi, and am willing to ally with the Ziwei segmentum. However, the Lost Clan has pledged our loyalty to Princess Donghuang of the Divine Prefecture. If we allied with you now, wouldn't we be betraying the princess? If the Divine Prefecture wants to settle the score with us, we will be in trouble." Yifutian responded confidently, "You were forced to do so in the past. It was never your intention to pledge your loyalty to her. Back then, the original realm was under the Divine Prefecture. Therefore, it was an acquiescence that all the forces in the original realm would be under the divine prefecture. It did not mean that the lost clan was under the subjugation of the imperial palace. There are many powerful forces in the divine prefecture that are not under the command of the imperial palace. Now, even the original realm is no longer obeying the command of the divine prefecture. Since the lost clan is in the original realm, naturally, you are also no longer under the command of the divine prefecture. In principle, you are an independent force. It's your freedom to ally with whoever you fancy anyway. To say the least, even if the imperial palace is unhappy with our alliance, Donghuang the Great will never attack us personally. Without him being involved, with the collaboration of the Ziwei segmentum and the Lost Clan, nobody is a match for us when we are in the segmentum. Xikong Nan had also heard of Yi Futian's glorious battle record. As long as the great emperor stayed out of the war, nobody could invade the Ziwei segmentum. The Shin'i continent would indeed be very safe if they formed an alliance with the Ziwei segmentum. It would be safer than them staying alone here. The world has changed greatly. Various emperor-level forces are engaged in war now. The original realm is temporarily safe and is not involved in any dispute, but no one knows what the future holds. Yi Futian pressed on. Aside from being safe, the Ziwei segmentum also has the best environment for cultivation. Moreover, we have seized control of the bases of the 6 major ancient god clans in the original realms. All those bases own secret zones for cultivation too. We are willing to provide all of that to the Lost Clan for cultivation so that you will be further strengthened. Yi Futian introduced. Here are my disciples and the protector of Ziwei Imperial Palace. 2 of them have undergone the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The other 3 disciples are currently at the peak of the Renhuang Plain, and they are good in combat too. Many other cultivators are equally powerful as them in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Xikong Nan praised. Regardless of you or your men, all of you have improved at an astonishing speed. By now, Senior Xikong should understand my purpose here today. I am inviting the Lost Clan to ally with us. After all, we were allies in the past. It was just that we were forced to break up. I have also cultivated the teachings of the Lost Clan, so I have a deep sense of connection with you, Yi Futian said convincingly. I have said all I wanted to say, so that I will stop here. I will let Senior decide on your own. It's all right, even if the Lost Clan rejects my offer. We are still friends. I will take my leave now. As Yi Futian said this, he stood up and bid Xikong Nan farewell. Palace Lord Yi, please allow me to first discuss this matter with the others, Xikong Nan said. I can't make this decision alone. All right, Yi Futian nodded. Then he sat down while Xikong Nan left the banquet. After a moment, Xikong Nan returned to the banquet. A few elders accompanied him. They all looked at Yi Futian as Xikong Nan announced, the Shin'i continent has decided to migrate into the Ziwei segmentum. Yi Futian was quite thrilled when he heard this announcement. However, on the surface, he calmly smiled and appeared nonchalant. He nodded and responded, the Ziwei segmentum is honored to be able to continue being an ally of the Lost Clan. Palace Lord Yi, you spoke too humbly. There are many things we will need to rely on you for in the future, Xikong Nan said. All right, I will settle everything on the Ziwei segmentum side, Yi Futian said while nodding. He was extremely excited. He was certainly in ecstasy to be able to dupe such a powerful ancient clan into the Ziwei segmentum. With the Lost Clan around, even if Yi Futian were not in the Ziwei segmentum in the future, Ziwei Imperial Palace would be safe in most instances. Yi Futian ruled over the Ziwei segmentum. When the Shin'i continent migrated into the segmentum, the Lost Clan was practically in his hands. The intention of Yi Futian inviting the Lost Clan to join the segmentum was because he wanted to fortify the power of the Ziwei segmentum. However, he would not mistreat the Lost Clan. The Shin'i continent would be placed directly beside the main planet in the Ziwei segmentum. Besides that, Yi Futian would build a teleportation grand matrix that connected the Lost Clan and Ziwei Imperial Palace. Moreover, the cultivators of the Lost Clan could utilize all the resources available in Ziwei Imperial Palace for their cultivation. If he wanted the Lost Clan to take action in the future, he naturally had to gain their trust. Yifutian also allowed Lord Chen and Sikong Nan to meet and get to know each other. In the future, they could directly liaise with each other on matters of both parties. After arranging all this, Yifutian continued cultivating. He was used to being a hands-off manager. Just like that, several more years passed. These past few years, countless people had died in the war between the 6 realms. They had been in a prolonged stalemate. All sides did not dare to act too aggressively, all of them holding back. Donghuang Imperial Palace rallied the various cultivators of the Divine Prefecture to join the war. However, many forces had not responded. The more powerful the force, the more likely they did not react and acted perfunctorily. The difference between the situation in the Divine Prefecture and the Devil World was very drastic. As a force of the ancient god clans, Tianyan City was similarly perfunctory. They had set a group of members to participate in the war effort, but very few of their core cultivators were among those sent. As for the absolute heir of Tianyan City, he had not gone out at all, let alone join the war. Right now, in the City Lord office of Tianyan City, there was a unique space. This was a domain of divine fire. Inside this space, it was an independent world. Wang Xiao of Tianyan City was bathing in fire and cultivating. He forged an armory zone in the space and was forging divine arms. Terrifying scorching currents consumed his figure, causing his entire person to be bathed with flame. His figure was constantly being tempered. What was even more frightening was that an illusory face seemed to appear in the entire spatial domain. It seemed to be observing his every action. Sizzle. As Wang Xiao forged away, the scorching divine fire poured over his figure, imprinting in his body. Gradually, Wang Xiao's body seemed to be formed from golden divine flames. It was as though he was clad in golden armor. He appeared extremely dazzling. "Ah!" yelled Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao let out a deep roar. He seemed to be in excruciating pain. His muscles were twitching all over his body. If you want to defeat him, a mere body of Wei is insufficient. You need to forge a divine body to stand a chance, said the illusory figure. It seemed to be spurring Wang Xiao on. Wang Xiao ground his teeth as he continued to withstand the pain. The pain gradually numbed his nerves. The terrifying divine fire poured down over his body. His body became more and more frightening. The entire region was a domain of divine fire. There was an external force protecting him. It seemed to come from the illusory figure. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yifutian was cultivating in seclusion. Just then, someone came calling for him. Yifutian stopped cultivating and looked at the person who had come. It was Old Ma. "Palace Lord," greeted Old Ma as he bowed slightly. "Old Ma, there is no need for formalities between us," said Yifutian. "What has happened?" "Someone is looking for you," replied Old Ma. "Who?" asked Yifutian, somewhat curious. Normal matters were naturally handled by Lord Chen and the others. They would not disturb Yifutian's cultivation. If the person had come looking for him, that meant that the former was not just any ordinary person. "It is someone from the Dark Court," answered Old Ma. Yifutian revealed a strange expression. Why was a cultivator of the Dark Court looking for him? "The person who has come is very, very powerful. Even Lord Chen is not confident that he can defeat them," continued Old Ma. Yifutian nodded his head as his expression turned serious. It seemed that a major figure of the Dark Court had come. "Let's go," Yifutian said. Regardless of how formidable a cultivator might be, they could not possibly act recklessly as long as they were in the Ziwei segmentum. This was a world under the absolute control of Yifutian. The two of them left where they were and moved towards Ziwei City. Yifutian did not bring others with him except Old Ma. After the group from the Dark Court arrived in the segmentum, they occupied a palace. When Yifutian reached the place, he saw several cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace around. Lord Chen and Fang Xiyuan were present too. Clearly, all of them were worried that the cultivators from the Dark Court would act rashly. "Palace Lord." The crowd greeted Yifutian as they bowed slightly. Yifutian nodded and said, "All of you, wait for me here." After he gave this order, he went into the palace alone with Old Ma. He stopped in front of a courtyard. Quite many cultivators from the Dark Court were gathered here. 2 of them had unfathomable cultivation. Yifutian glanced at the crowd and said, "What business does the Dark Court have with us?" "Someone wants to meet you," a cultivator from the Dark Court replied. "And who would that be?" Yifutian inquired. "All of you, stand down," a voice commanded. "Understood." The cultivators from the Dark Court nodded their heads obediently. They bowed in the direction of the room before leaving. Even the 2 top figures also nodded and left the place. Yifutian was the only one left in the courtyard. Creak. The door opened. Yifutian peeked inside and saw a slender figure draped in a cloak walk out. The person's head was slightly lowered, and the cloak veiled their face. This person appeared mysterious. The person seemed to be a maiden since she had a slim figure. Even though her legs were long, they were slender. She stopped not far away from Yifutian. She raised her head slightly and stared at him with her jet-black eyes. After that, she removed her cloak and revealed her cold but beautiful face. Her eyes shone as brilliantly as the cold moon in the dark night, sending a chill down others' spines. One could faintly sense danger as they locked eyes with her. As Yifutian looked at her face, he felt somewhat familiar, but he couldn't pinpoint who she was. Right at this moment, the maiden suddenly smiled at Yifutian. Her smile was like a beam of sunshine in the dark world. It was warm and gave people hope. "Elder brother," she called gently. She seemed somewhat shy. Her greeting instantly pulled Yifutian down memory lane. When the chaos in the original realm first began, the dark world invaded the hidden land realm. The gate of hell opened as the troops of the dark world descended. Yifutian found a girl in the dark world. She was hunted by many parties and was always hiding. She did not have any cultivation, yet she could cause the death of Renhuangs. She claimed herself to be cursed. She was born to bring calamity to those around her. Whoever was close to her would be doomed. Despite that, Yifutian still brought her back to the Heavenly Mandate Academy. Unfortunately, not long after, the Dark Court invaded the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Lord of the Underworld personally led a troop of the Dark Army to invade the realm and forced Yifutian to hand the girl over to him. At that time, the passageway that connected all the worlds had yet to be activated, so the scale of the invasion back then paled into insignificance with that of today. However, the Heavenly Mandate Academy back then was similarly much weaker and could not withstand the besiegement. In the end, the girl chose to leave with the Dark Court. Their encounter was so long ago that Yifutian had slowly forgotten about it. Yifutian once named the girl Xianxia. Yifutian revealed a dazzling smile as he looked at the somewhat familiar face before him. He said, "You are all grown up. I nearly did not recognize you." As he said this, he extended his hand to caress Xianxia's head like he used to. Xianxia's body wanted to move out of the way out of habit. However, she turned stiff and did not do so. Her gaze was somewhat excited. For so many years, let alone touching her head, very few people even dared to approach her. She wondered, if the members of the Dark Court witnessed this scene, what sort of expressions would they have? "Xianxia, have you been well all these years?" asked Yifutian caringly. In his mind, Xianxia was still that self-abased little girl that believed she would bring bad luck to those around her. Back when Xianxia was taken away to the dark world, Yifutian was very sad. He did not know what future was in store for her. However, now that he saw that she held such a high position in the Dark Court, he felt more at ease. Now that he thought about it, he had given her her name. She had even taken up his surname. Xianxia shook her head and softly said, "I have always been doing well," regardless of what position she held now in the dark world. When she saw the familiar face before her, she was instantly brought back to the turning point of her fate. Before, she was merely an orphan whom no one bothered about. Everyone either bullied her or avoided her. Some even wanted to capture her. Her life was dark and gray, without a shred of hope. Although Yifutian had not known her for very long, he was the most important person in her life. He had given her hope and was a beam of light in her life. She would never forget the time when the army of the Dark World invaded. Haze loomed over Heavenly Mandate City. For her, Yi Futian did not hesitate to wage war against the Dark Army. No one could imagine how moved she was back then. She always believed that the elder brother who gave her a name also gave her a new life. From that day forth, no one could take Yi Futian's place in her heart. For countless years, this emotion gave her the strength to move forward. She always held on to her unwavering belief. Although they had not met for decades, in a way, Yi Futian had always been beside her as she grew up. No one could understand this feeling that she felt, just like no one could understand the despair and helplessness of that innocent little girl in the past. If she knew that it was you, Yaya would definitely be pleased, said Yi Futian. How is she now? Asked Yi Qingyao caringly. Yaya similarly held a place in her heart. Back then, Yi Futian and Yaya had brought her out of her despair together. She is doing very well. She is cultivating in seclusion in Ziwei Imperial Palace. Wait a moment while I go and bring her to see you, said Yi Futian. I will go with you, elder brother, said Yi Qingyao with a gentle smile. The members of the Dark Court had never seen this side of her before. All right, replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head. I can show you around Ziwei Imperial Palace while we are at it. Yi Qingyao nodded. The two of them headed out of the palace. As they left the courtyard, silhouettes with very powerful cultivation silently appeared. They were the cultivators from the Dark Court. They all followed her. All of you wait here, ordered Yi Qingyao coldly as she stepped into the courtyard. Her cloak veiled her face. Even Yi Futian, who was beside her, felt a chill run down his spine when he heard her command. Yi Futian knew that Qingyao was no longer the girl of misfortune from the past. He had mixed feelings about her. Back then, Qingyao was brought away by the Dark Court. Now she held a high position there. From the looks of it, her standing in the Dark Court might be higher than what he imagined. Unfortunately, Yi Futian did not fancy the Dark World. He even felt repulsion toward them. However, did Qingyao have a choice to decide her fate? She did not. Would Yi Futian project his dislike of the Dark Court on Yi Qingyao? Certainly, he was not in the position to do so. Yi Qingyao's childhood was a tragedy. She was forcefully taken away by the Dark Court. She could not decide her fate at all. Understood. Nobody from the Dark Court disobeyed Yi Qingyao's command. All of them stayed put where they were. They also seemed not to be worried about her safety. The higher-ups in the Dark Court also vaguely knew about the relationship between Yi Qingyao and Yi Futian. Moreover, even without this relationship, if Yi Futian dared to touch Yi Qingyao, the Ziwei segmentum would be reduced to ashes. On the other hand, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were very confused about what was happening. Why would their palace lord bring this major figure of the Dark Court away? Follow them, someone said. With a flash, they went up into the sky and followed Yi Futian. Their pursuit led them back to Ziwei Imperial Palace. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian and Yi Qingyao came to one of Emperor Xia's palaces. Yaya was cultivating here. When she saw Yi Futian's arrival, she stopped her training and came close to him. She stared curiously at Yi Qingyao, who stood beside Yi Futian. Yaya, come and see who has come to visit you, Yi Futian said with a smile while Yi Qingyao removed her cloak. Similar to Yi Futian, Yaya did not recognize Yi Qingyao at first glance. After all, Yi Qingyao was still very young when they parted ways. Both her looks and her temperament had undergone tremendous changes since then. Elder sister, Yi Qingyao greeted. Are you, Qingyao? Yaya asked somewhat dubiously. Yi Futian nodded with a smile. Instantly, Yaya beamed with joy. She approached Yi Qingyao and held her hands, exclaiming, You are all grown up now. Yaya, are you aware of how many years have passed? Yi Futian teased. What did she mean by Yi Qingyao having grown up? Elder sister is still the same. Time has no effect on you, Yi Qingyao said as she stared at the familiar face before her. Yaya still felt somewhat surreal. She asked, Were you cultivating in the Dark World? Yes. Yi Qingyao nodded. I have been worrying about you all these years. Now that I have seen you safe and sound, I can rest my worries, Yaya said with a smile. She could finally lift a weight off her mind. Yi Qingyao felt warm inside. There was actually someone in this world who still remembered her. Xianxia, do you have other matters you need to attend to during your trip to the original realm this time? Asked Yifutian. Xianxia made her appearance for the first time after so many years. She would most likely have some serious business to attend to. I have always wanted to visit elder brother, but I was not allowed to leave the Dark Court until recently, Xianxia explained. This time, I am heading to the Divine Prefecture. As she mentioned the purpose of her trip, a glint of dark aura flashed in her jet-black eyes. Yifutian acutely sensed a terrifying death will from her. However, it disappeared in an instant. This caused his heart to tremble. Such a menacing death will. Xianxia was actually heading to the Divine Prefecture to join the war. Unbeknownst to him, Xianxia was actually thinking about something else. She had heard rumors of many forces in the Divine Prefecture mistreating Yifutian. They even attempted to kill him numerous times. Yifutian felt some conflict in his heart. He didn't expect Xianxia to participate in the war. Yushang, too, would inevitably participate in the war on behalf of the Devil World in the future. His relationships with all these other realms were a little complicated. The Divine Prefecture, naturally, needed no more explanation. He had always belonged under the rule of the Divine Prefecture. As to the world of Buddhism, it was a place where he had gone to seek instruction and received a lot of teaching in return. At one point, he had even preached Buddhism, and Hua Qingqing had once accompanied the Buddha in cultivation as well. As far as the Devil World was concerned, Yushang's relationship with him needed no more description, and now Xianxia held a high position of power in the Dark World. These relationships were now kind of a mess. Yifutian didn't try to persuade anyone. Just as the Devil Emperor had said, everyone had their position to consider. He could not possibly control any of this. All he could do was tell Xianxia, Xianxia, if you are going to the Divine Prefecture to participate in the war, you must watch your back. The battle of the 6 realms would be unimaginably dangerous. I know. Xianxia nodded. The 3 of them chatted a while longer before Xianxia left. Soon after, someone below sent the news that Xianxia had left Ziwei Segmentum with the cultivators from the Dark Court, presumably heading towards the Divine Prefecture. Old Ma. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yifutian summoned Old Ma. Old Ma came over and waited on his orders. On my behalf, tell everyone to monitor the movements of the battlefield of the 6 realms in the Divine Prefecture and make reports regularly, Yifutian said. Before, he had been concentrating on cultivation and the development of Ziwei Segmentum's prowess. However, as the war intensified, more and more cultivators were getting involved. Yifutian was now starting to pay close attention to this battle of the 6 realms. Very well, Old Ma nodded, then left to prepare to send envoys to the North Cliff region into the Divine Prefecture. After Old Ma left, and Yifutian continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. A few months later, a major event took place in Ziwei Segmentum. It was a major event that got everyone extremely excited. Aside from Yifutian, and after the Supreme Elder Lord Chun, Ziwei Segmentum had produced yet another giant figure who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. More importantly, this person was none other than the Lady of the Palace, Hua Jieyu. Decades had passed, and Hua Jieyu had finally taken this extremely critical step. Nowadays, Yifutian had the combat power of 3 major giants: Yifutian, Lord Chun, and Hua Jieyu. They had quite a few cultivators in the first tribulation plane already, such as Emperor Shi, Murongyu, Taoist Monk Mu, Blind Tai, Gu Donglu, Hua Qingqing, Chen Yi, Yang Wuqi, and Fang Xiyuan. Such a terrific group of people, no matter where they were, had to be first-rate. Aside from the inheritance of the great emperors, this caste might even be stronger than any ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture. Furthermore, now that Shin'i continent was also part of the Ziwei Segmentum, there were many top cultivators. If they were to be lumped together, the strength of the Ziwei Segmentum would indeed be even more astounding. Naturally, everyone in the Ziwei Segmentum rejoiced after Hua Jieyu had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. But none of them were more pleased than Yifutian. The 2 of them, husband and wife, were now both giants. Ziwei's strength was getting more spectacular. But at this time, News came from the divine prefecture of the upper worlds that the battle of the six realms had grown more fierce. A mysterious cultivator had emerged out of the dark court, known as the Reaper. Every time she appeared, she was hidden in a cloak, and no one had been able to see her true physical form or her face. But wherever she passed, living things died. If anyone so much as to stare her into her eyes, they would be eroded by death until they succumbed completely. Any place that the Reaper had appeared, the great path dried up, and the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was exhausted. Everything turned into death and silence without the slightest hint of life. On the battlefield, unknown numbers of cultivators had died in her hands. She had passed through some continents in the North Cliff region, and wherever she passed, no life could exist. For a while, the people from the North Cliff region fled frantically. Even those who couldn't really escape tried and risked everything to run away. They had no choice. Staying behind was a dead end for them. After Yifutian had gotten the news, a shadow loomed over him. Obviously, he knew who this mysterious Reaper was, Xianxia. He would have never expected that Xianxia would achieve fame so quickly, almost as soon as she stepped into the battlefield, and in such a dramatic way, no less, to be known as the Reaper. Once upon a time, she was just a sad little girl, abandoned by the world with no one to count on. Yifutian knew that Xianxia had changed. She was no longer the same Xianxia that she once was, but he didn't expect the change to be so terribly drastic. The Reaper had sent shockwaves through the divine prefecture. Soon after, the top cultivators of the three realms, the divine prefecture, the world of Buddhism, and the human realm, began their mission to hunt down the Reaper. At the same time, Donghuang Imperial Palace officially ordered all the top forces in divine prefecture to join the war. Anyone who could kill the Reaper from the Dark Court would receive a handsome reward and the opportunity to cultivate at the Imperial Palace, receiving instructions from Donghuang the Great himself. Some principalities responded while some others chose to stonewall. But at this time, a group of cultivators came from Tianyan City and officially stepped onto the battlefield. After they stepped into the battlefield, they bulldozed over many cultivators from the three major worlds who had invaded the divine prefecture with deadly force. They were undefeated wherever they went, and the deterrent power of one ancient god clan seemed to be even greater than Donghuang Imperial Palace. And this was all because of one person, the favored son of Tianyan City, the heir of Tianyan the Great, Wang Xiao. For the first time since the several defeats that he suffered at the hands of Yifutian, Wang Xiao appeared in front of the world once again and shocked them with his outstanding performance. The Wang Xiao who appeared this time was more terrifying than ever and was way too frightening. One could say that he had completely transformed and become another person. Even the city lord of Tianyan himself, if participating in the battle, would not be scarier than Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, as he appeared in front of the world, bathed in the armor of golden flames, holding sky tremoring, descended on the battlefield like a true deity. He was above everything, and no one could stop him. In this world, there were very few who could claim the ability to totally harness imperial arms. Wang Xiao, in addition to his own terrifying strength, could control imperial arms. For a time, the name of Wang Xiao from Tianyan City once again resounded throughout the world, suppressing even the fame of the Reaper. It was as if he wanted to end the battle of the six realms all by himself. The news reached Ziwei Imperial Palace and into the ears of Yifutian. Qingyao had become the Reaper. Wang Xiao, once again, exhibiting his unparalleled majesty to the world, was something Yifutian had not expected. However, even though he quite despised Wang Xiao from their encounters before, it was a fact that Wang Xiao could control the imperial arms. If it weren't for the protection of Ziwei the Great, Wang Xiao, as aided by imperial arms, was enough to sack Ziwei Segmentum. "I am taking a trip to the outside," Yifutian said to Hua Jieyu. "Where to?" Hua Jieyu asked. "The Divine Prefecture," Yifutian said. "I want to go to the North Cliff region to take a look." "I'll go with you. Now that my cultivation has elevated, I won't hold you back," said Hua Jieyu. "No." Yifutian shook his head instead and pinched Hua Jieyu's cheek. He said with a smile, "That is a battlefield there. What will you do there? It's easier for me to come and go without a trace by myself." "As you wish." Hua Jieyu didn't argue with him. If Yifutian didn't want her to go, then she wouldn't go. In the North Cliff region, the Battle of the Six Realms covered an area of several continents. The coalition forces, headed by the Devil World and supplemented by the Dark World and the Empty Divine Realm, had very nearly captured all of the Northern Cliff region. Nowadays, the Northern Cliff region in the Divine Prefecture was in a fallen state. Right this moment, the army, as led by the Devil World, was stationed on a continent at the edge of the Northern Cliff region. On the bordering continent, there was an army led by the Divine Prefecture, aided by the human realm and the world of Buddhism. At this moment, above a continent somewhere, Yifutian appeared. He looked down and surveyed the vast landmass beneath him. There were unknown numbers of cultivators as far as the eyes could see. Powerful cultivators were stationed everywhere. The exact number of cultivators in the Six Realms was unknown. During times of peace, they were everywhere. But now, they had gathered together at the time of war and formed a massive group with unimaginable prowess. During Yifutian's travel in the sky above, he had passed through some continents and saw they were greatly devastated. Some continents were completely destroyed by acts of war. In many places, corpses littered everywhere. Many cultivators had perished. At any given time in history, a war at this scale would inevitably have such a result, with considerable loss of lives and dire consequences. Yifutian continued moving forward. The further he went, the closer he was to the heart of the battlefield, and the cultivation of the army was greater. In fact, a war on this scale was more about competing with the forces on the top. If top-level cultivators could secure an absolute advantage, then the matter of winning could more easily be determined. Cultivators below the realm of Renhuang weren't actually very useful. Therefore, the armies were mostly made up of Renhuang cultivators. Under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace, there were several legions of Renhuang that dominated the army. In truth, their existence had always been in preparation for war. Although the Divine Prefecture had been quiet for hundreds of years, war was never very far from their minds. When the two sides first began to clash, they both exercised reservations. Those cultivators above the realm of Renhuang would not indiscriminately kill those in the Renhuang realm. It was a battle of equals. Top figures would only engage other top figures, while the army of Renhuang would only fight with Renhuang cultivators. But as the battle grew more fierce, the situation on the battlefield began to change. Today's war had gotten more radicalized. Both sides had begun to carry out large-scale slaughters, and the top figures were beginning their sweeps. In the several engagements previously, many cultivators had already perished. Most of those who perished were by the hands of the Reaper from the Dark Court and Wang Xiao from Tianyan City. Their killing sprees were simply a materialization of madness. With a single thought, the Reaper could turn an infinite space into the dead zone. A single blow from Wang Xiao's imperial arms could penetrate an entire continent. It was inconceivable just how destructive their powers were. Yifutian moved along the battlefield at an extremely fast speed. He saw many places in a state of destruction, and some continents were even broken into pieces. In the heat of the battle, even the continents had collapsed. As he continued to move forward and came to the forefront of this continent, he could see that the cultivation of the cultivators there were much stronger and surmised that they ought to be the cultivators at the core of the battle. At this moment, both sides seemed to be at a truce and in the process of regrouping. After all, no one could endure endless battles. A series of divine consciousness swept over Yifutian, and many powerful figures appeared in the ground below. "Who is it?" Someone's voice rang in Yifutian's ears, just as Yifutian's divine consciousness swept toward the other as well without too much scruple. In today's world, there were not many who could surpass him in ability. Even if they could defeat him head-on, they may not be able to keep up with him in guerrilla tactics. His divine consciousness also swept toward the others. In one territory, there were many top cultivators there, and even some who possessed terrifying auras. Every one of them had extraordinary temperament with equally extraordinary origin. Buzz! Several people appeared high in the sky, directly blocking Yifutian's path forward. Each of these people had a powerful aura and stared at Yifutian as they asked him, "Which side are you from?" Yifutian revealed a strange look. There were not many who did not recognize him. These people did not seem to be from the divine prefecture. Ignoring the question, Yi Futian took a step forward and disappeared from where he was. The other's face suddenly changed, revealing a look of surprise. Did he just leave like that? It's Yi Futian, a middle-aged man with extraordinary temperament said. I didn't think he would come to the battlefield. The first man of the original realm? A young man asked. Obviously, they knew of Yi Futian. Now, in the land of the 6 realms, of all the top-level figures, there were few, if any, who did not know who Yi Futian was. Yes, it is unexpected for him to be here at the battlefield. But what is he doing here on the battlefield? The person who just spoke asked with curiosity. Because of the battle of the 6 realms, the original realm is temporarily out of the play. Why does he bother coming over here instead of cultivating there in peace? The young man smiled and replied. Now that no one had the time to pay attention to the original realm, shouldn't Yi Futian seize this opportunity and focus on improving his strength? It has nothing to do with us. If Wang Xiao knew that he was here, he would want to kill him. However, Yi Futian cultivates Buddha's celerity. It is not a sure thing whether he can be caught or not. Just as Yi Futian suspected, these people were not cultivators from the divine prefecture but powerful cultivators from the human realm. They may not have recognized Yi Futian at first, but given time, they all caught on. Yi Futian's figure appeared in another space as he continued moving forward above the battlefield. But, at this moment, he faintly felt that someone was spying on him, and his brows knitted together slightly. Then a voice was heard saying, Benefactor Yi, it's been a long time. As his divine consciousness made the scan, Yi Futian looked in a direction quite a ways away and saw a group of cultivators somewhere far from him. Yonder, there was a sacred light of auspices as the light of Buddha gleamed. Among them, there were several acquaintances Yi Futian recognized. The person who spoke, surprisingly, was Tongchan Arhat. Not far from him, Xinyan Arhat was also present. His eyes turned into a golden color, and the light of Buddha was shining and penetrating through the space as he directed his gaze at Yi Futian. By now, the cultivation of these 2 Arhats was very profound as well, as they had both survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path. They were now considered existences at the level of the great Buddhas. In another direction, there were a few more terrifying Buddha lords. Among them, there were Tongchan Buddha Lord and Xinyan Buddha Lord. At that time, Yi Futian had come into contact with many Buddha lords in the Western world of Buddhism and had gotten to know their personalities very well. It was not surprising that these 2 Buddha lords would come here to join the fight. Compared to these 2 Buddha lords, Wutian Buddha Lord and Tianyin Buddha Lord were more in line with Buddhist philosophy and were more friendly towards him. Greetings to the Buddha lords, Yi Futian said across the air but did not salute them. He merely put his hands together, which was regarded as a sign of respect to Buddhism. He never had a good feeling about these 2 Buddhas, especially when he left Spirit Mountain chased by Xinchen. He highly suspected these 2 Buddha lords were involved in it as well. Xinyan Buddha Lord, in particular, had even spied on his comings and goings with his divine dyes and helped Saint Xinchen to hunt him. Nevertheless, he would not be so foolish as to start fighting with them now. After all, he did have a relationship with the world of Buddhism. The Lord of all Buddhas, as well as several other Buddha lords, had been kind to him and taught him Buddhist methods. This war that had ensnared the 6 realms had reached so many cultivators at the top. Except for the principalities of the divine prefecture, the world of Buddhism and the human realm had dispatched their high-level cultivators here. Of course, there were also the dark world and the empty divine realm to consider. Is Benefactor Yi here to render aid to the divine prefecture? To destroy the allied forces of the devil world, the dark world, and the empty divine realm? Tongchan Arhat clasped his hands together and asked Yi Futian. His temperament was outstanding as he wore a smile on his face. Overall, he gave people a feeling of being incredibly friendly. However, Yi Futian knew Tongchan Arhat to be a very scheming individual, and what he specialized in was the cultivation of telepathy. Still, Yi Futian was a little curious. Now his strength was much greater than that of Tongchan Arhat, and he wondered if the telepathy of the other would be effective on him. He smiled as he looked at Tongchan Arhat. A thought surfaced in his mind. As he was observing the look on Tongchan Arhat's face, he saw that the expression of the other remained unchanged, and he could not fathom what he was thinking. Yifutian then put the thought in his mind aside. After all, in addition to Tongchan Arhat, Tongchan Buddha Lord was also here. This kind of individual with a superpower would be no weaker than him. Perhaps he would be able to see what was on his mind. When facing Tongchan Buddha Lord and Tongchan Arhat, he would do well to watch himself when he dealt with them. I cultivated in the original realm, and I don't belong to any of the 6 realms. I stand alone and do not join with any other forces, so I am in no position to intervene in the battle of the 6 realms, Yifutian replied. Benefactor Yi was once from the Divine Prefecture, and the original realm was part of the Divine Prefecture. Not to mention you had spent considerable time at the world of Buddhism. The Devil World, the Dark World, and the empty Divine Realm have now invaded the Divine Prefecture and disrupted the lives of every living being. Benefactor Yi is someone who has a destination with Buddhism and has extraordinary strength. You ought to help defeat the evil and defend what is right, Tongchan Arhat proclaimed loudly, persuading Yifutian to take action. I am of average aptitude, and my cultivation is shallow. I do not have such high aspirations as the Arhat. The matter of eliminating the evils of the world and defending the righteousness is better served by the Arhat and the other Buddha's lords. Yifutian responded with a smile, calm and easy as if they were chatting casually. What was right and what was evil? Although the Devil World was the invading force, hadn't Divine Prefecture forces invaded the original realm and attacked Ziwei once upon a time? At that time, who had stepped forward to fight against evil and defend righteousness? The good and evil in the world could not be so easily judged by a single word. He couldn't preside over the battle of the 6 realms because he could not intervene. The Devil World and the Reaper from the Dark Court were inextricably linked to him as well. Is that so? A cold, sarcastic voice said. The tone was not as friendly as Tongchan Arhat. The man who spoke at this moment was none other than Tongchan Buddha Lord. He looked at Yifutian and said, I heard that you had gone to the Devil World to cultivate, and Yushang, your good friend and brother, is now a giant in the Devil World, the heir of the Devil Emperor. Later, the Dark Court had paid you a visit in Ziwei Segmentum. It was said that the Reaper was also present. These are all true, aren't they? Tongchan Buddha Lord stared at Yifutian with terrifying eyes. A golden light of Buddha flowed inside of them as if he wanted to see through everything. At the same time, there was a mysterious and unfathomable power that shrouded Yifutian. Clearly, he wanted to see into Yifutian's thoughts. Yifutian fixed his attention on Tongchan Buddha Lord with a smile on his face. His expression did not change because of what the other had said, but at the moment when the other asked the question, he did move a thought in his mind. Although he covered it up quickly and didn't think about it anymore, the other could still spy some of it. At least this was for real. Just as I thought. Tongchan Buddha Lord stared at Yifutian across the air. It seems that Benefactor Yi not only not intends to stand on the side of the Divine Prefecture to help eliminate these invaders, but you also want to help the Devil World and the Dark World to invade the Divine Prefecture. Honestly, Yifutian felt quite indifferent inside. He thought that the other knew what had happened in the Devil World and the Ziwei Segmentum, although this was not some big secret, and they were easy enough to uncover. This at least proved that the others had spies hidden somewhere. Whether it was the Devil World or the Ziwei Segmentum, spies were watching their every move. It seemed that he was still too naive. Over the years, the Ziwei Segmentum had gathered cultivators from everywhere to enter Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate and strengthen the Ziwei Imperial Palace. There was a large number of people that were recruited. Though it was not so easy to become part of the core group at Ziwei Imperial Palace, it was not so difficult to enter the Ziwei Imperial Palace to cultivate. To dispatch 1 or 2 spies inside would not be a difficult task for any of these principalities. Therefore, he assumed that the Devil World and the Ziwei Segmentum might have already been compromised. I have something I want to ask the Buddha Lord, Yifutian asked. Tongchan Buddha Lord looked at him and said, Please. The Buddha Lord is an expert in telepathy and can spy on the thoughts of others at will. However, Only the Buddha Lord himself knows what he had detected in the thoughts of others. Yifutian smiled and continued. This means that the Buddha Lord is free to say whatever he pleases, with no one the wiser? How dare you? Some Buddhist cultivator lashed out at him. He clasped his hands together, as the light of Buddha was shining all around him. A powerful oppressive force permeated and went straight for Yifutian. A sharp aura flashed through the eyes of Tongchan Buddha Lord, directed pointing at Yifutian. Who is the Buddha Lord that the likes of you dared to question him? A Buddhist cultivator took a step forward, and his body was shining with the brilliance of Vajra. Waves of domineering light of Buddha pressured Yifutian in the void. When Yifutian saw this, he merely glanced at the one who spoke, a coldness in his heart. Then he took a step forward. With just one step, infinite golden light swept out, as well as a terrifying power of Buddhism that swooped down. The sound of Buddha lingered between heaven and earth as a monstrous light of Buddha was released, drowning this corner of the sky. The sound of Buddha that contained within the light of Buddha sounded like a powerful spell. Bang! Under this terrifying pressure, the cultivator who took a step further was knocked back immediately. He raised his head to glare at Yifutian in the void, and his expression was not pleasant. With such lowly cultivation, aren't you ashamed to parade like this in front of me? Yifutian chided loudly, like the sound of Buddha from the great path, resounding throughout the void. It was like a lion's roar or a glaring vajra. This loud boom deafened the eardrums of the other, and his body seemed on the verge of being shattered. The light of Buddha upon him was dispelled by that shock, and he stumbled a few steps backward. His expression changed rapidly to one of shock. However, at this moment, the light of Buddha was shining on Tongchan Buddha Lord, covering the surrounding area and protecting that cultivator within it. Your cultivation is lowly, and yet you are here mouthing off instead of working on your cultivation. Which great Buddha taught you that? Yifutian's eyes were full of contempt as they swept towards that Buddhist cultivator. The man had nothing to say. At this time, the aura in his body was still quite unsteady. Furthermore, Yifutian had suppressed him with a powerful Buddhist method, and he had no answer to that. I have cultivated Buddhism on the Spirit Mountain for decades and received many blessings of Buddhism. I have spent a lot of time studying the wonders of Buddhism with my being, and I still find it wanting. Now a mere Buddha Lord comes here and refuses to be questioned. How arrogant is that? Yifutian said coldly. It was based on my relationship with Buddhism that I address you as the Buddha Lord, strictly out of respect given to Buddhism. Otherwise, since when do you think it's your business to give me advice on what I should or should not do? Yifutian's speech was aggressive and unrelenting, a complete reversal from the humility he exhibited before. It seemed that at this time, these Buddhist cultivators finally realized that the young man who had gone to Spirit Mountain once upon a time to seek the way was now the world-renowned Lord and Master of Ziwei Segmentum. His trip to the Devil World and his meeting with Xianxia were all private matters. As the Palace Lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yifutian felt how he chose to conduct his business was of no concern to Tongchan Buddha Lord. Those Buddhist cultivators could only stare at Yifutian. This was the cultivator who had once defeated all the Buddhas. He had demonstrated superb talents while he was cultivating on the Spirit Mountain. He even received instructions from some Buddha lords who had passed on to him Buddha's celerity, one of the 6 superpowers of Buddhism. Later, they heard that Yifutian had become invincible in the land of the Divine Prefecture by virtue of Buddha's celerity, as no one could track or follow him. Buddha's celerity had become a trademark of Yifutian's and formed the basis he capitalized amply and freely. You cultivated methods of Buddhism and returned to the original realm, reigning over Ziwei Segmentum and lord over a territory you called your own. It seems that you have quite forgotten where you have gotten your ability and your roots. Next to him, Shinyan Buddha Lord commented nonchalantly, with the status you enjoyed today, no wonder you are so puffed up. In the eyes of Shinyan Buddha Lord, Yifutian's achievement today and his ability to preserve himself was completely contributed to the methods of Buddhism he had cultivated. He even believed that everything Yifutian had was based on his foundation in Buddhism. Without Buddha's celerity, he had no way to establish himself. Puffed up. Oh, so they thought that he was full of himself. You speak as if the spirit mountain of Buddhism was your personal property, forgetting that you, too, are but one of the many cultivators who have gone to the mountain to seek the truth. Yi Futian jeered with some sarcasm, then proceeded to ignore Shinyan Buddha Lord completely. Everyone was entitled to their view, and once they decided what that view was, it was not something that could be easily persuaded by others. This was especially true for people like Shinyan Buddha Lord. Since this was his view, there was no need for Yi Futian to argue further with him. Having said that, he turned around and was ready to leave. Wait! Another indifferent voice spoke, stopping Yi Futian in his tracks. He then saw Tongchan Buddha Lord clasped his hands together, who continued, "What kind of agreement have you reached with the devil world and the dark court?" His voice couldn't be more indifferent or certain, as if he had already determined that this was the case. That Yi Futian and the cultivators of these two major worlds had reached some kind of consensus and were ready to join forces to fight against the divine prefecture. Once again, it's none of your business to interfere with what I choose to do. Yi Futian did not respond to them directly, or rather, he was too tired to respond to them, which accounted for his blunt reply. When he finished, all Yi Futian wanted to do was to turn around and leave, not wanting to engage Tongchan any longer. He knew that back then, out of the several Buddha lords, Tongchan Buddha Lord had always prejudiced against him. He had killed two powerful peers of Tongchan's, and both of them were close to him. Saint Xianxia and Lord Initial Zen also perished because of him. These people were all peers in the same generation. Today, every one of these people had fallen. Yet, not only did Yi Futian continue on without any mishaps, but he was getting even more powerful in the land of the original realm. Not even the joint forces of the 6 ancient god clans were able to take him down. With a history like this, one could only imagine the feelings that Tongchan Buddha Lord harbored for him. Preposterous! Tongchan Buddha Lord clasped his hands together, and the sound of Buddha lingered, resounding between heaven and earth. The sky above Yi Futian was overwhelmed by the sound of Buddha instantly. A terrifying aura descended and turned into a great path domain of Buddhism, which wrapped Yi Futian up within it. Yi Futian didn't immediately strike back. He assessed the surrounding situation, and his face wore a chilly expression as he looked at his opponent. Tongchan Buddha Lord had directly declared war against him. A supreme giant Buddha appeared, sheltering the sky and obscuring the sun. It had turned this corner of the sky into a realm of Buddhism, to trap Yi Futian in it. And Yi Futian did not evade this time with Buddha's celerity but allowed the realm of the Great Path to appear and trap him within. This imagery further convinced those Buddhist cultivators of Yi Futian's hubris and that he was indeed very puffed up. In the past, I did not think teaching you Buddhist methods was a good idea, but the other Buddhas were generous and merciful to allow you to cultivate, and now look what a madman you have become. The Buddhas passed the scriptures on to you and allowed you to cultivate on Spirit Mountain. Even the Buddha himself had vouched for you that you were predestined with Buddhism. But none of this is meant for you to be in cahoots with the devil world and the dark world. Tongchan Buddha Lord said as he glared at Yi Futian. His voice was solemn with the sound of Buddha lingering in the background. His whole body was protected by Vajra energy as if he had transformed into an ancient Buddha. A Buddha in reality. If you are colluding with the devil world and the dark world, then, as a member of Buddhism, I have an obligation to clean up wayward disciples and make up for the mistakes made by Buddhism in the past. The voice of Tongchan Buddha Lord's words resounded throughout the space, and this horrific scene attracted cultivators in the distance. People continued to make their way over to this site, including the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, who had just received the news. What a justice fighter you fancied yourself to be! Yi Futian looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord and said sarcastically, "Rats like you are not worthy of calling themselves Buddha." When his voice faded, the light of Buddha, likewise, flared up brilliantly upon his body. Above the firmament, the light of Buddha flowed freely, as if gathering to form yet another giant Buddha. Suddenly, 2 gigantic Buddhas, each occupying a place, confronted each other without reservation, as both of them released infinite divine splendor. Buzz! With a turn of his mind, Tongchan Buddha Lord levitated as the light of Buddha circulated behind him, and massive and incomparable symbols of Wan appeared. Above the firmament, the hand of the giant Buddha struck Yifutian, and it was a strike that contained countless symbols of Wan. These symbols rotated and intertwined into a massive divine seal in the symbol of Wan and slammed towards Yifutian. Symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan was one of the strongest Buddhist seals. Aggressive and dominant, this power differed based on each cultivator's own understanding. Yifutian cast a glance in front of him. He clasped his hands together in like manner, just as the giant Buddha raised his hand to blast out the symbol of Wan. The two were facing one another without the least bit of hesitation. Two huge symbols of Wan collided together. For a while, the space seemed to be collapsing as a terrifying power swept across this corner of the sky. Even the realm of Buddhism was shattered. The extremely dazzling light of Buddha turned into a terrible storm that ravaged the space. Even the cultivators from faraway places were forced to look this way because they thought that the cultivators from the devil world had invaded again. Yifutian and Tongchan Buddha Lord stood in the middle of the storm, and each failed to overpower the other. In this one symbol of Wan, they each had integrated their own comprehension, and it turned out that they were evenly matched. While exercising similar Buddhist methods, total victory was only possible unless they had an absolute advantage in strength. I have cultivated Buddhism for decades and far surpassed your cultivation for 1,000 years. In front of me, how dare you call yourself a Buddha? Yifutian looked at Tongchan Buddha Lord, and his words were cutting. Tongchan Buddha Lord had already indicted him on charges of colluding with the devil world and the dark world and against the allied forces of the divine prefecture. Now, he attacked in the name of eliminating the evil to defend righteousness. Under such circumstances, did he still need to maintain a semblance of courtesy with the others? As the storm dissipated, many cultivators appeared in the area around the two of them. Among them, there were many top figures from the divine prefecture. This war was driven mainly by the invasion of the devil world into the divine prefecture. Therefore, the cultivators from both the divine prefecture and the devil world were in the majority, with the most powerful castes. The other four realms were here for support originally, but as the war heated up, they, too, had gradually increased their forces. Yifutian, how could the cultivators from the divine prefecture not recognize who he was? The cultivators from Tianyan City had also arrived. Wang Xiao immediately zoomed in on Yifutian's whereabouts. In those golden eyes of his, monstrous fighting will suddenly burst out in an instant. How dare Yifutian appear in the divine prefecture? Yifutian's attention also drifted towards Wang Xiao. After all these years, Wang Xiao's cultivation became more frightening than ever, as he had already survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Although many years had passed since the contest at Alchemy City, it was rare for Wang Xiao to break through after all these years. Moreover, the person he was at present was very different from who he once was. His entire body was radiant. It was as if he was draped in an armor of golden flames. Wang Xiao was much stronger than before and was no longer the same person that he was. What has he been through? Yifutian wondered, a little surprised. How did Wang Xiao manage to achieve such a massive change? Back then, Wang Xiao could not contend with him at all. However, today's Wang Xiao seemed to have caught up with him. Behind Wang Xiao was the city lord of Tianyan. His eyes were cold, and the murderous intent upon him was fierce than ever as he stared at Yifutian. Once upon a time, because Yifutian's power was enough to slaughter cultivators in the second tribulation plane, they had no choice but to retreat from the original realm. The 6 ancient god clans had failed in their joint efforts, and their defeat was a tremendous humiliation. However, today's Wang Xiao was no longer the Wang Xiao of yesteryear. He had even arranged so that after this war, he would pass the position of the city lord of Tianyan to Wang Xiao, and he would work behind the scene and manage everything for Wang Xiao. It was Tianyan City's greatest desire to give rise to a great emperor. By then, Tianyan City may become a force of its own and be able to stand alone. They would no longer be ruled by the divine prefecture, and they may even be able to go and sack the land of the original realm. Just because Donghuang the Great didn't make a move, it didn't mean that they wouldn't. Naturally, the premise of all this was because Tianyan City had Wang Xiao, who had the quality of becoming the next great emperor. Yi Futian, you colluded with the devil world and the dark court, and you fought against the Buddha Lord from the world of Buddhism, who passed its methods to you. You are indeed an ingrate. The city lord of Tianyan admonished in a cold tone. How could he miss this rare opportunity to add more fuels to the fire? He would seize any opportunity to make Yi Futian a bigger target, to alienate him from everyone else. He was once a cultivator from the divine prefecture, but now not only has he betrayed the divine prefecture and lord over a domain of his own, he has even chased away cultivators of the divine prefecture from the land of the original realm. Before, everyone thought it was because of some deep-seated grievances he had with the divine prefecture, but now it seems that it is because he has colluded with the devil world and the dark world, another person added. Clearly, Yi Futian had offended many forces in the divine prefecture. Furthermore, he was getting too much attention, and many cultivators were aching to see some mishaps befall Yi Futian. Our Lord the Buddha was compassionate and taught him the way of Buddhism, but it is not meant for him to cause evil in this world. This is a sin, unfortunately, committed by Buddhism. A great Buddha clasped his hands together, and the light of Buddha gleamed upon him. This was also someone in the same camp as Tongchan Buddha Lord and was not so friendly to Yi Futian. Yi Futian stood there, dumbfounded. He was just passing through and came to check on the battlefield. He didn't expect that he would become a target of public hatred and that there were quite a lot of people who meant to do him harm. He glanced at the city lord of Tianyan, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. It was as if he loathed to lower himself to that level. It seems that Tianyan City has forgotten what happened in the past, Yi Futian said sarcastically. He continued, as for my relationship with the world of Buddhism, I have already explained it very clearly. In my cultivation of Buddhism, I have always respected its teaching. This is why I treated these people in front of me with courtesy. However, some of them, under the pretense of Buddhism, seek revenge on every little transgression without tolerance. Whenever they open their mouths, it is to condemn the others, which is contrary to the teachings of Buddhism. I don't think they are fit to be called Buddhas. If they don't focus their energies on cultivating Buddhism and concentrate on self-examination, I am afraid these are the ones who will fall into the evil way and create disasters for millenniums to come. Preposterous! Shinyan Buddha Lord lashed out coldly. More and more cultivators began to gather around, and Shinyan Buddha Lord said, "This man is so insolent and arrogant, and disrespectful to boot. Now that he has colluded with the devil world and the dark world, shall we detain him here?" All the cultivators stared at Yi Futian. There were many top personalities in their presence today who were all powerful giants in their own right. With so many powerful existences, it was not impossible to detain Yi Futian. Moreover, Shinyan Buddha Lord was an expert in divine eyes. Even if Yi Futian wanted to escape by Buddha's celerity, it would not be an easy task. As it should be, the city lord of Tianyan was the first to respond. If we allow him to leave, he will certainly go to the devil world and the dark world and join hands with them. Given his ability, it will be yet another catastrophe waiting to happen. Although Tianyan City did not really think that Yi Futian would ally with the devil world, it did not mind so much to charge him with this imaginary crime. This way, Yi Futian would be forced to stand on the opposite side, and Donghuang Imperial Palace would certainly cease to accommodate him and Ziwei Segmentum. At that time, the Imperial Palace would have no choice but to make a move against him. "Take me down." Yi Futian looked at those cultivators, then fixed his attention solely on the city lord of Tianyan. "It seems that you have forgotten the lesson of yesteryears. Are you forfeiting Tianyan City?" The expression on city lord of Tianyan's face changed slightly, and it wasn't a pretty look. Yi Futian simply looked at the others with a cold contempt before moving on to Shinyan Buddha Lord. "I am blessed by Buddhism, and I will not be at odds with the Buddhist sect. But if you insist on having it out with me regarding our personal grievances, I don't mind going there with you. However, don't drag the others in this muddy water with you. I have no intention of getting involved in this war, nor am I interested in influencing the outcomes on the battlefield." When he finished speaking, he continued to levitate into the sky and appeared above the firmament. He lowered his head to survey all the cultivators beneath and said, Those who want to kill me may come up and try it themselves, but don't instigate. There is even less need to use the war as an excuse. I have led the people in Ziwei to cultivate in the original realm, and we do not have an interest in this war one way or the other. You have continued to try to force me to choose a side. Why is that? Wang Zhao's body soared into the air and went higher into the sky. There was plenty of fight will in his eyes as a terrifying aura swept out from his body, aiming towards Yifutian. Wang Xiao had cast a divine body of his own and was invincible on the battlefield. Now that he had the chance to meet Yifutian again on the battlefield, naturally, he would take this chance to engage him again. You couldn't do it back then, and it's the same now. If you don't use the Imperial arms, you are no match for me. Yifutian gave Wang Xiao a sideway glance and spoke coldly with some contempt. In today's situation, he didn't want to fight, but these people wouldn't give up. If so, he was curious to see who would really come and fight him. Really? Wang Zhao's eyes fixed on Yifutian. But this time it's different. After being defeated by Yifutian several times, Wang Xiao had now regarded Yifutian as his sworn enemy, the greatest enemy of his life. His biggest goal was to slay Yifutian and use his blood to pave his way to becoming a great emperor himself. Yifutian, undoubtedly, would be the greatest obstacle on this journey. He had refined his body by the power of Tianyan the Great and cast a divine body of his own, unparalleled to all. His body was invincible, and even without the imperial arms under the great emperor, there were not many in the world who could beat him. It's not different, Yifutian said nonchalantly. A loser will never be able to reverse his predicament. Wouldn't he? Wang Xiao thought. The divine body of Wang Xiao dazzled, and the light illuminated the sky with blinding radiance, as a terrifying aura enshrouded the boundless space. He stared at Yifutian and said aggressively, I will use your blood to pave my way to my kingdom as a great emperor. Yifutian's eyes were still indifferent when he heard Wang Zhao's words. He knew that Wang Xiao had deemed him an opponent that he must defeat in this lifetime no matter what, and the two were enemies forever. However, for Yifutian, perhaps only Donghuang Diyuan had the qualifications to be his true contender and to be considered a sworn enemy. Wang Xiao was not worthy. On the contrary, I have never regarded you as a serious opponent. On the path to becoming a great emperor, you are not even a stumbling block to me. Your presence is entirely superfluous. Yifutian spoke indifferently, and his calm tone was full of contempt. His attitude only made Wang Xiao more obstinate. If he didn't defeat Yifutian, he was afraid that he would never become a great emperor in this lifetime. Yifutian had already become Wang Zhao's biggest mental block. When the city lord of Tianyan heard Yifutian's words, his face sunk, and he became incredibly gloomy. Yifutian's arrogant words were a deliberate attempt to undermine Wang Xiao psychologically, to cast a shadow of doubt in Wang Zhao's psyche. In this battle, he hoped Wang Xiao could wash away the shame of the past once and for all. Over the years, especially with the great emperor's help in his cultivation, Wang Xiao had completely transformed. Only he knew how much progress Wang Xiao had made and what his true strength was like. He was almost catching up to the city lord himself. Precisely because of this, he had wanted to hand over the position of the city lord to Wang Xiao and let him rule Tianyan City. He would shoulder the mission of Tianyan City, pursue the path of supremacy, and restore the glory of Tianyan City as in the days of yore. How could this world refuse the birth of a great emperor in armoring? Bang! Wang Xiao stepped forward as the divine light erupted from him. Even the space was shaken when he moved. A terrifying aura of the great path swept out and pounced on Yifutian. The ensuing burning and domineering storm made Yifutian realize that Wang Xiao was indeed no longer what he was once. Compared to before, he was much stronger than he was in the past. What had Wang Xiao experienced? You had comprehended the physical body of Xianxia the great emperor and made a powerful body for yourself. Now, I too have cast a divine body. So let's see how strong is your body of the great path, Wang Xiao said proudly. Above his divine body, a horrific aura exploded under the unwavering attention of so many cultivators around them. Wang Zhao's physical body did give them an overwhelming sense of strength. As you wish, Yifutian responded casually. As soon as his voice fell, the divine light of the great path circled all around him, and it was blindingly brilliant. Buzz! Wang Xiao disappeared. His divine body with its golden armor arrived instantly in front of Yi Futian, as his fist dealt a blow at the same time. A terrifying stream of hot air swallowed up this space and overwhelmed Yi Futian, zooming in for the kill. That blow caused a golden streamer of flame to appear in the void. Yi Futian's eyes were frightening. When he saw the incoming attack, he raised his hand threw out a palm print. On this great palm print, there was a symbol of Wan with horrific light of Buddha circling around it. When it slammed down, it seemed to cover the entire sky, accompanied by a power of Yin that froze the space. The two attacks collided, and an aura of horror burst into the space. A storm of destruction materialized around them, but neither backed away from this confrontation. The strength of their physique was unimaginably powerful. When Yi Futian's great palm print landed on the opponent's attack, it seemed to have a blast on an indestructible divine arms. Wang Zhao's body appeared to be more than just pure flesh, but an extension of a divine arms. His body had been tempered, just like how a divine arm was made. Was this why Wang Xiao dared to proclaim that he had already cast a divine body of his own? But what price did Wang Xiao have to pay for a divine body cast in this way? The road of cultivation could not be accomplished overnight. Wang Xiao managed to complete this journey in a great leap, which far surpassed the leap what his natural ability could achieve. He cast a divine body that was comparable to divine arms. It was not difficult to imagine that Wang Xiao must have paid a great price for it. Even so, Yi Futian's divine body was not to be underestimated. Even if Wang Xiao was as powerful as he was now, Yi Futian had no qualm facing his attacks head-on again and again, as palm strikes and fist blows continued to collide. Those cultivators watching the battlefield saw that these two had collided numerous times in just a short period. Every time they collided, there was a violent outburst of sound, and an astonishing storm was forming. At this time, the vast space was filled with a suffocating pressure, as if the space was about to collapse. Especially in the center of the battlefield, that aura of destruction was even more frightening. The symbol of Wan. Cultivators from the Buddhist sect watched Yi Futian's attacks closely and saw that this palm strike was derived from the symbol of Wan. Every attack contained the monstrous power of Buddhism, which suppressed all evil demons. What was more terrifying was that this symbol of Wan seemed to have undergone a transformation through Yi Futian, who had incorporated his abilities within. When the palm strikes blasted out, the sound of Buddha lingered like the Buddhist mantras of truth, which further enhanced its boundless prowess of Buddhism. In addition, with every release of the symbol of Wan, they could feel a terrifying chill that was enough to freeze the space, their spiritual souls, and invade Wang Zhao's body. Look, that space seems to be on the verge of being frozen and solidified. If it weren't for the golden divine flames contained in Wang Zhao's divine body, he probably would have been shut down by now. Some cultivators marveled as they watched what took place on the battlefield. Yi Futian had indeed grown stronger. Though the collisions between the two did not spread to a wide radius on account that these two had controlled their power with immaculate precision, everyone watching could feel the true prowess behind their attacks. The one who looked the worst was the city lord of Tianyan. He knew very well the terrifying power Wang Xiao possessed in close-quarter combat, so much so that even he was reluctant to engage him directly. But still, Wang Xiao was suppressed completely. At this time, another violent, loud bang was heard, and Wang Zhao's body was repelled by this attack. His eye never left Yi Futian, who was ahead. Although he was suppressed, his body was now indestructible and invincible. His body and spiritual soul had been transformed so that even if they were invaded by the power of the great path contained in Yi Futian's palm strike, he remained unharmed. This was the reason why he dared to fight with Yi Futian without the imperial arms, and the city lord of Tianyan did not stop him. Now, Wang Xiao was an existence that could not be killed. Boom! A terrifying storm erupted from Wang Xiao, and a terrifying vision appeared behind him. It was a divine matrix, born from the divine wheel of the great path, which refined the way between heaven and earth. This divine matrix directly merged into Wang Zhao's body, and in an instant, his body transformed into a matrix, refining this corner of the world. His entire body was filled with unparalleled power. He clenched both of his fists and continued to stare at Yi Futian's figure just ahead. Buzz! A powerful and menacing wave of the Great Path swept out as Wang Xiao stepped into the void. He disappeared right from where he was. He turned into terrific lightning that blasted towards Yi Futian. When both of his fists blasted out, a series of horrific shock waves were unleashed that seemed to shatter the bodies and spiritual souls of anyone around it. Its supreme force only accentuated Wang Xiao's status. He descended to the earth like a deity that could not be denied. But at almost the same moment, Yi Futian made his move as well. The surrounding world turned into the domain of Buddhism. Behind him, a humongous image of Buddha appeared, which resonated with all the surrounding Buddhas. At the same time, a great palm strike slammed down as the giant Buddha in the sky above Yi Futian also blasted out a boundless symbol of Wan. The symbol of Wan, once unleashed, covered the sky and the sun completely. When it slammed forward, there appeared a space that seemed to be hidden within. Wang Xiao felt that he had somehow fallen into that space inside the symbol of Wan. In this world, all he could see were endless runes in the shape of the symbol, and every one of these runes had now turned into a most aggressive attack. Clang! With a loud sound, both of Wang Xiao's fists dealt heavy attacks, which smashed countless symbols of Wan. However, that one massive and boundless symbol of Wan descended directly in front of Wang Xiao. His fists slammed onto it, but he was unable to shatter it. Instead, he was the one being blasted down below. Everyone looked up into the sky, and their hearts trembled. Wang Xiao seemed to be mired in this, as he was suppressed and slammed down. Back off! All these cultivators couldn't move fast enough as they vacated the space below the battlefield one after another. Boom! A great sound came out that was enough to shake the sky. The symbol of Wan blasted on the ground, and the ground opened up with infinite cracks. These cracks continued to spread outward into the distance. When this terrifying attack dissipated, a gigantic symbol of Wan was etched on the ground. From inside, a figure walked out, and it was Wang Xiao. He continued to levitate into the air until he came to the place opposite Yi Futian. His eyes were icy, and his breath was shallow, but he was not seriously injured. With such violent attacks upon his body, he emerged without any damage. What kind of body is this? Yi Futian couldn't help but wonder. Indeed, Wang Xiao was different. He must have experienced something truly extraordinary, or else this state would not be possible. Even Donghuang Diyuan, if she were to be hit by the attack of the symbol of Wan, could not possibly bear it quite as well as Wang Xiao. The divine body I cast is indestructible and invincible, Wang Xiao said as he fixed his eyes on Yi Futian. His tone was cold as his eyes emitted golden flames. He possessed such an immortal divine body and was bound to walk over Yi Futian's dead body sooner or later. Between heaven and earth, the Buddhas resonated, and the Buddhist mantra of the Great Path resounded through the void. Yi Futian stared back at Wang Xiao and unleashed yet another palm strike. Suddenly, all the symbols of Wan slammed down to the space below again. Bang! An overbearing Buddhist seal smashed down without any hesitation, and once again, blasted Wang Xiao to the ground. The Buddhist seal created yet another giant crater on the ground. When all the cultivators saw how the battle had evolved, they felt quite disturbed as well. Yi Futian's attack was too aggressive and domineering. Wang Xiao may be a natural-born talent who had transformed with the divine body, but he was crushed by Yi Futian all the same. He was not his equal at all. However, this divine body was terrifying enough in itself. Even those extremely tyrannical attacks from Yi Futian could not demolish him. It was indeed a divine body of immortality. Wang Xiao, the city lord of Tianyan, had a terrible look on his face as he witnessed what had transpired. Had Yi Futian grown this powerful already? His attack was overbearing to the point of crushing Wang Xiao's attacks. At this point, Yi Futian frowned as well. He stared at Wang Xiao below and wondered, could he really not kill him? What exactly did Wang Xiao experience? At this time, heaven and earth changed drastically, as a terrifying domain of the Great Path appeared. The city lord of Tianyan appeared somewhere to imprison this area inside the Great Path domain. It seemed that he did not want Yifutian to leave. He was not the only one. In fact, many cultivators were standing in all directions, and these were giants from everywhere. Many of them harbored a great hostility towards him and wanted to detain him more than anything. "Wang Xiao, take the imperial arms and end him now," said the city lord of Tianyan. He knew that Wang Xiao had a mental block where Yifutian was concerned, so he hoped that Wang Xiao would kill Yifutian himself. His original intention was for Wang Xiao to kill Yifutian and lay all his demons to rest. This way, hopefully, Wang Xiao's mental barrier could be removed, and he could then step over Yifutian's dead body as he marched on the path to become a great emperor. But he discovered that even after Wang Xiao's transformation, he was still no match to Yifutian. Wang Xiao regarded Yifutian as his mortal enemy, but in Yifutian's eyes, Wang Xiao didn't even exist. The repeated blows would perhaps become a nightmare from which Wang Xiao could never wake. Now, he just wanted Wang Xiao to use the imperial arms and kill Yifutian right here in order to nip any potential future troubles. Take the imperial arms and end Yifutian? Wang Xiao looked at the figure in the sky above. This was not what he wanted. However, with his strength, it seemed that the cultivator in front of him would be a forever hurdle that he could never step over. Even after being baptized by a great emperor, the result was still the same. How could it be? He made every effort and paid a huge price, but the outcome remained the same and nothing had really changed. He just couldn't defeat Yifutian. So, he was destined not to be able to defeat Yifutian with his power except to rely on the imperial arms? Wang Xiao just couldn't let that slide. If he couldn't get rid of Yifutian, how could he get rid of the barrier inside his mind? And how would he even begin to step onto the road of becoming a great emperor? If he couldn't be truly invincible in the world and have the monopoly of the title The Unraveled, what would qualify him to become a great emperor? Yifutian looked at Wang Xiao below. He knew that it was not likely for him to kill Wang Xiao. The surrounding area was lined with cultivators, and Yifutian couldn't be more clear on what they were thinking. He surveyed the area below and said indifferently, "Even if you had achieved this physical body by a special method, your essence has not changed. You will not surpass me in this lifetime. Every day that I lived and breathed is a day that you will be underneath me. As long as I am around, you'll never come out on top. The so-called unraveled is but a joke. You are not qualified to be on your way to become the great emperor. Kill him!" The city lord of Tianyan said loudly when they saw that Yifutian was still waging psychological warfare on Wang Xiao's fragile state of mind. He just wanted Wang Xiao to use the imperial arms and kill Yifutian once and for all. At this moment, a terrifying aura came from the distance, causing everyone to look yonder. They frowned slightly. It seemed that someone from the other side had arrived. Above the firmament, dark clouds that came from a distance away filled the sky. Although everyone could feel the terrifying aura in the distance, it was still quite far away. It was only because of the great cultivation that this aura could be perceived. "Invade," said a voice that came from afar, and the cultivators frowned when they heard it. These people had an impeccable sense of timing. Prepare for war. Many cultivators moved forward, heading to the front of the battlefield. At the same time, the cultivators in the divine prefecture began to arrange a supreme grand matrix. Instantly, the light from the matrix shot into the sky with a terrifying aura. Shenyan Buddha Lord. A peak cultivator from the divine prefecture looked at the divine eyes and saw that Shenyan Buddha Lord had opened his third eye to scrutinize the other side. He then proceeded to comment, "They do not seem to be here to start a war. The great army did not follow them." The man nodded, and cultivators from all sides dispersed, spreading in the void, taking up different positions. The atmosphere of the great path shrouded even the areas that were quite remote. The cultivators in the distance did not get any closer as terrifying dark clouds continued to gather this way. However, above the firmament, the divine light bloomed with an extreme brilliance that shrouded the boundless void. It blocked the invading dark clouds on one side, which formed a divide above the firmament. Although the cultivators on the side of the divine prefecture were scattered, Yi Futian was still among them. The domain of the Great Path from the city lord of Tianyan had covered the area where he and Wang Xiao were in. However, their attention at this moment was on the area in the distance. Did the Devil World choose this point in time to go to war? Devil World, come forward and receive Palace Lord Yi. A voice came from a distance away that resounded throughout the camp that represented the Divine Prefecture. Everyone in the army from the Divine Prefecture could hear him loud and clear. You guys are not very nice. So many top figures are ganging up on one person. The man who spoke was the Dark Saint Hua Yunting of the Dark Court. His voice was not overly loud, but it was strong and powerful. Yi Futian, on this trip, have you now truly witnessed the hypocrisy of the Divine Prefecture, the world of Buddhism, and the human realm? Mo Chinga, the evil sage of the empty divine realm, also piped up. Both he and Hua Yunting had met Yi Futian before, at the alchemy contest in Tianyan City. These three realms of the Divine Prefecture claimed to be righteous, which is a ridiculous notion. Words of jeer were heard from the other side successively, as the atmosphere of terror continued to permeate, slowly drifted to this side. It seemed that they were here to take Yi Futian away. Among those from the Dark Court, there was someone who was covered up in a cloak. This, no doubt, was Yi Qingyao. However, she did not speak but kept her cloak on, looking extremely mysterious. But the eyes under the cloak seemed to drift toward Yi Futian. Yi Futian joined the side of the Devil World which invaded the Divine Land. I fear that, in the future, he will lead cultivators from the original realm to kill on the lands of the Divine Prefecture. Let's take this opportunity to eradicate him and put an end to him right here. The city lord of Tianyan proclaimed loudly. The actions of the three major realms of the Devil World seemed to further confirm that Yi Futian was already in alliance with them. Under the circumstance, how could the city lord of Tianyan forfeit this excellent opportunity to get rid of Yi Futian and kill him here? Wang Xiao, do it. Do it for the Divine Prefecture and get rid of Yi Futian. This is the right thing to do, he exhorted. In this case, killing Yi Futian was good for the Divine Prefecture. As long as Yi Futian was dead, no one could dispute the charge of him colluding with the Devil World. Kill me? Yi Futian looked quite sarcastic when he heard these shameless words coming from the city lord of Tianyan. He replied with much contempt. Even if we are in the domain of the Great Path, do you think that he will be able to kill me with the imperial arms and that his power is enough? All of you that are on the outside, who among you want to join in? Are you all planning on being buried with these fools? Considering his cultivation level today, if Wang Xiao wanted to kill him, he definitely needed to use the imperial arms, and not just with the ordinary power that he could muster. Wang Xiao must be able to explode with an incredibly terrifying force in order to kill Yi Futian. However, if this level of power were to erupt, Yi Futian was sure he would not be the only one who dies. Many of you who are present today have had grievances with me in the past. Now, I'm giving you a chance, but no one wants to take it. Instead, you want to kill me with the imperial arms. In addition, you have added ridiculous and imaginary charges on my account as a way to seek personal vengeance. This is just ludicrous. Yi Futian continued sarcastically. It seems that Tianyan City has been nothing better to do lately. Hearing Yi Futian's words, the city lord of Tianyan wanted to kill him more than ever. Murderous intent grew ever more fierce in his heart. At the same time, Wang Xiao raised his head to stare at Yi Futian. Yi Futian's continued existence was indeed a great threat to Tianyan City. Buzz! A terrifying aura effused as a monstrous shockwave swept out. Where Wang Xiao was standing, imperial glory was shining and surrounding him. The sky tremoring appeared in his hand, aggressive to the extreme. Just from him holding it in his hand, one could feel its unparalleled power. Undulations upon undulations of shockwaves swept in Yi Futian's direction. Yi Futian was showered in an extremely dazzling golden brilliance. His entire body dazzled as if he was clad in armor. Runes of the Great Path circled him as a divine shadow appeared, with him in the center. These terrifying shockwaves blasted on Yi Futian, but he stood there steadily. Even if Wang Zhao's cultivation had transformed, and the power that was erupting with the imperial arms made him more powerful than ever. Still, it was only the power from the imperial arms. How could he ever dream of possibly affecting Yi Futian? Clearly, Wang Xiao knew how terrifying was Yi Futian's physical body. He had already cast a divine body of his own, but he still couldn't gain the slightest advantage in direct confrontation with Yi Futian. Hi's opponent also possessed a divine body that was akin to divine arms, overwhelming and forceful. A terrifying aura came out of Wang Xiao's hands. With the sky tremoring in hand, he focused his attention solely on Yi Futian. With a step of his feet, he went for Yi Futian with extremely fast speed. He wanted to get close enough for the attack so he could attack Yi Futian with more accuracy, thus limiting the damage to the outside world as much as possible. At the same time, when Wang Xiao made his move, the top cultivators from the devil world also moved as well. The Reaper, who was shrouded in the black cloak, was the fastest of them all as she stepped directly into this space. The moment she descended, the whole world turned into a domain of death. All living things was drying up and withered quickly, replaced instead by the aura of death. In the area below the divine prefecture, the great army was deploying a grand matrix of defensive. They did not participate in the conflict but focused on passive defense. They were not qualified to participate in war at this level. Stop her! Several top cultivators from the divine prefecture moved forward. But besides Yi Qingyao, several very tyrannical existences materialized. Among them, Hua Yunting the Dark Saint was also there. His eyes scanned the area in front of him, and a black storm of destruction formed between heaven and earth. The Dark Saint, like the demon sage of the devil world, was someone who stood at the very top. In the chaotic war hundreds of years ago, all the major worlds had lost many cultivators, and a large number of top figures had fallen and were forgotten in the long river of history. The major worlds also suffered considerable losses even as they began to cultivate another generation of cultivators. However, the likes of the Demon Sage and the Dark Saint were powerful existences that had lived for many years. They had survived the great wars in the past because they were standing at the peak of the imperial-level forces. Their strength was clearly beyond ordinary imagination. The rest of the cultivators also moved forward and became entangled in this confrontation. As for the three major groups from the devil world, they obviously knew that Yi Futian did not form any alliance with them. However, since the divine prefecture threatened Yi Futian and wanted to force him to choose a side, they didn't mind taking advantage of the situation that could cause a total and complete break between Yi Futian and the divine prefecture. This way, Ziwei Segmentum would have to get involved in the war. Naturally, they were just fine with that outcome. On the battlefield where Yi Futian was, Wang Xiao held the sky tremoring and headed towards Yi Futian. The sky tremoring slammed down and blasted right on Yi Futian's body. However, Yi Futian disappeared right away, just as that terrifying shockwave swept forward. Having missed its intended target, that force slammed into the Great Path domain, causing a muffled groan from the city lord of Tianyan. What you were thinking was no more than idiotic dreams. Behind Wang Xiao, a voice was heard, and it was Yi Futian. With Buddha's celerity at his disposal, he didn't really want to confront Wang Xiao head-on. But was it possible for Wang Xiao to do the same? To kill him, there was only one way. In this area that was covered in the domain, different levels of attacks were not possible, and the attack must be powerful enough to destroy everything. To be able to kill him, ordinary attacks were far from sufficient. Then, the attack must be strong enough to wipe out everything around the target. At least, the city lord of Tianyan would be buried with him. Boom! An aura of mighty destruction swept out, and a terrifying vision between heaven and earth appeared behind Wang Xiao. An otherworldly phantom appeared. It was like Tianyan the Great himself had descended into the world. He held the sky tremoring in one hand. He appeared more dominant and overbearing than ever. He regarded Yi Futian with tremendous contempt. It was as if the great emperor had been resurrected. Terrifying shockwaves swept out, pressing towards Yi Futian. The sky tremoring gathered as traces of terrifying and destructive divine light enveloped Yi Futian's body, locking onto him. Yi Futian stood on the edge of the Great Path domain, surrounded by divine light. He simply allowed those terrifying shockwaves to impact his divine body. He stood there absolutely still. His eyes stared at Wang Xiao, not showing the slightest hint of fear. He was curious to see if Wang Xiao dared to deal a fatal blow on him. Wang Xiao, kill him! The city lord of Tianyan was heard loud and clear, but Yi Futian's figure changed positions constantly. He reappeared in the same position as the city lord of Tianyan, in the sky above, behind Wang Xiao. Would Wang Xiao kill him? Do it! I will use the imperial arms for protection. The city lord of Tianyan urged loudly. Even under this kind of condition, he was still inciting Wang Xiao to make a fatal strike. Boom! Destructive lightning exploded as the sky tremoring moved forward. A mighty apocalyptic power of destruction seemed to swoop in Yi Futian's direction. Wang Xiao actually attacked. Many eyes were focused on this sight and saw that godlike phantom behind Wang Xiao brought down the sky tremoring as it burst forward. The strike covered the entire area, and there was nowhere to avoid it. However, as long as Yi Futian was given the slightest chance, he could escape. At this moment, many people stopped fighting, and their eyes were fixed on the exchanges that took place on the battlefield where Wang Xiao and Yi Futian were. If Wang Xiao took the divine arms and attacked regardless of the consequences, then not only would he kill Yi Futian, but he would destroy everything in this area. The sky tremoring fell, and the shock waves of destruction swept forth. There were no corners where these waves did not reach. The storm of destruction drowned out everything, including Yi Futian. At the same time, its aftershocks moved towards that terrifying Great Path domain. However, at the moment when the attack of the sky tremoring landed, the city lord of Tianyan City moved away, attempting to sidestep the attack with his powerful skills. However, he seemed to be a tad bit slower. The moment he withdrew the domain and tried to leave, the terrifying shockwaves from the sky tremoring arrived, sweeping over everything. But at this moment, in the direction where Yi Futian was, everyone saw many doors of space overlapping on top of each other, shattered by the mad aftershocks. But even before all the doors of space were pulverized, the Great Path domain had already disappeared. Boom! The destructive attacks of the sky tremoring fell, and in the boundless space ahead, the destructive power of the shock had destroyed many cultivators. Many cultivators from the divine prefecture below were killed on the spot and perished. This was because Wang Xiao had exercised tremendous restraint and did not exert all of his power. Otherwise, everyone would have died. On the battlefield, everyone released their most powerful force to resist the storm. As the storm of destruction swept past them, there were a lot fewer people remaining on the battlefield, as many were killed by their own people. But where was Yi Futian? Did he perish? The top figures from the divine prefecture were shrouded in the divine light of the Great Path. The picture of what they saw just now was still fresh in their minds. With those countless and overlapping spatial gates, it was possible that Yi Futian escaped. Finally, the storm subsided as everything returned to normal. Cough! A sound attracted everyone's attention, as they looked in the direction where the city lord of Tianyan was located. The city lord of Tianyan coughed and spat out some blood. Obviously, he had been wounded by the blow. He was the closest to the battlefield as he was arranging the Great Path domain. Although he didn't refute until the last possible moment, he was still a little too late. The shock waves of destruction had managed to wound him after all. The breaths from the other cultivators were also kind of shallow. Wang Xiao himself was now extremely powerful by himself. Coupled with the power erupted from the imperial arms, its combined prowess was unimaginable. He's dead. At this moment, a voice spoke, and the person who was speaking was Shinyan Buddha Lord. His eyes were fixed in a certain direction, somewhere in the void. His divine eyes detected something. A figure with white hair. This figure appeared directly in the sky above Wang Xiao in a flash. Who else could it be other than Yi Futian? His gaze swept towards Wang Xiao and the city lord of Tianyan. He said, "I have already reminded you that if you want to kill me, you have to use everything you have. But don't exert all your power, trying to preserve yourselves at this critical moment. How can you expect to achieve anything?" His words were dripping with sarcasm. Naturally, he meant to mock Wang Xiao and the city lord of Tianyan, especially the city lord of Tianyan. Just now, He had sworn up and down to kill Yi Futian no matter what and urged Wang Xiao to take immediate action, no matter the cost. He even said that Wang Xiao should do it regardless of anyone else. But in the end, at the last minute, he did not dare to fight all out and withdrew the Great Path domain himself. The city lord of Tianyan looked sullen. Just now, it was indeed the best opportunity to kill Yi Futian, but this rare opportunity was squandered. However, as long as the cultivators of the Divine Prefecture were willing to join in, it was still possible. You colluded with the Devil World to invade the Divine Prefecture. Even if you escaped, do you really think you can survive? The city lord of Tianyan spoke with menace. His tone was cold to the core. Finally, Yi Futian grew tired of having to explain himself constantly. If they wanted to find him guilty, there was literally no lack of crimes to be added to his account. The others wanted to make the collision with the Devil World a reality, so it didn't matter whether he had such intention or not. Fine, Yi Futian spat, which stunned the city lord of Tianyan. Did he just say fine? Today, I was just passing through and wanted to check out the situation on the battlefield. That is all. Unfortunately, I'm being charged with some imaginary crimes, detained, and attacked for no reason. Yi Futian looked at the city lord of Tianyan and continued, Since you keep repeating the same thing, then let it be as you wish. Having said that, he raised his head to look at all the cultivators in the vast space and continued, You must have seen everything that took place just now. The city lord of Tianyan is relentless in trying to get me killed, as he continued to incite the others by smearing my name. In that case, I hope none of you will be foolish enough to interfere this grudge between me and Tianyan City. He then looked towards the cultivators from the Devil World and the other two realms and said, The Lord of Tianyan City insists that I have colluded with you. In that case, I will no longer hold back. I am going to slay Wang Xiao here and now. What say you lend me a helping hand? Since the city lord of Tianyan had insisted that he colluded with the Devil World, the empty divine realm, and the Dark World, Yi Futian had no choice but to oblige the city lord of Tianyan and show him what such an alliance would actually look like. More importantly, this collusion was formed for the express purpose of killing Wang Xiao. Very well, Yi Qingyao, who wore the dark cloak, said on behalf of the Dark World first. I am willing to help Palace Lord Yi. Hua Yunting the Dark Saint said. No problem. The cultivators from all three sides had agreed to Yi Futian's proposal to join forces and kill Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao, aided by the imperial arms, had killed many of them. His power was greatly feared. Only existences that were almost at the level of deity were able to deter him even somewhat. For a long time, they had been thinking of ways to get rid of Wang Xiao. Now, Yi Futian proposed for them to join hands in getting rid of Wang Xiao. How could they refuse such an excellent opportunity? Their original intention in coming here was to incite a total breakup between Yi Futian and the Divine Prefecture. Now that Yi Futian took the initiative, it was far better than they had anticipated. If Yi Futian were to lead the principalities in the original realm to attack the Divine Prefecture, wouldn't it be a very interesting outcome? Upon hearing Yi Futian, the city lord of Tianyan became very gloomy. Yi Futian, in collusion with the cultivators from the Devil World, wanted to kill Wang Xiao, who was the heir of Tianyan City. At this moment, Yi Futian looked down at the city lord of Tianyan, whose expression was somber, and said, Now all is just as you wished. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied? The city lord of Tianyan was unhappy, to say the least. They wanted to join forces to kill Wang Xiao? You want to kill him, but can you kill him? The city lord of Tianyan sneered coldly. Yi Futian wanted to join forces with the Devil World to kill Wang Xiao. Could they do it? Even without the imperial arms, Wang Xiao's body was an immortal body. Yi Futian's violent attacks did not cause much damage to Wang Xiao. How would he kill him now? Yi Futian looked at the city lord Tianyan. Still so arrogant. He couldn't kill Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao was not invincible on the battlefield. Otherwise, the war would have been over long ago. If someone could control Wang Xiao, who was holding the imperial arms, could he really not be killed? Above the firmament, a terrible storm of death appeared. The crowd saw a figure floating in midair. It was the Reaper from the Dark Court. Her body floated above as her cloak moved with the wind. The whole world turned into the color of darkness as the clouds of death hovered over the boundless space. The area covered by the clouds was vast, and the entire battlefield seemed to be entirely shrouded. Above the firmament, the face of death seemed to have appeared, and the sight was unspeakably terrifying. For a time, the whole world turned into darkness, and all the auras that flowed within were eroded by the will of death. Even the air they breathed seemed to be polluted by the breath of death. Many of them couldn't help but stare at the cloaked figure in the void. She seemed to represent the god of death, who was the spokesperson of death in this world. Everything was about to wither and decay. Even the defensive matrix below was being eroded by the force of death and gradually became blackened. Wang Xiao raised his head to look yonder. The sky tremoring in his hand was filled with terrifying imperial might. In any of the previous battles, if the Reaper were to come forward, his imperial arms would be the mightiest deterrent. "Spread out," said Wang Xiao. Immediately, many cultivators moved away from Xianxia. Everyone moved to different positions covering an extensive area, and they were not alone. Even the cultivators from the opposing alliance were also dispersed, not standing with Xianxia. Instead, they had each chosen principality from the divine prefecture to stick to. This way, the imperial arms could not attack all of them at will. However, next to Xianxia, there were two other great cultivators, both from the Dark Court and the Empty Divine Realm, who were responsible for ensuring Xianxia's safety. The auras from both of them were super terrifying, and they were no youngsters. Even with a brief glance, one could tell they were existences from an older generation, who had lived for many years. The cultivator from Empty Divine Realm suddenly moved his thought, and wisps of fluctuation rippled through the space. In the surrounding area, many spatial doors now manifested. At the same time, somewhere very far away, corresponding spatial doors also appeared. This utilization of space was extremely awesome. The entire space domain was filled with a suffocating coercion of the Great Path. Everyone present was a top cultivator. Before, they had not had such a large-scale confrontation. They didn't expect the appearance of Yi Futian would trigger such a major collision resulting in a total showdown. Buzz! Yi Futian disappeared from where he was, completely without a trace. Shinyan Buddha Lord looked in the sky above with terrifying eyes. Yi Futian changed his position constantly, but under the divine eyes, there seemed nowhere for Yi Futian to hide, for he was always there in Shenyan's sight. However, Shinyan Buddha Lord could see that Yi Futian was constantly changing up his positions. Even if the divine eyes could lock onto his whereabouts, it was impossible to keep up with him physically. Each of the 6 Buddhist superpowers had its own advantage, and the divine eyes could not keep up with Buddha's celerity. Of all the superpowers, the Buddha's celerity was the most powerful. "He is constantly moving," said Shinyan Buddha Lord. The city lord of Tianyan stood behind Wang Xiao, and he had been watching Yi Futian as well, as a powerful aura effused from him. Clearly, he knew that today's Yi Futian could not be underestimated. His combat effectiveness was already at the top level and must be treated with the greatest caution. In the other position, another terrifying aura manifested. Standing in the sky above Wang Xiao, a demonic cultivator with a horrific aura stood there. He was middle-aged in appearance, and his eyes were pitch black. He stood there like an unparalleled demon king. Seeing his appearance, the city lord of Tianyan didn't look pleased. This man was a demonic figure who had lived for thousands of years. Long before today, he had already been a powerful figure in the devil world whose hands were stained with blood. He was the head of the 3 great demon sages of the devil world, the highest commander under the devil emperor, who ruled over the great army of the devil world. He was a peer of the devil emperor, who was eventually recruited by the devil emperor himself. This premier demon sage had a very simple name, Yen Gi. In Yen Gi's hand, there was a blood-red halberd. This divine halberd was quite a bit longer than the ordinary halberds. A bloody divine light lingered as a bloody divine aurora puffed from it. It was an extremely terrifying sight. It was as if a bloody divine tribulation was upon them. These divine arms were semi-imperial, which was also made by a great emperor with extremely frightening power. The only difference was that it did not contain the will of the great emperor, so it was not considered a true imperial arm. It was a divine arm left behind on the ancient battlefield in the Devil world. Previously on the battlefield, Yan Gi used these imperial arms to confront Wang Xiao head-on, and he proved that he could go toe-to-toe with Wang Xiao. A horrific aura permeated from it. Even the city lord of Tianyan was taken aback by this force, and he knew that even he was no match to Yan Gi. He stood there like a god from heaven who could not be denied. Wang Xiao looked solemn as well. This time, the pressure he was facing was greater than ever. These people were actually cooperating with Yi Futian in a joint effort to hunt him down. At this time, a figure appeared in the sky in front of Wang Xiao. Yi Futian had seen this man before. It was Feng Ru from the Divine Prefecture, a near-deity existence. However, even him, when facing the premier demon sage of the Devil world with imperial arms in hand, his expression was quite grave. He had experienced firsthand the terrifying combat power of this premier demon sage Yan Gi. With the imperial arms in hand, even he was hard-pressed to contend with him head-on. "I'll hold him up so you can deal with the Reaper." Feng Ru released his great path domain and shrouded Yan Gi within. Both were near-deity existences, and both stood at the very top on this battlefield. "Very well," Wang Xiao nodded. A supremely terrifying aura permeated from the imperial arms in his hand. Undulations upon undulations of shockwaves went toward Yi Qingyao, only to see rounds and rounds of spatial light screens appearing in front of Yi Qingyao that turned into a force of defense. Bang! Wang Xiao stepped into the void and continued forward. Then, his sky tremoring blasted forward as if the god in heaven had descended into the world and brought down the imperial arms to attack. An apocalyptic force swept out as billions of shockwaves rolled forward, flattening all existence. Before, when Wang Xiao took the imperial arms to slaughter, one strike from it was enough to affect an entire continent. Its power was immeasurable. But here was the main battlefield of the Divine Prefecture, and Wang Xiao did not dare to attack so boldly, so he restrained himself a bit. However, those billions of shockwaves were terrifying to the extreme and continued to head higher into the sky. Everything before him was about to be wiped out and turned into dust. Others were not within the range of these shockwaves, as they were at the rear of the attack. Even so, they could still feel that horrific power. In front of Yi Qingyao, those spatial light screens were pulverized and destroyed. But, almost at the same time, Yi Qingyao and the others stepped into a spatial door and vanished. Just as they disappeared, the spatial door they had just entered was shattered. Everything was gone as the great path collapsed, and all the paths no longer existed. There was a reason why Wang Xiao was praised by the city lord of Tianyan as the unraveled under the great emperors, and it was by virtue of his excellent command over genuine imperial arms. But at this moment, Wang Xiao suddenly detected a dangerous aura. He turned around and raised his hand to blast out the sky tremoring. However, a figure was gone in a flash, just as the sky tremoring swung out. Bang! With a loud bang, the domain immediately around the city lord of Tianyan was destroyed, and he was knocked into flying out by the sky tremoring. He left out a muffled groan. This blow did not hit Yi Futian as intended but landed on the city lord of Tianyan instead. "Be careful, city lord." A voice came out just as the city lord of Tianyan raised his hand to the sky and blasted into the sky above with unparalleled power and dominance. As the helmsman of the ancient god clan, the city lord of Tianyan possessed incredible power. Bang! A loud noise came out, and the city lord of Tianyan's palm print shattered and collapsed. A frightening blow blasted down and slammed his body downward, but the murderous intent had not yet subsided. However, at this time, someone else appeared in front of the city lord of Tianyan. The gigantic palm print blasted into the sky, and it was a giant palm print of Buddhism. However, when the giant palm print blasted into an empty space, that figure had already vanished. And Wang Xiao once again sensed the danger descending. The sky tremoring blasted forward, and this time, Wang Xiao did not dare to use so much force. Buzz! The sky tremoring failed again without hitting anyone. "Arrange the boundary." the city lord of Tianyan shouted, and the expression on his face was extremely terrible. Yi Futian was using his superpower to avoid a total confrontation. He was invisible and untraceable. And as he had no chance to escape, Yi Futian was taking any opportunity to attack, leaving them in a mess of confusion and in a passive state. Xinyan, this is a personal matter between me and them. If you intervene, then you, too, will be my enemy. Yi Futian spoke loud and clear. You involved yourself in private vendetta in this battle. You do not represent the Buddhist sect. You only represent yourself. Yi Futian naturally would not want to make enemies with the Buddhist sect. After all, Buddhism had done him the favor of passing down valuable methods to him. Insolent creature. Xinyan Buddha Lord raised his head and looked into the void. His divine eyes still tried to lock onto Yi Futian's position, but Yi Futian didn't stay in one position for long. He was constantly moving and appearing in different locations precisely to avoid his detection. Would this youngster, who once cultivated Buddhism, become a scourge to them? Once upon a time, it was he who killed Saint Xinchan. The same goes for the rest of you. Whoever blocks my way to kill anyone from Tianyan City and involves themselves in personal matters between me and Tianyan City will become my enemy. Yi Futian continued. The city lord and Tianyan and Wang Xiao had repeatedly tried to kill him. Now he must settle with Tianyan City once and for all. Insolent creature. Many cultivators looked at Yi Futian and thought his statement was too bold and arrogant. Whoever helped the people of Tianyan City would be acting against him. Nevertheless, Yi Futian's current combat effectiveness had indeed reached peak level, which was incredibly frightening. Aided by Buddha's celerity, he was practically in a position of invincibility. Wang Xiao, with imperial arms, had absolute unparalleled combat power. But while the imperial arms may be useful against other people on this battlefield, Yi Futian was another story altogether. Wang Xiao dared not act recklessly because his attacks easily affected the others, while Yi Futian evaded them with ease. Boom! A tremendously violent aura permeated Wang Xiao's body as the Great Path protected him. Undulations of terrifying fluctuations of the Great Path spread out from him, washing over everything. At the same time, his body levitated into the air, heading higher into the sky, wanting to escape from the battlefield, which restricted him. He couldn't stay here any longer. Here, he could not fully exert the superiority of the imperial arms or its advantage. Wang Xiao was extremely fast, moving in the direction of the great army from the Devil World. Obviously, he wanted to restart the battle on the continent where the coalition forces from the Devil World were stationed. This way, if he were to explode with the full force of the imperial arms, it would only be the cultivators of the Devil World who were destroyed. Before this, neither side had completely let loose in the fighting, or else more people would have died on both sides. But now, with the Reaper upon them, cultivators from all three realms of the Devil World were fighting and killing on the battlefield of the Divine Prefecture with no care. Wang Xiao wanted to make the others pay for their reckless slaughter. Of course, there was another important reason. In fact, the city lord of Tianyan had instructed Wang Xiao specifically not to be too ruthless on the battlefield in order to avoid a total impasse. After all, they were not yet an imperial-level principality, nor were they directly under the rule of Donghuang the Great. If they killed with too much abandon, they would face future backlash. Furthermore, he knew the reality at the upper level of the world. The several great emperors who were now in control might be reluctant to allow the existence of two great emperors who were completely on the united front, which would disrupt the balance of the world. In the future, if Wang Xiao became a great emperor himself, he would most definitely break away from the Divine Prefecture and establish himself somewhere else instead of being ruled under Donghuang the Great. Emperor Yi Qing's death was a lesson from the past and a warning. Meanwhile, Yi Futian was still somewhere in the void, unpredictable and untraceable. It seemed as if his existence could not be detected. Nonetheless, Xinyan Buddha Lord continued to attempt to locate Yi Futian and lock onto his position. He found that Yi Futian did not leave to chase Wang Xiao but remained in this area. He didn't leave, Xinyan Buddha Lord said to the others. Suddenly, he looked down at the city lord of Tianyan and said, "Be careful." Boom! An astonishing sword-light of destruction fell down and aimed right at the city lord of Tianyan. But at this moment, there was the sound of Buddha lingering, resounding through heaven and earth, surrounding the city lord of Tianyan. A gigantic Buddha appeared, and as the horrible sword light fell, the figure of Buddha collapsed. Yifutian lowered his head to glance at the land under the sky and saw that the city lord of Tianyan had sustained some injuries. By taking advantage of his speed, it should have been a great opportunity to kill the city lord of Tianyan, but at the last minute, Tongchan Buddha Lord's intervention disrupted everything. Naturally, Tongchan did not do so out of the kindness of his heart, nor was it compassion that drove him. The reason why he helped the city lord of Tianyan may only be because Yifutian and the city lord of Tianyan were enemies and that the two were on absolute opposing sides. Yifutian disappeared and left. "Much thanks to you, Buddha Lord," the city lord of Tianyan said to Tongchan Buddha Lord. Although he felt that he was strong enough on his own to face Yifutian's attack, Tongchan's help was still a form of kindness to him. "No need for the city lord to thank me. This child had cultivated the 6 superpowers of Buddhism, and it was somewhat difficult to deal with. Buddhism has a certain responsibility to resolve the trouble this time around," Tongchan Buddha Lord said, surrounded by the light of Buddha. It seemed as if he was a truly compassionate being, and that Yifutian was a sinner that the Buddhist sect was responsible for, resulting in the collective guilt he expressed on behalf of the Buddhist sect. Wang Xiao continued moving forward, but at this moment, he suddenly sensed something dangerous. His brows furrowed tightly, and his face had a terrible look on it. Behind him, a phantom of a heavenly deity appeared as the shocking power of sky tremoring expanded outward. Even if he was being ambushed, he was sure he could block the sneak attack. The sky tremoring was held tightly in his hand, and a terrifying aura effused from the hammer itself. At this moment, a figure appeared behind him. In the void, a terrifying and massive palm print suddenly struck, directly passing through the shockwaves to get to him. At this point in time, Wang Xiao turned around and smashed the hammer down all in one go. It was as if he had been anticipating this exact scenario. The Imperial might flattened everything, and everywhere it passed through seemed to be destroyed as they collapsed. The scene was horrific to behold. Numerous shockwaves swept out and erased everything in front of him. However, Yifutian still could not be seen anywhere. It seemed that what had attacked Wang Xiao just now was literally something that didn't exist. Suddenly, many phantoms of Yifutian appeared all around Wang Xiao. Each figure was surrounded by the light of Buddha, as if each one of them had reincarnated as a Buddha. The sound of Buddha reverberated between heaven and earth with traces of horrific Buddhist seals blasting down toward Wang Xiao in the area below. "Break it for me!" The sky tremoring in Wang Xiao's hand smashed hard toward the void, and the storm of destruction swept through once again. This time, all the phantoms in every direction were wiped out and destroyed, turning into nothingness. Clearly, it was still useless to do so. Wang Xiao, as aided by the imperial arms, was extremely powerful and had far surpassed the level of the second tribulation plane. Even someone at the near-deity existence was still unable to compete head-on with him. If it weren't for Yifutian's incomparable method, he couldn't face Wang Xiao with the imperial arms, let alone hunt him down. After having destroyed these many phantoms, Wang Xiao continued forward. Although Yifutian was incomparable in his movement, he could not get close to Wang Xiao. More importantly, he had to make sure at all times that he was not being hit by Wang Xiao's imperial arms. When Wang Xiao was moving forward, despite Yifutian's figure continuously appearing in front of him, Wang Xiao did not stop for a moment. The sky tremoring attacked again and again, but it failed to find its target again and again. Each blast dealt frightening destruction. If anyone were to stay in this area, they would be immolated by the momentum. Yifutian couldn't find a way to get close right away, but Wang Xiao was in the same boat. At this time, he was full of hostility, and all he wanted to do was destroy everything. He decided to start his fatal sweep somewhere. Finally, they came to the continent where the great army of the devil world was stationed. At this moment, Wang Xiao had nothing to fear anymore. He stood above the void. The shadow of the emperor appeared, as billions of shockwaves spread outward, reaching for the distance. That massive and mighty phantom of God in heaven raised the heaven-shaking divine hammer, facing the continent where the cultivators from Devil World had congregated. As soon as the sky tremoring unleashed, the great army of the Devil World would be wiped out. If so, Tianyan City would have made enemies with all three major realms. However, now that all three major realms had joined forces with Yi Futian to take his life, how could he afford to be anything but? Since it was destined that he was unable to defeat Yi Futian head-on, then he would slaughter these people to break the stalemate. At this moment, a door of space appeared, and a figure appeared in front of Wang Xiao, blocking his way. It was Mo Chinga, the evil sage from Empty Divine Realm. Wang Xiao glanced at him. As the evil sage of the Empty Divine Realm, Mo Chinga's strength was incredible. He was one of the most powerful existences in the Empty Divine Realm. But even so, Wang Xiao couldn't care less. With the sky tremoring in his hand, he was not afraid of anyone. Even if it was the premier demon sage Yan Gi, he was still up for the fight. Buzz! A horrible imperial might permeated the sky tremoring in his hand. Mo Chinga saw this, and his palms slammed forward. Immediately, numerous doors of spaces seemed to go on without end as they overlapped each other and continued forward, heading straight towards Wang Xiao. The sky tremoring in Wang Xiao's hand moved in front of him and smashed down hard. Terrifying shockwaves rushed into the doors of space. But all anyone could see was that the attack had been distorted as the shockwaves were deflected. Instead, they swept towards other directions along the doors of space without hitting Mo Chinga. An incomparably powerful aura spread out from Mo Chinga, shrouding this infinite space. Even Yi Futian, who was in the distance, was also covered within, just like Wang Xiao. Domain world! Yi Futian exclaimed when he beheld the sight. Everything in the world was changing, as if they were no longer in the original space they were in before but came to a totally different space. Mo Chinga's strength was incredible and touched upon that near-deity domain. With this level of existence, his offensive power may not be as top-notch as Wang Xiao, who carried the imperial arms with him. However, his use of domains and his comprehension regarding the path was something with which Wang Xiao could not hope to compare. If you want to slay someone in the second tribulation plane who was aided by the imperial arms all by yourself, it's quite impossible, said Mo Chinga. I will lend you a hand. Whether you can kill him or not depends on your strength. Obviously, Yi Futian understood that. He did not think he could kill Wang Xiao, who possessed the imperial arms, by himself. He needed someone to distract Wang Xiao for him so that he had the chance to deal the fatal blow. The three major realms of the Devil World were cooperating with him in the launch of this battle, and Wang Xiao was their ultimate target. At the moment on the battlefield, the situation couldn't be more obvious. All the cultivators were occupied, except Wang Xiao and Mo Chinga. Without Yi Futian, Mo Chinga might be in an unfavorable position. No matter what domain he reached, he still did not have the same kind of massive destructive power that Wang Xiao was capable of. However, now with the addition of Yi Futian, there were some variables in play. Although Yi Futian could not stop Wang Xiao, his Buddha's celerity could evade Wang Xiao forever and tangle him up endlessly. Now, with Mo Chinga, the evil sage, no one could know what that battle would actually look like. Very good. Yi Futian nodded, not refusing his offer. Even the two of you, what can you do? Wang Xiao responded with coldness. Would two powerful cultivators enough to kill him, just because they wanted to? A complete imperial arm that possessed the will of the great emperor was already a rarity in this world. But even more rare was a person who was in complete control of it. At present, besides Donghuang the Great, Wang Xiao seemed to be the only person in the Divine Prefecture who was in possession of complete imperial arms and could control it. This is because the Wang clan of Tianyan City was the heir of Tianyan the Great, and Tianyan the Great was the great emperor in armoring. He had not completely disappeared, which was why this opportunity fell on Wang Xiao. Because of this, the city lord of Tianyan spared nothing in training up Wang Xiao to push him to the uppermost position because he had high hopes for him. Mo Chinga, the evil sage of Empty Divine Realm, was an expert in powerful space great path, who had already attained the realm of near deity. Only after taking that step was he willing to come here to confront Wang Xiao like this. Anyone else who was not so good at the ability of Space Great Path would not dare to do so. After all, under the prowess of any frontal attack, among the Devil World, the empty Divine Realm, and the Dark World, only the premier demon sage, Yan Gi alone was able to face Wang Xiao with the Imperial Arms. However, Feng Ru was no schmuck. As an existence of near-deity from the Divine Prefecture, he was able to keep Yan Gi occupied. At this moment, this vast space seemed distorted, as the entire space was shuttling and moving somewhere, and it was the same around Wang Xiao. He knew that Mo Chinga was taking him away from the battlefield here. The space he was in right now was Mo Chinga's Great Path domain and not the space they were in originally. However, Wang Xiao didn't mind it. By staying away from this area, he could use the Imperial Arms to attack without reservation. The sky tremoring in his hand released waves upon waves of astonishing fluctuations that spread towards the surrounding heaven and earth. It covered all the areas, and nothing was left out from any of the 6 sides. Previously on the battlefield, he had not dared to attack with his full strength. But right now there were no such concerns. "Let me see if you are fast, then the attack of the sky tremoring is wider," Wang Xiao challenged. Under the attack of the sky tremoring, an unknown vast radius was covered within, which penetrated the boundless space. He was curious to see just how those two intended to hide from that. The Imperial Phantom appeared as the divine might overwhelmed this space. Wang Xiao seemed to have integrated with the god in heaven as he raised the sky tremoring, unleashing extremely terrifying shockwaves upon shockwaves. They seemed infinite and endless. His body whirled around slightly as the divine hammer was sent out in the rotation. The attack this time was not targeted in any one direction but aimed at all directions, forming a spherical shockwave that started rolling towards all positions. A dull thud came out of the space, and even cracks began to appear and create a terrifying scene. It was as if the space was terribly unstable, collapsing as it was being destroyed and shattered. In 2 different positions, a similar scene repeated itself. Mo Chinga and Yifutian backed up at the same time, and doors of space appeared behind them. Each door of space was far from the other, and after passing through the doors, again and again, they managed to retreat to somewhere far away. But even so, the shock wave of destruction pursued them, and wherever it passed, all life perished. Occasionally, some random cultivators were touched by the shockwaves. They happened to pass through the void, unaware. Their bodies were immediately shattered and vaporized. They didn't even know how they had met their end. In the area below, there was a continent of the Divine Prefecture. When the attack came down, countless cultivators on the continent were wiped out. The whole continent shuddered violently and was broken open by the shock. In a flash, numerous cultivators perished just like that. This was because the distance was extremely far away, and the offensive power had weakened a little. Otherwise, the result might have been much worse. Yifutian had already retreated to a remote area. He glanced at the continent below and saw that tragic outcome. There was a disturbance in his heart. The destructive power of the Imperial Arms was too terrifying. One attack from Wang Xiao had resulted in numerous casualties. Moreover, Mo Chinga the evil sage probably had already thought of it a long time ago, but why would he care? The continent under attack was the Divine Prefecture, and those who were killed were cultivators from the Divine Prefecture, killed by Wang Xiao no less. He must have felt it had nothing to do with him. Where Wang Xiao was, he stood there without moving. Those horrific fluctuations had already dissipated. But he didn't know what happened to Mo Chinga and Yifutian. Was such a massive attack enough to overpower both of them? Could they have escaped it? Ha! At this moment, Wang Xiao's brows were knit tightly together. He felt the onslaught of danger, and he couldn't help but clench the sky tremoring in his hand. He couldn't detect either of them. Neither could he lock onto them with his divine consciousness. Regardless of his awesome offensive power, his opponents were unpredictable, and they were equally untraceable. This was an incredibly uncomfortable feeling. It was impossible for him to keep attacking non-stop with the Imperial Arms. This kind of large-scale attack was not just exhausting to him, but if he couldn't actually hit any of them, then continued attacks would just be an exercise in futility. The others could always come back after he wore himself out. evil sage of the empty divine realm and the palace lord of Ziwei Imperial Palace. Two top figures of the world but acting in a cowardly manner. Wang Xiao said coldly. Put away the imperial arms and you can pick either one of us at your pleasure. A voice replied. It was Mo Chinga. Leveraging the imperial arms was the real cheat. How terrifying was the increase of combat effectiveness with the aid of complete imperial arms. Without the imperial arms, Wang Xiao, at most, could only be considered as a peak cultivator on the battlefield, but not a peak-level giant. However, with the imperial arms by his side, he lorded above all. Mo Chinga is here, Wang Xiao secretly noted to himself. He spoke first because he wanted to fish them out. Now, he was certain that Mo Chinga was in the surrounding area, hiding somewhere in the space. Yifutian, on the other hand, was nowhere to be found. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xiao felt that the area he was in had solidified, and everything was on the verge of coming to a complete still. The terrifying divine light of space shrouded his entire body. At the same time, the unparalleled divine glory of space rained down from the firmament as every ray of divine light in the space turned into a sharp blade that could kill everything. Came straight down at him. Just ahead of him, Mo Chinga's figure appeared, and behind him, doors of space appeared once again. Before they had even collided, he was already planning his way out. After all, Wang Xiao had the imperial arms, so he better have a way to retreat just in case. Seeing the endless divine glory descending, the sky tremoring in Wang Xiao's hand blasted into the void, and a storm of destruction suddenly washed over everything. It shattered the sealed space and destroyed everything in front of them. But almost at the same instant, Mo Chinga's finger pointed forward. The finger continued to magnify in Wang Xiao's eyes. It seemed as if it was a strike from the heavenly gods. Before the attack had even landed, he could feel its incredibly destructive power. You are asking for it, Wang Xiao secretly remarked. Mo Chinga dared to attack close to him, and this attack was not some elusive attack made up of smoke and mirrors but a bona fide attack. If that was the case, Mo Chinga must withstand his counterattack. Even if he had arranged a way out, he was taking a tremendous risk. Without any hesitation, the sky tremoring blasted forward towards that finger. As Wang Xiao dared not take Mo Chinga's attack lightly, the hammer fell and turned into a stormy shockwave that flattened everything before him. If Mo Chinga was as bold as this, then let him pay the price. Kill! The sky tremoring lashed out with a supreme and overbearing power to attack, intending to kill with one blow. The instant his attack fell, he suddenly sensed an extremely dangerous aura behind him. But at this moment, Wang Xiao couldn't care less. A thought flashed through his mind. His immortal divine body was enough to hold off Yifutian's attacks, not to mention the increased defense from the imperial arms. The divine glory of the great emperor was protecting him, and it was impossible for Yifutian to kill him. Wang Xiao needed to get rid of one of them and then deal with the other. This blow would be a great opportunity to kill Mo Chinga. Just as he thought, when the sky tremoring fell, that finger shattered and pulverized. In a head-on collision, Mo Chinga could not be outperformed by Wang Xiao. The terrific shockwaves swept past in a flash, and everything was gone. Mo Chinga's body turned into an afterimage and withdrew. It was as if he had been knocked back into that door of space. When he passed through a door of space, it was washed over by the shockwave and promptly destroyed in the next instant. One after the other, those doors of space lit up all at the same time, then extinguished at the same time. The sight was extremely breathtaking. In that instant, it seemed that everything had disappeared into nothing and returned to quietude. If Mo Chinga had been hit by the imperial arms when he passed through each door of space, the strength of it would have seriously injured him if not kill him outright. Boom! At this moment, Wang Xiao shuddered involuntarily as a terrifying divine sword came for him from behind, destroying his defensive power. It managed to impact the divine body, and countless ruinous lights from the runes lit up to submerge that divine body. Divine swords fell down all at once, covering the sky and the sun so that even the phantom of the great emperor was drowned by that divine sword. Those terrifying divine swords pierced Wang Xiao's back, head, arms, legs, and waist. There was no part of him that was spared. Ah! A hoarse roar sounded, and Wang Xiao fell. But his arm holding the sky tremoring lit up with a most brilliant light. But almost at the same instant, Wang Xiao was entirely submerged and buried as the divine sound of the great path lingered in his ears, shattering his converging consciousness. At the same time, the divine power of Yin invaded, and everything was quieted and stilled. Wang Xiao had no chance to rest at all, having been blasted by a series of attacks time and time again. They were not only aimed toward Wang Xiao's physical body but also his spiritual soul and consciousness. Under the icy seal of the divine power of Yin, all the powers of the Great Path were inevitably weakened as they were corroded by the power of Yin. If they were not sufficient, they would directly turn into dust. Wang Xiao's divine body was like a divine arm that was not corroded but frozen. Furthermore, the power of the invading power of Yin weakened his defenses. A brilliant divine light illuminated as another brilliant sword light slashed down, cutting through the space. A loud noise boomed. Wang Xiao's arm, which was holding the sky tremoring, was chopped off. The severed arm fell towards the space below, but the divine light on the sky tremoring was still as brilliant as ever. Powerful fluctuations diffused from the sky tremoring, as if it was still trying to establish a connection with Wang Xiao. However, the space altered as the stars shifted. Yifutian took Wang Xiao and both disappeared. He knew that these imperial arms belonged to Tianyan City and had a will of its own. It was not so easy to handle. If he wanted to kill Wang Xiao, he must first cut off his connection with the imperial arms. Just when Yifutian was leaving, Immertality appeared. He was staring at that severed arm and the imperial arms, and there were traces of blood on his body. His breath was shallow, indicating that he had been injured. It was Yifutian who had spoken to him via voice transmission just now, asking for a chance to attack, and Immertality chose to believe him. Yifutian, he had done it. Yifutian brought Wang Xiao's body into another space. Right now, Wang Xiao no longer had his divine arm with him, so he was no match for Yifutian at all. He couldn't resist Yifutian's attack and was frozen by the power of Yin. In the sky, even though Wang Xiao was frozen, his eyes remained wide open. However, his thoughts slowed down. He stared at Yifutian with a gaze of despair. Had he failed to kill Yifutian? Before this, Wang Xiao focused all his attention on attacking Immertality, intending to kill him first before targeting Yifutian. Wang Xiao took Yifutian's attack head-on. He thought that he would withstand Yifutian's strike since he had forged an indestructible divine body. Unfortunately, Wang Xiao's judgment was clearly wrong. He underestimated Yifutian's ability. Due to his carelessness, his arm was chopped off by Yifutian. He lost his imperial arm along with his arm. Currently, there was still a weak will connecting him and the imperial arm. In the distance, a menacing divine light permeated the space. From where Immertality was, he intended to confine the imperial arm with his power of the great path of space. However, the imperial arm tore his spatial power apart and traversed across space directly. In fact, Immertality was hit by the powerful shockwaves created when the imperial arm discharged. He could only watch as the imperial arm left him. Yifutian naturally sensed the menacing aura emanated by the incoming imperial arm. He did not expect that, even in his current frozen state, Wang Xiao could actually still keep in contact with his imperial arm. Rumble. Yifutian blasted yet another terrifying palm strike towards Wang Xiao. The latter, who was already feeble due to the previous attacks, could not possibly withstand such a palm strike. The scariest part was that Yifutian was still attacking. Countless blades of light gathered in space. One by one, divine swords materialized and covered the entire region as Yifutian's gaze was fixed on Wang Xiao. Was Wang Xiao indestructible? Today, Yifutian would see for himself whether the unrivaled would perish in his hands. "Kill!" uttered Yifutian. The swords plummeted as soon as he gave the command. Terrifying divine swords stabbed into Wang Xiao's body. The swords penetrated his body and continued slicing downwards. Boom! Loud explosions could be heard. Wang Xiao's body was pierced and directly pushed underground. His body was completely torn to shreds. Even then, Yifutian still had no intention of letting him go. One by one, divine swords slashed down and destroyed his spiritual soul. Wang Xiao had a connection with his imperial arm. Yifutian did want to give Wang Xiao a chance to survive. He wanted to ensure that Wang Xiao was thoroughly dead. Wang Xiao was the unrivaled of Tianyan City. If he did not wield an imperial arm, he was no match for Yifutian. Be it back then or now, killing him would be a piece of cake if he did not have the imperial arm with him. Divine light flowed around Yifutian's body. He lowered his head to look at the disappearing figure. Wang Xiao's spiritual soul had been reduced to dust. In the past, Wang Xiao invaded the Ziwei segmentum with the aid of his imperial arm. Countless cultivators perished in his hands. Just now, he also killed many cultivators from the divine prefecture as he fought. Now Yifutian had finally avenged the dead. Wang Xiao, the heir of Tianyan City and the successor of Tianyan the Great, had been killed. A terrifying aura permeated the sky. It came from Sky Tremor, the imperial arm. A shocking aura rippled in the space. The aura was the might of the imperial arm itself. Yifutian swept a glance at it. The will of the great emperor lived in the imperial arm. Therefore, Yifutian had no intention of seizing it for his own use. It was too risky. He would most likely be killed by the imperial arm before he could seize control of it. Another figure approached Yifutian. The person was Emoqinga. He was stunned for a moment when he saw the scene here. Then he glanced at Yifutian. Wang Xiao had indeed been killed. Yifutian had successfully slaughtered Wang Xiao. He delivered his promise. Yifutian paid the price by enduring a strike. Then he killed Wang Xiao and ended the battle. Even though Wang Xiao is dead, we will most likely not be able to bring this imperial arm with us. Emoqinga commented as he looked at the floating imperial arm, which was dazzling with imperial glory. Yifutian nodded in agreement. He did not expect to snatch it anyway. His gaze shifted towards Emoqinga as he said, "Senior, thank you for helping me. Without your intervention just now, I wouldn't have had the chance to kill Wang Xiao today." Yifutian had some grudges with the evil emperor realm, but he and Emoqinga could be considered having worked together in the battle just now. Both of them should receive credit for Wang Xiao's death. You don't have to be so polite. He was my enemy anyway. Besides, you are the one who delivered the fatal blow to him, Emoqinga said nonchalantly. Now that Wang Xiao is dead, the alliances in the divine prefecture will surely label you as their enemy. You might as well take the chance to join our side. You should lead the forces in the Ziwei segmentum to invade the divine prefecture too. In the future, we can occupy the divine prefecture together. Tianyan City did all this while actually pushing Yifutian to the evil emperor's side. Even if Yifutian chose to remain neutral, he already had deep grudges with many forces in the divine prefecture. Moreover, in this battle which involved both parties, Yifutian killed Wang Xiao, the strongest cultivator from the other party. What would the alliances of the divine prefecture think about his action? There was no turning back for Yifutian now. For now, I still do not wish to be involved in the war. I killed Wang Xiao solely because I had a personal grudge against him and Tianyan City, Yifutian responded. Even though he managed to slaughter Wang Xiao, he was still very aware of his current situation. He was not qualified to be involved in this war. What outcome would arise for a non-emperor-level force to be involved in an emperor-level war? The former would undoubtedly be seeking their own deaths. Emoqinga glanced at Yifutian. Yifutian was very aware of his situation. I am afraid that you won't get to choose, said Emoqinga nonchalantly. He then turned around and left the place. He did not even glance again at the imperial arm which remained there. It was the same for Yifutian. He turned and left, disappearing from the place. Right then, on the battlefield of the divine prefecture, at the moment of Wang Xiao's death, the lord of Tianyan City roared out angrily. His face was frighteningly pale. Wang Xiao! He cried out as he looked far into the distance. His heart was trembling. Wang Xiao was dead. He stood there with a look of despair in his eyes. How was this possible? How could Wang Xiao, who was wielding an imperial arm, have died? He was the unrivaled. The heir was chosen by the ancestor. Several years ago, The ancestor was still passing on his teachings to him and reforging his physique. He even merged his consciousness with Wang Zhao's own consciousness. Tianyan the Great existed within Wang Zhao's body. How could Wang Xiao die under such circumstances? How could he have died? Wang Xiao has fallen, exclaimed the crowd internally. Around the battlefield, many cultivators were looking in this direction. From the Lord of Tianyan City's reaction, they knew that Wang Xiao had been killed. This news was undoubtedly astonishing. Wang Xiao wielded the imperial arm Sky Tremor and was peerless. The threat he posed was too frightening, and no one could stop him. Countless people had fallen to his imperial arm. Only Yan Gi could take his attack head-on. However, an existence such as him wielding an imperial arm had actually been slain. One could imagine how shocked the various cultivators were. Had Yi Futian killed Wang Xiao? Right then, two silhouettes appeared in the sky. One of them was Mo Qingge. The other was Yi Futian. Mo Qingge and Yi Futian had arrived, and Wang Xiao had perished in battle. Had the victor been decided in this battle? However, Mo Qingge and Yi Futian did not know that. After they left, the extremely dazzling and terrifying imperial arm fell to the earth and stabbed into the ground. Fresh blood flowed over the ground and surged into it. In the silent space, golden flame and blood tainted the land. Fresh blood continued to gush into Sky Tremor in the ground and merged with it. The flowing blood actually shimmered with a life aura. It wrapped around Sky Tremor. Then, the flesh, which had been disintegrated, reformed and took the shape of a human. The silhouette of a human appeared. A storm stirred up in the surroundings. The aura of the Great Path circulated and merged into the human form. Gradually, the illusory figure materialized, and a person was formed. The person had a handsome face. His looks resembled Wang Zhao's. However, there seemed to be something different about him. The gaze of this person was more piercing than that of Wang Xiao. He seemed to be looking down on everything. It was as though Wang Xiao had come back to life. A terrifying aura flowed around his body. Shocking storms of the Great Path appeared around him and surged into his body frenziedly. With a flash, he shot up to the high heavens. Astonishing storms stirred up in the vast space. The entire sky was covered in storms. The wind howled, and the clouds churned. Everything was gushing into his body. Huff! Wang Xiao took a deep breath. He then revealed a smile. His smiling face was completely different from the dispirited Wang Xiao before this. The old Wang Xiao had always felt frustrated, since he couldn't defeat Yi Futian. Even though he tried hard to suppress his emotions, it still showed on his face. However, one could no longer detect that bitterness in the sparkling eyes of this current Wang Xiao. His gaze gave off a domineering vibe. He gazed into the distance as he wondered. What should he do next? It seemed like he needed to think carefully about it. Wang Xiao, he uttered. He was a fool. That's not right, he added. Then he twitched his lips mockingly. He was now Wang Xiao. When he thought of this, he adjusted his overbearing aura to the level of Wang Zhao's aura before this. After that, with a dash, he charged in the direction where the battlefield was. The cultivators on the battlefield were unaware of all that had happened. When the Lord of Tianyan City saw Yi Futian and Mo Qingge returning, he glared at them with bloodshot eyes. Had the two of them joined forces to kill Wang Xiao? Wang Xiao shouldered the fate of Tianyan City. A long time ago, he received the recognition of Tianyan the Great and inherited the latter's teachings. During the armor competition, the city lord did his best to promote Wang Xiao before everyone. He invited everyone to come and join the feast. Wang Xiao indeed gained his fame during the event. After that, because of Yi Futian, Wang Xiao was greatly traumatized. A few years ago, Tianyan the Great trained him with a special technique, intending to make him a new emperor. In fact, to assist Wang Xiao to achieve the emperor level, Tianyan the Great ceased existing in other forms and instead merged with the former. Tianyan City risked all they had for the sake of Wang Zhao's success. In this chaotic era, the Wang family of Tianyan City was determined to give rise to the birth of a great emperor. With the help of Tianyan the Great, they had a high chance of succeeding in their mission. But now Wang Xiao was killed. Wang Zhao's death was significant. It symbolized the discontinuation of the teachings of Tianyan the Great. Everything that Tianyan the Great had bestowed on Wang Xiao would be gone with the wind along with his death. What did it mean for the Wang family? It meant that from now on, the Wang family of Tianyan City would no longer be one of the ancient god clans since the teachings of the great emperor had died along with Wang Xiao. For Wang Xiao, the Wang family had risked their status as an ancient god clan. How could he die just like that? Wang Xiao has been killed. You are the next, declared Yifutian as stared at the lord of Tianyan City. His expression was cold. Both the city lord and Wang Xiao were determined to eliminate him. Now he had finally killed Wang Xiao. If the lord of Tianyan City could not rely on imperial arms, he was not even a threat to Yifutian. Yifutian would not be defeated with the help of celerity. A terrifying aura burst forth from the lord of Tianyan City. The divine flame burned frenziedly and covered this part of the sky. The flame set the sky ablaze. Rumble. Powerful sword will flowed in the heavens and the earth. Divine swords materialized in the sky. Each and every sword was carved with golden runes and emanated a terrorizing aura. They sliced the space. When the tips of the swords were pointed downwards, the space was on the verge of being cut up into pieces. Kill! The divine swords plummeted as soon as Yifutian commanded them to. All of them charged towards the lord of Tianyan City. Rumble. A terrifying aura appeared behind the lord of Tianyan City as the region transformed into the heaven-tempering divine domain. Golden spears appeared and traversed across space, colliding with the divine swords. Both attacks were equally domineering. The city lord was the master of Tianyan City and the commander of an ancient god clan. He had been assuming a supporting role and was outshined by Wang Xiao, who wielded the imperial arm, but in reality, his combat ability was stronger than that of Wang Xiao. He was one of the figures who truly stood at the peak of the divine prefecture. Yifutian stood in the high heavens and looked down on the lord of Tianyan City. He extended his palm forward and pressed down. The sun was instantly veiled by a divine sword. A gigantic divine sword loaded with overbearing god's might was coalesced. Along with its appearance was the rumbling sound of thunder. The attack of the city lord did not stand a chance before this divine sword. The gigantic divine sword was like the king of all swords. It resonated with the sky, causing a destructive storm to start brewing. The sword was filled with intense killing intent. Yifutian pointed his finger downward. The sword thrust downwards in a flash, disregarding the long distance. Bang! A dazzling divine light sparkled, and the divine sword charged towards the lord of Tianyan City. However, it was crushed and turned to dust. Yifutian's attack was forcefully blocked by another attack. At the same time, Yifutian sensed danger, and he disappeared from his original spot instantly. In the area where the lord of Tianyan City was, the terrifying attack continued to shoot up to the high heavens after destroying Yifutian's divine sword. It turned into a beam of destructive light. The space was permeated with the aura of an emperor. Another figure appeared in front of the lord of Tianyan City. He was none other than Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao! Exclaimed the city lord. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the figure before him. Wang Xiao had returned with the imperial arm. Wang Xiao was actually still alive and he came back here. How was this possible? The city lord was linked to Wang Xiao. Prior to this, he clearly sensed that Wang Xiao was dead. It was impossible for the city lord to sense this wrongly. Wang Xiao had been killed. However, right now, he indeed appeared alive and well before everyone. Cultivators, especially high-level cultivators like Wang Xiao, indeed had very tenacious vitality. However, could someone still come back to life after their spiritual soul had been destroyed? Even the lord of Tianyan City could not believe what he saw. Yet Wang Xiao truly existed in the flesh before them. Yifutian once again appeared in space. With a bizarre expression, he stared at Wang Xiao, who was wielding the imperial arm. Just now, Yifutian had purposely added on a few attacks to ensure that Wang Xiao was truly dead. Both his flesh and his spiritual soul were destroyed to the point beyond repair. But how could he still be alive now? The will of the ancestor is with me. On top of that, I have an indestructible body to begin with. This time, I have to thank the ancestor for guiding me to overcome my fear of death to find a way out of that impasse. Wuxia said the lord of Tianyan City. A glint of light flashed in the eyes of the city lord. So, Wuxia managed to survive because he overcame his fear of death and found a way out of the impasse? The city lord believed Wang Zhao's words right away. After all, Wang Xiao was standing alive and well right in front of him now. Moreover, the will of Tianyan the Great was indeed with Wang Xiao. It was normal to assume that the power of the ancestor had aided him in rebirth. Both Mo Qingge and Yi Futian knitted their brows together tightly. Their gazes were fixed on Wang Xiao. Had the power of the ancestor helped Wang Xiao to come back to life? Both of them clearly sensed that there was something different about Wang Zhao's temperament. Yi Futian's gaze turned sharp. The light of Buddha flowed around him. His gaze was seemingly able to see through Wang Xiao as he stared at the latter. Sensing his gaze, Wang Xiao swept a glance at Yi Futian. Wang Zhao's eyes were terrifying. His gaze pierced through Yi Futian's eyes, causing him to feel acute pain. He was not Wang Xiao. A voice rang in Yi Futian's mind. He kept a calm expression. Even though he was shocked, he did not show his emotion. Wang Xiao had died and had not come back to life. This Wang Xiao before their eyes was not the same person as before. If this Wang Xiao was not the real Wang Xiao, who was he? Yi Futian thought of a possibility. Immediately, his face turned pale as his heart quivered. Wang Xiao inherited the teachings and the will of Tianyan the Great. The weapon he used to wield was that of Tianyan the Great too. Everything he had was given to him by the great emperor. Even Wang Zhao's divine body, which Yi Futian assumed that he had paid a great price in order to forge, was most likely something he achieved with the help of Tianyan the Great. Back during the armor competition, the city lord revealed Wang Zhao's talent in front of everyone and elected him as the successor of Tianyan City. However, in reality, Wang Xiao had always been the candidate chosen by Tianyan the Great himself. Therefore, who would this current Wang Xiao be? The answer was as clear as day. This person was Tianyan the Great himself. Yi Futian was shocked and perturbed. Tianyan the Great was reborn in the current world with the flesh of Wang Xiao. In fact, he might have been plotting this since the day he chose Wang Xiao as his successor. He nourished himself with Wang Zhao's body and gradually snatched away everything that belonged to the latter. Wang Xiao was but a tool that Tianyan the Great used to pave his way to rebirth. Yi Futian stared straight ahead and kept a poker face. He did not tell anyone about his speculation. If this current Wang Xiao was truly Tianyan the Great, he would undoubtedly be much more frightening than before. He would most likely be able to kill Yi Futian. However, he had not done so. Clearly, he also did not wish to expose his true identity. Tianyan the Great had only been reborn in the flesh. He had yet to recover his abilities as a great emperor. Therefore, he wanted to hide his identity by pretending to be Wang Xiao for now. In the vast space, battles everywhere stopped. In the battle, the members of the Divine Prefecture came to deal with Yi Futian. After that, Yi Futian wanted to kill Wang Xiao. Hence the chaotic battle ensued. Prior to this, Yi Futian had already killed Wang Xiao. However, Wang Xiao seemed to have an immortal body and had come back to life. Suddenly, the vast space fell silent momentarily. Yi Futian stared at Wang Xiao without saying anything. Wang Xiao also stared back at him. Both of them had different thoughts in their minds. Yi Futian was somewhat hesitant, not daring to expose Wang Zhao's identity. He was being wary. The person before him was no longer the Wang Xiao he knew before. He was also not the Wang Xiao that the lord of Tianyan City knew. He was the reincarnation of a great emperor that had descended upon the world. He was an emperor. Even though the great emperor borrowed Wang Zhao's body, the imperial arm was forged by him. How terrifying would he be in battle wielding an imperial arm? Wang Xiao could not kill Yi Futian while wielding an imperial arm. However, Tianyan the Great would undoubtedly be able to. Hence, he did not dare to expose Tianyan the Great's identity. He did not know what consequences it would bring if he did so. Therefore, he naturally would not bet his life on it. On the other hand, Tianyan the Great was similarly wary of Yi Futian. On this point, the two of them were in tacit agreement. After all, he was a great emperor from the distant past. If he was reborn into this era, how would the other great emperors think? At least for now, him borrowing a body to be reborn meant that Tianyan the Great was not at his peak. He did not dare to claim that he would survive in the hands of the current great emperors. The person who was most confused was Xianxia. Many thoughts also surfaced in his mind. Had Wang Xiao truly forged an immortal body by borrowing the power of Tianyan the Great? Could he be killed? It might be so. Yi Futian looked at Xianxia. Xianxia had hunted Wang Xiao together with him. They had joined forces to take him down and had personally witnessed his death. They were the only two people who knew how Wang Xiao had died. After his body was destroyed, Yi Futian had also destroyed his spiritual soul. Wang Xiao should already have perished and dissipated into nothingness. Even though Xianxia had not killed Wang Xiao, he was still a witness. Could Xianxia figure the truth out? Yi Futian was not sure about this. Buzz. In Wang Xiao's hand, sky tremor unleashed powerful shockwaves that swept towards where Yi Futian stood. Wang Xiao took a step forward and said, "Many thanks for creating a new divine body for me. However, I, Wang Xiao, have an immortal divine body. I am the unrivaled. Even if you want to kill me, can you pull it off?" As he challenged Yi Futian, more and more terrifying shockwaves gushed towards the latter. Sky tremor also moved forward. Yi Futian observed Wang Xiao carefully. The current Wang Xiao seemed to be mimicking the way the real Wang Xiao spoke. Even his words sounded familiar. He did so in order not to arouse suspicion. He wanted everyone to believe that he was still the old Wang Xiao, but with a renewed divine body that was immortal. His action had indeed gained the trust of the others around. After hearing his words, even the Lord of Tianyan City dispelled any doubts he had. It didn't matter how Wang Xiao was resuscitated. More importantly, the great emperor had indeed aided him in forging a perfect divine body that was indestructible. Not only was Wang Xiao's flesh imperishable, but his spiritual soul was also everlasting. Wang Xiao was the unrivaled. He was destined to be extraordinary. He would surely become the next great emperor and lead the members of Tianyan City into a new era. Yi Futian activated celerity and directly disappeared from his original spot with a flash, preventing Wang Xiao from attacking him. Wang Xiao stared as he disappeared and refrained from attacking him with sky tremor. After all, they were still in the divine prefecture. It was not suitable for him to kill Yi Futian here with the imperial arm. Wang Xiao did not go after Yi Futian. Neither did he demonstrate any stronger abilities. He was Wang Xiao now. At least for now, he could not unleash more powerful abilities other than what he had previously displayed. Otherwise, he would be drawing suspicion onto himself. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the area where the cultivators of the devil world and the dark court were. Near him was death god Yi Qingyao. Yi Futian said, "Let's retreat." "Retreat?" asked Yi Qingyao, somewhat dissatisfied. Just a while ago, these people had wanted to settle a score with Yi Futian. They were all her enemies. She wanted all of them dead. Wang Xiao had not been completely killed off either. How could they just retreat? Xianxia's figure also retreated to their side. He looked at Yi Futian and then complied with what the latter said. Xianxia said, "That will be all for today." Yan Gi from the devil world retreated here too. The cultivators from both forces returned to their respective locations. They ceased fighting and prepared to retreat. If Wang Xiao truly had an immortal divine body, there was indeed no need to continue battling. They couldn't kill him, and the imperial arm he wielded was also extremely powerful. "Retreat!" Yan Gi commanded. The various cultivators retreated. The cultivators of the divine prefecture did not pursue them, instead merely watching them as they left. Wang Xiao similarly did not attack. Setting aside the fact that he wanted to keep his ability hidden, even if he didn't need to hide it, he could not just go on a massacre. If he killed too many people now, he would make enemies before he reclaimed his title as the great emperor. It would be troublesome. Although it was not in his nature to do so, he had already waited so many years for this day. He did not mind waiting for a little while longer. Now, stability was his priority. The cultivators of the devil world retreated. Yi Futian also left with them. The lord of Tianyan City stared in the direction that Yi Futian left. He said, "This is irrefutable proof that Yi Futian colluded with the forces of the devil world and formed an alliance with them. He might prove a nuisance in the future. Is the Imperial Palace considering dealing with the Ziwei segmentum?" The battle that occurred before this caused him to have lingering fears. Wang Xiao had died once, and Yi Futian, who had returned, wanted to kill him again. The city lord's combat ability would not necessarily be inferior to Yi Futian. However, in terms of agility, he was no match for the latter. If they were to fight alone, he would be worn out and Yi Futian would be at an absolute advantage. This threat needed to be eliminated as soon as possible to prevent trouble in the future that could threaten Tianyan City. The previous battle has already confirmed all this. What more needs to be said? Someone answered. Among the lineup of the Divine Prefecture, Feng Ru was the strongest member. When he heard the words of the Lord of Tianyan City, he naturally understood the other party's intentions. However, it was still within reason. Feng Ru replied, "I will report this to the Imperial Palace and let His Highness know about this. He will decide whether anything is to be done to the Ziwei segmentum." He had witnessed today's incident very clearly. Although there was reason to suspect that Yi Futian had allied with the devil world, he had always stressed that this matter was between him and Tianyan City. Obviously, Yi Futian did not wish to be swept into this conflict and be forced to choose a side. As for him leaving with the members of the devil world, that was utter nonsense. Many people from the Divine Prefecture wished to kill him. If he did not leave with the cultivators of the devil world, would he even be able to leave at all? He couldn't stay here anyway. Only the great emperor could decide on this matter. "All right," said the lord of Tianyan City as he nodded his head. Since Feng Ru had already said so, he did not need to continue. On the other side, Yi Futian's group left the battlefield. "It is somewhat unfortunate that Wang Xiao is still alive," a cultivator commented. On the battlefield, Wang Xiao's combat ability while wielding an imperial arm was considered at the top of the pyramid. Only Yan Gi could withstand him head-on. If Yan Gi killed Wang Xiao, Yan Gi would be unmatched. Feng Ru could only stall the former, not withstand him. Moreover, they had the Death God with them. Together, the Death God and Yan Gi could massacre everyone unchallenged. Many people glanced at Yi Futian. It seemed that this top figure of the original realm also had times when he failed. He claimed to have slain Wang Xiao. However, in the end, he did not manage to succeed in doing so. Of course, they understood that this was not Yi Futian's fault. The current Wang Xiao was too resilient. However, how could they have known that the true Wang Xiao had already been killed by Yi Futian? Yi Futian did not bother to explain. Even if Wang Xiao were not here, he would keep the secret. He did not dare to reveal it. He was worried that once he revealed the secret, Tianyan the Great would have no more scruples and would rampage and massacre everyone. "However, we have gained Palace Lord Yi as an aide. We still hold the advantage," another cultivator said, as though Yi Futian was already on their side. Yi Futian raised his eyebrows slightly as he contemplated on some matters. "Yi Futian!" a voice called out right then. Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked towards the speaker. Standing beside him, the person gave him a vague sense of pressure. Very few people could make him feel this away now. The person who had appeared was the strongest figure on their side. It was the top demon sage of the devil world, Yan Gi. "Demon sage," greeted Yi Futian as he nodded his head slightly. Yan Gi said, "I have also heard of the incident in the devil world. After that battle, Donghuang Diuan left this place. To be able to fight the only daughter of Donghuang the Great to a draw, you might have a chance of pursuing the path of the emperor." He seemed to hold Yi Futian in high regard. The cultivators of the devil world admired ability. Yan Gi had heard that Yi Futian was very powerful before this. Now he had witnessed it himself. Although Yi Futian did not manage to kill Wang Xiao, he still proved how powerful he was. "Demon Sage, you speak too highly of me," replied Yi Futian. "The members of the Divine Prefecture wish to kill you. Now, you and the Ziwei segmentum most likely do not have many options. Even if you do not attack them, they will certainly attack you," Yan Gi said. Would you consider forging an alliance and attacking the divine prefecture together? Yifutian and Yushang had always been on very good terms. It was inevitable that they would become allies in the future. Yifutian said, Demon Sage, although many people from the divine prefecture want to kill me, they are only a small number after all. The Ziwei segmentum is not yet powerful enough to be able to fight against Emperor-level forces. Demon Sage, I hope you won't mind. Besides that, I still have other pressing matters to attend to. I will make a move first. Everyone, many thanks for lending me your aid, Yifutian said as he saluted with his fists. He was planning to make a trip back to the village. Now Wang Xiao was Tianyan the Great. He had to take some precautions. All right, replied Yengi, not forcing it. He continued, Be on your way. Many thanks, responded Yifutian as he saluted with his fists again. He then looked at Yi Qingyao and nodded his head at her. He then left immediately, leaving in a hurry. In Four Corner Village on Four Corner Continent in the Shangqing domain, Yifutian once again appeared in the village to see Master. If he had encountered cultivators below the level of a great emperor, he naturally would not disturb Master. However, an ancient great emperor had now appeared. He felt troubled by this, so he could only come and pay Master a visit. In the courtyard in the village, Yifutian came to seek Master's counsel. The latter's ethereal figure appeared before him and quietly listened as Yifutian explained his predicament. There was no change at all to Master's face. For him, who had transcended worldly matters, it seemed that all this came as no surprise. At least he was not surprised by what had transpired. Master explained, For Tianyan the Great to be reborn by borrowing Wang Zhao's body, he needed to first merge with the latter's body and spiritual soul. So your guess should be correct. Tianyan the Great chose Wang Xiao as his successor, but he might have had this goal in mind from the very beginning. He lured them step by step and forged a divine body over several years. Wang Zhao's body and spiritual soul should be thoroughly merged with Tianyan the Great. However, the latter had always kept his agenda hidden. Even if you had not been involved, Wang Xiao would be consumed sooner or later and become a vessel for Tianyan the Great to be reborn into this world. Hence, it can be said that it was not you who drew him out, but rather you merely accelerated the process. That should be it, replied Yifutian as he nodded. However, if it weren't for me, Wang Xiao might not have walked this path. Tianyan the Great would have needed to face more obstacles to achieve his goal. Yifutian continued, Nevertheless, now that he is reborn into the world and is now wielding his previous imperial arm if he wishes to attack the Ziwei segmentum, I fear that I won't be able to stand against him even with the will of great Emperor Ziwei. He was somewhat worried about this. Hence, he had come to discuss things with Master. After all, Master was also previously a great emperor. Master analyzed. First of all, that will not happen so soon. As you said, he is cautious of the current great emperors of the world, so he does not dare to expose himself. Second, if he wishes to completely merge with Wang Zhao's figure, he will still need some time. The current him is not Tianyan the Great from his heyday. I believe he still needs to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time. Moreover, none of the ancient god clans are as simple as you think, even those that you have attacked. Yifutian quietly listened. Shi Qiao had warned him about this before as well. The ancient god clans weren't as simple as he thought they were. Tianyan the Great being reborn into the world was further proof of this. Great emperors in the ancient god clans existed in different forms. All of them truly existed in this world and had another chance to be reborn. They were not merely wills. Otherwise, there would not be a case like Wang Zhao's. That meant that similar situations could happen in the other ancient god clans. Great emperors existed in special forms in the ancient god clans and have always passed down their teachings. Master continued. Besides that, the Ziwei segmentum won't be so easily destroyed. Haven't you fought back Wang Xiao before? The situation this time is somewhat different. Wang Xiao is no longer himself, said Yifutian. Responded Master as he nodded his head slightly. Do not overthink things. I will keep an eye on the Ziwei segmentum. Many thanks, Master, said Yifutian as he got up and bowed to him. Master nodded his head slightly and accepted his bow. He then gestured to Yi Futian to sit down. Every time I face a problem, I end up coming to trouble you, lamented Yi Futian as he shook his head with a bitter smile. As he said this, he felt somewhat embarrassed. Master had actually done so much for him, yet he could not do anything for the former. He felt ashamed. It is of no consequence. For us to have met, it was fated to be. We will follow wherever destiny leads us, said Master with a smile. Be on your way. All right, replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head and bowed once again. He then left the place and returned to the Ziwei segmentum. After Yi Futian left, Master gazed into the distance. An ethereal aura still emanated from his figure, yet his eyes were wavering. The original realm had undergone a drastic change, and Tianyan the Great was reborn again into the world. The era was about to change. This era would become an iconic one for future generations. He wondered how events would play out. After Yi Futian returned to the Ziwei segmentum, he once again went into seclusion to cultivate. Tianyan the Great's rebirth made him feel pressured. Wang Xiao was no threat to him, and he also did not fear the ancient god clans. However, he had to be cautious of Tianyan the Great. As Yi Futian was cultivating, some incidents occurred in the original realm that disrupted his cultivation. Old Ma came looking for him. What has happened? Asked Yi Futian. Old Ma reported. Recently a group of mysterious cultivators have appeared in the original realm. They sought out available relics and relied on them to cultivate. Occasionally they even resorted to plundering the relics. Now they have invaded territories that we control. Not long ago they invaded the previous base of the Haoyan clan. No one could stop them. However, the other party also acted within reason. They did not kill, and their goal was only to plunder cultivation resources. It seems like they did not wish to make enemies of us. It was also because of this that he could report this to Yi Futian in a rather calm manner. If the other party had committed murder, things would be different. Mysterious cultivators? Yi Futian frowned slightly. He had encountered cultivators from all 6 realms. No one would act in such a manner. If they were his enemies, they would not have held back. If so, which force outside the top forces of the 6 realms dared to touch the lands under the Ziwei segmentum? Was the Supreme Elder around? Asked Yi Futian. He was, but he still could not hold them back, replied Old Ma. This caused Yi Futian to reveal a strange look. Lord Chun was already very powerful, and yet he actually could not keep the enemy at bay. I will go take a look, said Yi Futian as he got up. Both of them headed over to the Space Teleportation Grand Matrix in Ziwei Imperial Palace. After a short while, the Teleportation Grand Matrix activated, and brilliant spatial divine light lit up. Both their figures immediately disappeared and reappeared in the previous base of the Haoyan clan. The base was an ancient relic with a starry sky. Yi Futian headed in one direction at extremely high speeds. He immediately appeared before a mountain that reached towards the sky. This place had an extremely ancient aura and a very powerful will of the Great Path. A faint emperor's might emanated from this place. Up ahead there were many figures. Lord Chun and Yi Futian's third brother Gu Donglu were all present. They were looking up ahead. There, a group of cultivators had claimed the palace where Gu Donglu and the others were supposed to be. They stood before the divine wall and observed the divine seals on it. The other party consisted of 3 individuals. The person in the middle was rather young. He kept staring at the divine seals while the other 2 stood to his left and right. All 3 of them had powerful auras. They naturally sensed Yi Futian's arrival, but none of them looked at him. It was as though Yi Futian did not exist. Yi Futian looked at the youth. His heart wavered. He recognized the other party, or rather they had met each other once before. Aside from the original realm, there were 7 realms in the world. In the past, he had only come across 6 of them. There was another realm that had long fallen into oblivion and was forgotten by the world. It was the Heavenly Emperor realm. The Heavenly Emperor realm, also known as the Heaven realm, ruled over the forces of the Heaven Court. They were once very powerful, and the Heavenly Emperor was also once considered the strongest person in the world. However, this all ended following the death of the Heavenly Emperor. After the Heavenly Emperor perished, the Heaven Realm collapsed. Rumor said that the realm was currently a desolate wasteland. It was gradually forgotten by the people of the world and was even overlooked by the lands of the six realms. They seemed not to give it enough attention. The people of the world had especially forgotten about the existence of the Heaven Realm. Only the members of the top forces still had their eyes on the Heaven Realm and knew of its existence. Aside from that, after the fall of the Heavenly Emperor, the members of the Heaven Realm rarely made an appearance outside of their realm. Even the current leader of the Heaven Realm was shrouded in mystery. In the Cultivation world, there were rumors of the Heaven Realm. Some said that after the Heavenly Emperor perished, a new emperor was born in the Heaven Realm. He did not use the title of Heavenly Emperor. He never showed himself and cultivated alone in seclusion. It was as though he did not exist. Some voices claimed that there was no emperor in the Heaven Realm. However, Yi Futian recalled what the Devil Emperor said to him. Regardless of whether there existed a great emperor in the Heaven Realm, he seemed to be ignored. Or rather, it should be said that the ones who controlled the world now were the six great emperors. Hence, the people of the world only recognized these six great emperor figures. In terms of emperors, master should also be considered an existence at the imperial realm. In the ancient god clans, the great emperors also existed in different forms. However, they all seem to be overlooked by the world. In the world today, the ones who stood at the peak were these six great emperors. Of course, Yi Futian did not know the overall situation. He knew very little about the Heaven Realm. He had only met the youth before him once at the geocenter of the Shadow Realm. This was the only reason why he knew of the existence of the latter. Sir, it doesn't seem appropriate for you to infiltrate a base of Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yi Futian said as he looked at the other party. Only when they heard Yi Futian speaking did the men on both sides of the youth turn around slowly. They cast a glance at Yi Futian. The youth was still facing away from Yi Futian and did not look at the latter. However, his voice could be heard. Wasn't this previously the base of the Haoyan clan? He asked plainly. Since your Ziwei Imperial Palace has forcefully made it their base, what's so inappropriate about me appearing here? Yi Futian had no comeback to this. The reality was indeed such. Everything in the original realm did not have an owner and was seized by all the forces from one another. This place was also claimed by him from the hands of the Haoyan clan. Since the other party could infiltrate this place, what was stopping him? You have a point, replied Yi Futian as he nodded his head. He stepped forward and walked towards the three cultivators from the Heaven Realm. The two men beside the youth turned around. Both of them walked over towards Yi Futian, one from the left and one from the right. Their auras were extremely terrifying. When they unleashed their might, Yi Futian realized that they were actually existences at the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Only Emperor-level forces had such lineups. Even though the Heaven Realm had deteriorated, the ancient Heaven Court was one of the most powerful forces in the world. It was once glorious without equal. Even now, Yi Futian was not surprised that several cultivators of this level had appeared here. He glanced at the youth who had not moved. The other party was still standing there and had not even turned around to look at him. The former was constantly staring at the divine wall. With two protectors who were so terrifying, one could imagine the status the other party had in the Heaven Realm. He was most likely the successor of the realm. In the chaotic era of the original realm, the six realms waged war against each other. Even the Heaven Realm had emerged to join the fight. The two cultivators who stepped forward also had extraordinary temperaments. The person on the left had his hair tied up. Golden divine halos flowed over his body. The frightening golden divine halos were like a pagoda. At the same time, a powerful destructive light of catastrophe flowed over him. The person to the right had hair up to his shoulders, unrestrained. He had a deep gaze, and Yi Futian could sense a chill emanating from him. Yi Futian waved his hand, and the people behind him immediately retreated backward away from this region. Even if people at Yi Futian's level controlled their strength in battle, the shockwaves from their bouts were still very powerful. Lord Chen gathered the various cultivators together and protected them behind him to prevent them from being harmed by the aftershocks of the battle. The cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace were all looking ahead. Was their palace lord about to fight both figures at the same time? Nevertheless, they had absolute faith in Yi Futian's ability. Yi Futian was their faith and their totem. Rumble. A terrifying scene suddenly appeared in the space. With a mere thought, the space appeared as though doomsday had arrived. A bone-chilling aura enveloped the vast space. Ice, frost, and a chilly will gathered in the heavens and the earth, causing people to tremble from head to toe. In the distance, cultivators were shivering from the cold. The divine light of the Great Path appeared on Lord Chen's figure and formed a star-light screen. It enveloped everyone and made them feel better. Such terrifying power of cold and ice. Even their spiritual souls were about to be frozen. Various people secretly thought to themselves. They looked up ahead. Aside from the extreme chill, there was a menacing light of catastrophe that flashed like lightning in the frost-covered space. A rumbling sound could be heard coming from the sky. Buzz. Golden divine halos rained down. In the destructive storm, extremely dazzling divine light shot out. Yi Futian felt the might of these two figures. He frowned slightly. These two were far more powerful than the master of Celestial Worthy Mountain. They were not much weaker than the lord of Tianyan City, the leader of one of the ancient god clans. They had not only survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. At this level, they were considered among the top. The space seemed to be frozen solid. Even spiritual souls were frozen. Everything slowed down. However, the destructive golden lightning that contained terrifying and threatening power did not stop flashing. Right then, a guqin of ice appeared in the hands of the powerful existence on the right. Even the strings of the guqin had a cold shine to them and seemed to be covered with white frost. It gave off an extremely cold vibe. This person was proficient in the way of rhythm. The strings of his guqin vibrated, and the sound of the guqin immediately reverberated in the space. Yi Futian felt a chill down his spine. The sound of guqin was already in harmony with the heavens and the earth. It was extremely cold. It was as though they were dropped into an ice cellar and submerged into the chill. Yi Futian felt his flesh and his spiritual soul freeze. He was severely affected. This ability was terrifying. What was even more frightening was that there was still another powerful figure. Unparalleled golden divine light shone down. A pagoda of divine light appeared above Yi Futian's head. It was a gigantic divine pagoda with 99 stories. As it spun, destructive divine light pressed down and eradicated everything. In an instant, it shot towards Yi Futian. Buzz. Yi Futian's figure flickered, and he attempted to leave this place. However, he saw the gigantic illusion of the divine pagoda appear in the vast space and envelope this part of the sky. Yi Futian was already inside the pagoda. He could not get out. "A dominion!" exclaimed Yi Futian. He looked towards the two cultivators standing across from him. These two were no ordinary figures. If there were cultivators from Emperor-level forces here, they would know that the two men that Yi Futian was facing in battle were two of the 4 heavenly kings of the Heaven Realm. One could imagine how powerful they were. In the Heaven Court, the 4 heavenly kings were under the direct command of the Heavenly Emperor. Only he could order them around. When the members of Ziwei Imperial Palace witnessed such a horrifying scene of destruction, they felt somewhat worried for their palace lord. How could these two cultivators be so powerful? What was the identity of that youth? Buzz. The destructive light of catastrophe charged down towards Yi Futian and struck his body. However, he was protected by flowing divine light. His divine body of the Great Path was domineering, and the light of catastrophe did not affect him. Moreover, the divine light contained the divine fire of the sun, which helped to expel the cold aura in Yi Futian's body. Yi Futian's gaze was piercing as he looked forward. Ancient Buddhas appeared in his mind. Since the other party intended to shake his will with the melody, their attacks would probably not stop here. Divine light poured down on Yi Futian as more terrifying attacks descended. The 99-story pagoda spun downwards. Contained within it was a golden halo that seemed capable of eradicating all existences. The pagoda engulfed Yi Futian in an instant. Then, it began to shrink as the light of destruction swept towards him frenziedly. This menacing power intended to destroy both the flesh and the spiritual soul of Yi Futian. It was overbearing. Humph! The cultivator who unleashed the pagoda coldly snorted. Immediately, the pagoda overwhelmed this part of the sky. Yi Futian's body was trapped within it as well. Right at this moment, intense rumbling sounds could be heard coming from the pagoda. The sound caused the 99-story pagoda to shake continuously. Shocking sounds of wheezing could be heard coming from the pagoda, as though there was a terrifying power attacking it from the inside. This caused the heavenly king from the heaven realm to frown. He was well aware of how powerful the pagoda, which stemmed from his divine wheel, was. Even if a cultivator on the same plane as him were trapped in it, they would face the fate of being crushed to death. Both their flesh and their spiritual souls would be turned to pulp. He had encountered countless opponents, yet very few could survive this pagoda. Bang, bang, bang. Vigorous rumbling sounds continued as the pagoda shook violently. One could imagine how intense the collisions in the pagoda were. In the pagoda, ancient Buddhas appeared all around Yi Futian. They sent out gigantic palm strikes frenziedly. The palm strikes struck the inner walls of the pagoda. Even though the destructive power that rampaged in it could not destroy Yi Futian's flesh and spiritual soul, it still threatened him. Nevertheless, the power of this attack was far from being able to kill Yi Futian. It was almost time. As Yi Futian thought to himself, he shifted his will, and a divine sword appeared. He pointed his finger in one direction, and the sword charged straight towards it. With a loud bang, cracks appeared on the pagoda. Shatter! Yi Futian sent out yet another sword. As more and more swords stabbed into the walls, cracks propagated in the pagoda, and the slits grew larger. The spinning pagoda continued to unleash destructive light towards Yi Futian, but it could no longer hold its shape. With a loud boom, the pagoda disintegrated into pieces. Yi Futian's figure appeared in the sky as his gaze was fixed on the two heavenly kings. "Your abilities are remarkable," Yi Futian commented calmly. No wonder the three of them were so at ease while invading the Ziwei Segmentum's territory. They did so openly and had no intention of retreating. The heaven realm had fallen, but the surviving members of the realm were most likely stronger than even the ancient god clans. The abilities of these two cultivators were akin to that of the top-tier cultivators in the ancient god clans. Besides that, the youth had yet to show his ability up until now. Yi Futian had a vague feeling that this successor of the heaven realm was surely very powerful. Otherwise, the two top figures would not be under his command. Yi Futian raised his head as his figure flickered, moving higher into the sky. Both great cultivators glanced at him, then followed him. All three cultivators appeared together in the void except for the young man. He continued with what he was doing previously, comprehending and cultivating in front of the divine wall. It seemed as if all that fighting on the outside had nothing to do with him. Clang! Above the firmament, a loud noise was heard. Although they had reached higher in the sky, they were still within the coverage of the domain, and they had not yet got out of it. There was an intrusion of a rhythmic storm that contained an extreme chill. Yi Futian's divine body was constantly struck by ice and frost. At the same time, another round of terrifying pagodas spun down and hovered over Yi Futian. The golden light of destruction overwhelmed that corner of the sky and enveloped Yi Futian's entire body. Still not quitting? Yi Futian raised his hand as he glanced at the space above. His entire body was radiant beyond description as countless divine swords converged together. Terrifying runes were inscribed on those divine swords, sheltering the sky and the sun. Yi Futian raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Suddenly, the divine swords broke through the sky and savaged this entire space. When Yi Futian comprehended this divine method, he had intended to use it as a method to be used to counter Donghuang Diuan, and this was most apparent in the naming of the swordsmanship. The sword that Donghuang Diuan was known for was called the Tianqing Divine Sword, and Yi Futian named his swordsmanship Tianzhu. When hundreds and thousands of swords were launched, all the divine swords resonated, aiming at the 99 layers of pagoda. Immediately, the pagoda collapsed and shattered frantically. Terrible explosive sounds came from the sky above while the great path was crumbling, and the golden divine pagoda was pulverized. Yifutian glanced at the two cultivators as he clasped his hands together. With a thought, the boundless space turned into the great path realm of Buddhism. Above the firmament, Buddhas filled the heavens while chanting the sound of Buddha. Their chanting lingered between heaven and earth that turned into Buddhist mantras, contending with the sound of guqin played by the cultivator, who was an expert in rhythm. Yifutian was illuminated by a golden light, and divine flames enveloped his body. His divine body was impervious to any means, and it seemed that no great path could destabilize him. His actual physical body seemed to have incarnated as a Buddha. He had incredible prowess. The two of you come from the heaven realm, and you must not be some unknown figures there. How shall I address you? Yifutian asked loudly. The sound of Buddha lingered and resounded through the void. Only then did the cultivators from the Ziwei Imperial Palace realize that these cultivators were from the heaven realm. The heaven realm, according to legend, had long been weakened and had faded into history. Pagoda King of the Heaven Court, the cultivator who controlled the pagoda proclaimed. Melody King of the Heaven Court. The other person responded coldly in like manner, identifying himself readily. Two great heavenly kings. Yifutian assessed the two men and saw that they were great figures from the heaven court, and both were at the top level. No wonder they had such considerable combat strengths. If they were at the level of the mountain master of the celestial worthy mountain, his current prowess could rid someone like that easily enough. Back then, he was a lot less powerful. It turns out that we are in the presence of the heavenly kings. No wonder there is a battle of this scale. Yifutian said loudly, It's just that this is the territory that belonged to the Ziwei Imperial Palace. As the Palace Lord of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, I must ask the two of you to leave. As soon as he said that, Buddhas populated in the sky above, and the light of Buddha was blazing, illuminating the space of this realm. It was so radiant that every Buddha had released the light of the Great Path, which was blinding to anyone who tried to look at it. This technique is based on the techniques of Buddhism and my comprehension. This combat effectiveness is superb and unparalleled. You two heavenly kings, be careful, Yifutian said loudly. Looking at these two powerful men, the two great cultivators raised their heads to look at the brilliant figure above the sky. Yifutian's divine body was bright, shrouded by the light of Buddha, akin to an ancient Buddha cast in gold. A mighty divine might came from outside the heavens and overpowered this space. It was as if this terrifying power of the Great Path was coming from somewhere else. All these Buddhas appeared to stand high above the sky. They blasted down boundless and massive Buddhist palm strikes at the same time. Each palm strike contained incomparable power as they slammed straight down, aiming at these two heavenly kings. These domineering Buddhist palm strikes seemed to go on without end. The Pagoda King and Melody King both looked serious now. Yifutian's power was somewhat unexpected. Although they had heard of Yifutian and his accomplishments before, they had not paid too much attention. He may be someone extraordinary, but they were no ordinary folks either. The four heavenly kings from the heaven court in heaven realm plus another great existence beside them. Although he rarely made appearances in the outside world and had never become part of the world outside in the truest sense, the people in the heaven realm knew just how powerful this future heavenly emperor of theirs was. All the cultivators in the heaven realm believed that in the future, he was bound to be the one tasked with the mission of revitalizing the whole heaven realm. He would become the heavenly emperor one day. The reason why they were seldom seen in the outside world was that they wanted to keep a low profile. In the midst of today's chaotic situation, they finally decided to come to check things out, taking this opportunity to comprehend the power of the ancient emperors at all the major sites of relics. Therefore, even though Yifutian was the king of the original realm and possessed extraordinary talent, they had never thought much about him before. Even that proud son on the outside world, who had taken the world by surprise, dared to call himself the Unraveled. This was all because their young master had not made his existence known to the rest of the world. Otherwise, as soon as he made his presence known, he would no doubt dominate the peer of his generation, and no one could compete with him. Those so-called genius talents would only serve as his stepping stones. However, at this juncture in the battle, Yi Futian's strength could be clearly perceived, and even they had to pay attention to it. It seemed that his title as premier genius talent of the original realm had some substance, after all. The rhythm storm as created by Melody King was becoming more urgent, as the surrounding world was frozen shut in ice. Those massive Buddhist handprints close to them were covered with white frost. It was as if they were slowed by the impending freeze. At the same time, the storm of music turned into a terrible, sharp blade, causing the collapse of those Buddhist palm strikes. The pagoda king attacked forcefully, waving his hands in the front. Suddenly, the pagoda suppressed heaven and earth. This time, the pagoda was slashing towards the sky above, exerting all of its forces. A destructive storm slaughtered against the momentum, blocking the force attacking him. The great path roared, and heaven and earth seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The Buddhas above the sky resonated with one another, and the great palm that fell seemed infinite. Even though they continued to collapse and shatter, there were still more of them slamming into the space below, which seemed endless. And with this terrifying attack, the entire domain became extremely heavy. An extreme chill permeated everything. It was the chill that was generated by the palm strike, which froze heaven and earth. The two heavenly kings gradually felt the chill. The power of Een. Melody King frowned. He had felt a chill. He himself was also an expert at the way of ice. He could freeze the body and spiritual soul of the others. However, at this moment, he felt the invasion of this kind of power. Above the firmament, a gigantic Buddha appeared. He came from beyond the sky and traveled towards the ground below. Yi Futian was actually positioned between the hands and chest of the giant Buddha, thus traveling down as well. The all-heaven Buddha's seal. As soon as Yi Futian's words fell, his palms slammed towards the area below. Suddenly, the giant Buddha was making the same motion as he did. Boundless and massive palm strikes blasted out downwards and covered this corner of the world. It seemed as if everything was buried underneath those great palm strikes. At the same time, all the Buddhas resonated in unison as they blasted out great palm strikes at the same time. It was as if they had formed some connection. They enhanced the attack with even more power and overpowered this corner of the sky completely. This was the all-heaven Buddha's seal. The great attack had been comprehended by him, and his power was infinite. The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace watched this scene, their hearts pounding. The giant Buddha descended like the Buddha himself had descended into the world, lording over everything. The power of this attack was unimaginable. Even Lord Chen's heart palpitated when he saw this scene. The attack was so great that he could see the leaps and bounds that Yi Futian had made in his cultivations over the years. If the Millet Emperor were here, he would definitely find this attack familiar. This attack seemed to contain the power from the gate of world suppression, which was extremely powerful. The two heavenly kings from the heaven realm looked even more grave as their eyes were fixed on the attack that pressed down upon them. Accompanied by those violent roars, their defenses were collapsing continuously, and they could not hold off that terrifying attack any longer. The divine light of the great path was released frantically as they gathered their greatest strength, attempting to block the all-heaven Buddha's seal. However, this overbearing attack continued. It seemed as if no power in the world could stop it. A loud booming sound was heard, and the two men were blasted towards the space below. The great path of the void pulverized, and everything was shattered. Bang! Above the ground, two figures were blasted down into the ground. Down there was a boundless and massive palm that raised an entire ancient mountain range to the ground. The earth was shaking violently. It was as if an earthquake had erupted. There were even fissures on the ground. After a long time, the horrible aura finally dissipated. Two figures emerged from the ground. There was dust all over their bodies. Their breath was shallow, and some coughing could be heard. Blood pooled at the corners of their mouths. Clearly, they were both injured. A palm print had wounded the two existences at the heavenly king level in the heaven realm. The Pagoda King and Melody King both looked up at Yi Futian and thought that this man's cultivation was indeed terrifying. He was already standing at the top level of this realm. They had cultivated for many years to become the heavenly kings of the heaven realm, so they had a clear understanding of their own strength. At their realm, they were definitely at the top. However, today they had been defeated by someone who was their junior. Truly, there was no lack of talented people in each generation, and the new always replaced the old. The era that belonged to the older generation was no more. Before, it was Donghuang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing who had dominated the world back then. Who would the next era belong to? But, no matter who, this being in the heaven realm was still an invincible existence that could suppress everything and everyone as it stood right now. The young man drew his gaze back from the divine wall at this time, raising his head slightly. He glanced at Yi Futian. His expression was indifferent, not showing the slightest hint of annoyance. In his eyes, there was simply a sense of ultimate confidence. Yi Futian seemed to have felt his gaze as he bowed his head to look below. The eyes of the two connected, and this was the second time they made contact. Last time, Yi Futian was not yet able to contend with his opponent. After all, the other had sneaked into the center of the earth and entered into the center of the shadow storm by himself. After so many years, the two of them had reached the same level. Let's go. The young man retracted his gaze after having looked at Yi Futian. It was as if he didn't care about their loss. Nor did he have any thoughts of fighting Yi Futian in retaliation. Were they going to leave just like this? Yi Futian looked at them and asked, "You don't plan on continuing to cultivate here? We've seen everything already. There is no need." The other man responded as he stepped into the void, getting ready to leave. Above the firmament, an extremely terrifying coercion hovered in the area just in front of them, directly enshrouding their opponents within. These two heavenly king guardians and the heir of the heavens must have been some of the most enchanting figures in the world. And their status may be equivalent to that of Donghuang Diyuan in the divine prefecture. Yi Futian was rather curious to see how strong they actually were. Having perceived this power, the other man turned around to face Yi Futian and saw him step forward. The divine might bloomed in full force, and all the Buddhas in the heavens appeared once again, as if to repeat the attack that took place just moments ago. All the Buddhas resonated in an unparalleled and overbearing manner. Both the Pagoda King and Melody King looked very solemn as they fixed their eyes on Yi Futian. Meanwhile, the young man was facing forward as an invisible sword intent erupted from him, tearing through the space. All the Buddhas in the heavens raised their hands simultaneously as the sound of Buddha continued to linger, resounding through the void. Another giant Buddha appeared. Its might was pressing down from above, and it was the all-heaven Buddha's seal. The two heavenly kings could not stop this attack before, and there was no telling if the heir of the heaven realm would do any better. Countless giant palm prints fell down, aiming at the opponent. At the same time, with his body as the center, an incomparable sword intent manifested around the other man. Numerous brilliant golden divine swords appeared between heaven and earth, cutting through the void. The divine sword was gathered together by countless runes, like a punishment from heaven. It was extremely horrific. It shot out madly toward those giant palm prints and collided with them. They crashed and shattered. It was a most terrifying scene to behold. There was a strange look in Yi Futian's eyes, accompanied by the palm of all heaven Buddha's seal. He looked at the other, rather shocked. A radiant divine sword converged and collided with the great palm print of the all-heaven Buddha's seal. Within that great path domain, all the great paths were now collapsing as a terrifying storm ravaged the space. Palm prints and swordsmanship clashed, turning into currents of destruction, then gradually dissipated. The young man gave one look at Yi Futian and said, "Not bad." After that, he turned to leave. The two heavenly kings also gave a look at Yi Futian, then went with the young man as well. Yi Futian did not pursue them this time but frowned. There was an uncertain look on his face, and a disturbance took hold of his heart. He had seen this young man's attack before. It had been unleashed by Donghuang Diyuan. His own swordsmanship, Tianzhu, was inspired by the swordsmanship used by Donghuang Diuan. Heaven-punishing divine sword. Now he found out the heir of the heaven realm possessed the same abilities as Donghuang Diuan, and it was the divine method that must have been passed on to Donghuang Diuan by Donghuang the Great. So, why would the heir of heaven realm inherit the divine method of Donghuang the Great? What was the relationship between the heaven realm and Donghuang the Great? This caused Yi Futian to fall into deep contemplation. Could there be some connection behind all this? If there was some connection, wouldn't that suggest a relationship between Donghuang the Great and the heaven realm? Of course, there was another possibility. If Donghuang the Great, by chance, had cultivated a method that originated from the heaven realm and passed it on to Donghuang Diuan, then it could explain why Donghuang Diuan and the heir of the heaven realm were experts in the heaven punishment divine sword. After the others left, Lord Chun and Gu Donglu walked next to Yi Futian. Together, they looked at those departing figures in the distance. These men are very powerful, especially that young man who was able to take the blow from the palace lord, Lord Chun commented. Before Yi Futian arrived, he had a brief exchange with them. He was simply unable to face 3 such giants, so he did not force the fight. Were they from heaven realm? His strength is no less than mine, Yi Futian replied. The blow he dealt just now was equally matched, and he had a feeling that the other man could be stronger. The young man's strength was not less than Donghuang Diuan's. It certainly would not be any less than Yi Futian's. It seems that in these troubled times, more and more magnificent figures will begin to show themselves. This world is very big, and I am afraid that there are top figures whom we have not yet been made aware of, Yi Futian whispered. This man came from the heaven realm, and the fact that the heavenly kings acted as his protectors all but confirms his status. The heaven realm may be in decline, but in the 7 realms of the world, the heavenly emperor was once a man of might. It is not surprising that there is such an existence, Gu Donglu said next to him. However, this level of existence is rare in the world, and there were very few of them. There is no need for junior brother to belittle yourself. Any cultivator who can fight against you is probably a genius talent who is already standing at the very top of this world. How many mighty figures are there from times immemorial until now? The world has been peaceful for hundreds of years. In the battles that took place hundreds of years ago, many have fallen, but what about those top cultivators who survived? All of them are blessed with long lives, and they will not die of old age. They may be cultivating in the shadows as we speak. Yi Futian continued. I have a feeling that in troubling times, those influential figures will reappear in the world once again, now that Tianyan the Great had returned to them using Wang Zhao's body. With the heir of the heaven realm and heavenly kings who just made their presence known one after the other, this was a sure sign. The top figures of the world would emerge one after another. Before, in that war in the divine prefecture, he had seen many powerful people. Even so, junior brother, you will still be at the top. Only in an era when all the stars are shining can you create an unparalleled legend. Naturally, Gu Donglu trusted Yi Futian and believed that he would climb to the top of the world eventually. It's the same with you, third senior brother. We will all reach the top together, Yi Futian replied with a smile. This was the collective wish of the disciples from the cottage. In the future, they would have to take a trip to Donghuang Imperial Palace and discuss with Mr. Du how to change this world of cultivation. Let's go back, Yi Futian said. Although the cultivators from the heaven realm were discourteous, they did not hurt anyone, as they exercised great restraint. Otherwise, with the strength of all 3 cultivators from the heaven realm, the cultivator stationed here would be easily obliterated. Moreover, they had only comprehended for a bit before leaving on their initiative, without any intention of taking anything with them. They really only just wanted to come here to comprehend the relics of the great emperors and use them for cultivating. They were only here for cultivation. The young man was extremely proud, probably because he wanted to visit the relics of the great emperors. Back then, he had gone deep into the center of the shadow realm and felt the power of the Yin firsthand. The time since that event spanned several decades. Over the years, he must have traveled to many places and comprehended many extraordinary relics. Would heaven realm be a friend or foe in the future? Or rather, there was no such thing as friend or foe to begin with. Take the dark world and the empty divine realm, for example, were they friend or foe? The divine prefecture, friend or foe? Depending on the time, their role would certainly change as well. Between him and a certain principality in the dark world, there was still some unfinished business. Even the divine prefecture and Yifutian had not always been enemies either. No one knew what the future held. Yifutian left to return to the Ziwei imperial palace to cultivate, focusing on continuing to improve his own strength. Only by becoming a great emperor could he possibly be qualified to determine the way of the world. Today, in the eyes of the 6 existing great emperors, he remained someone hardly worthy of their attention. In the divine prefecture, after the battle with Yifutian, both sides had entered into a truce, and a period of considerable peace ensued. It was said that Donghuang the Great had dispatched envoys to negotiate with the 3 realms of the devil world. This war had taken place in the North Cliff region of the divine prefecture. Thus, the North Cliff region had suffered the most, having lost countless innocent lives. The cultivators of Tianyan City left the battlefield as well and returned to Tianyan City. At this moment, somewhere inside the city lord's office of Tianyan City, Wang Xiao was sitting cross-legged, cultivating in a terrifying divine matrix. Divine flames surrounded his body, tempering it. At this moment, Wang Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and a terrifying pair of eyes penetrated everything he gazed at in front of him. Over there, a cultivator appeared, and it was none other than the city lord of Tianyan. The city lord of Tianyan felt a sting in his eyes. From Wang Xiao's eyes, he felt a most overbearing look of contempt, which made his heart tremble to no end. "You felt it too?" Wang Xiao asked. He could sense the presence of the other, as he had looked in on him several times already. That, and based on some of their previous conversations, he knew that the other had put 2 and 2 together. "You are not Wang Xiao," the city lord of Tianyan said. His heart was beating wildly. Even a top figure like himself was feeling a little nervous at this moment. He knew Wang Xiao too well. He had raised Wang Xiao, and he was familiar with Wang Xiao's every movement. Even if the other had deliberately put up a show in front of him, he couldn't be fooled. Some things couldn't be disguised, such as that unmistakable haughtiness that seeped right from his core. That was something Wang Xiao did not have. Wang Xiao sat there, staring at the city lord of Tianyan. "You can't guess who I am?" When he spoke, a terrifying imperial might came down and enveloped the great hall so that the city lord of Tianyan felt suffocated. Meanwhile, his heart was beating so hard it almost jumped out of his chest. "Or, should I say that you are unhappy because it's me?" "I dare not." The city lord of Tianyan bowed most respectfully in response. Under that mighty pressure, he had no choice but to prostrate and kneel on the ground, saying, "Greetings to our most high ancestor." His voice trembled slightly. His attitude was respectful and extremely pious. Although he was a bit sad because of Wang Zhao's death, a trace of hatred lingered. After all, that was his beloved grandchild. But soon another overwhelming emotion was emerging. Their ancestor Tianyan the Great had been reborn and returned to them once again. For Tianyan City, Tianyan the Great was far more important than Wang Xiao. All his high hopes for Wang Xiao were nothing more than for him to become a great emperor one day himself and lead Tianyan City to glory. Now that the great emperor had returned, Tianyan City's former glory would be restored soon enough. Furthermore, everything that Tianyan the Great could give to the family was far beyond what Wang Xiao ever could. One day, when the great emperor had restored his peak strength, perhaps he could even dominate and rule the 7 realms. How could he not be emotional? "Get up," Tianyan the Great remarked nonchalantly. "You are one of us, part of the Wang family. You don't need to grovel like this. To everyone else, I am still Wang Xiao, and you, the city lord of Tianyan." "I understand." The city lord of Tianyan nodded. Tianyan the Great nodded. But the city lord of Tianyan was still standing in place, which prompted him to ask, "Is there something else?" "Sir." Regarding Yifutian and the Ziwei segmentum, even with the return of the great emperor, he was still thinking of Yifutian. His hatred for Yi Futian was plain enough. "I will deal with him," Tianyan the Great responded lightly. Currently, it was not convenient for him to venture out. After cultivating for another period of time, he could then announce to the outside that his realm had been elevated and that his strength had greatly improved. At that time, there was nothing to stop the destruction of the Ziwei segmentum. A tremendous piece of news came from the land of the Divine Prefecture. Donghuang Imperial Palace and the Devil World were in the middle of a peace talk to stop the war. For this reason, the Divine Prefecture was willing to give up the North Cliff region and leave it to the people of the Devil World as a place of cultivation. The Divine Prefecture would forfeit it without further interference and withdraw their troops. At the same time, the cultivators of the North Cliff region may freely choose to move away or stay. During this process, the people from the Devil World may not do anything to the cultivators in the North Cliff region. Donghuang Imperial Palace had obtained the truce at the expense of ceding one of the 18 regions of the Divine Prefecture, the North Cliff region. This decision had caused a great uproar in the Divine Prefecture, and it was the source of much contention. Already, some people in the Divine Prefecture had begun to question the judgment of Donghuang the Great. Hundreds of years ago, Donghuang the Great came out of nowhere and ruled the land of the Divine Prefecture with his outstanding talent. Now, hundreds of years later, Donghuang the Great had decided to give up the territory of the North Cliff region. Was this really the great emperor that they once knew? Could this mean that, even without Emperor Yi Qing, Donghuang the Great was equally cautious about the Devil Emperor? Many other rumors were also circulating on the land of the Divine Prefecture, undermining the authority of Donghuang the Great. Of course, some claimed that the North Cliff region had already been occupied by the 3 major legions of the Devil World. The place had turned into a battlefield, and any more fighting would be pointless. It would only bring more deaths and suffering, perpetuating the great disasters to other continents in the North Cliff region. This was the true reason why Donghuang the Great had to set aside his pride and hand over the North Cliff region, to allow the cultivators in the North Cliff region a chance to extricate themselves. However, no one knew for sure the actual thought process that went through Donghuang the Great's head. It was just that the Divine Prefecture had already lost its right to govern, and now with the North Cliff region fallen into the hands of the Devil World, it seemed that over the years, the Divine Prefecture had made one concession after another. Was this still the same Divine Prefecture that they used to know? Was Donghuang the Great the same great emperor as he once was? Other than that, there was another ponderous news that came out of the Divine Prefecture. Rumor had it that Wang Xiao of Tianyan City was no longer Wang Xiao. This news came out of the North Cliff region, and the evil sage of the empty divine realm was the one who first made such a claim. He had seen Wang Xiao's demise with his own eyes, whose soul and spirit were scattered at his time of death. However, Tianyan City did not make any response regarding this rumor. In light of such shocking news, cultivators from the Divine Prefecture had made subsequent inquiries to Tianyan City. All of them were from top principalities and included people from the ancient god clans. They were most interested in the veracity of this claim. If it weren't Wang Xiao, then who could it be? With the passage of time and the continued silence of Tianyan City, the suspicion grew stronger. Many cultivators from the Divine Prefecture finally decided to set off for Tianyan City to see Wang Xiao and determine the fact for themselves. On a certain day, Wang Xiao finally made a public appearance and announced that he was the reincarnation of Tianyan the Great. For a time, this explosive news caused great commotion in the Divine Prefecture, and the world was in shock. Tianyan the great emperor of armoring in ancient times, had returned. At the time, all the cultivators who were present were stunned, including the top figures. Without exception, they were speechless and unsure as to what to say. This news was too sensational. The great emperor of Tianyan City was reborn through Wang Xiao and had appeared once again in the world. What would this mean to the Divine Prefecture? Would the 6 great emperors in the world pay any attention to it? However, there was not a peep from any of the 6 emperors. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace in the Divine Prefecture was unusually quiet. Although Donghuang the Great dispatched an envoy from the Imperial Palace to Tianyan City to ask, it was so casual that it seemed as if they didn't really grasp the gravity of a great emperor's return. This kind of nonchalance also made countless people wonder just exactly what was Dong Huang the Great thinking. If Tianyan the Great had recuperated his peak strength, would he compete with Dong Huang the Great for the right to control the divine prefecture? The ancient god clans were never under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial palace. They were no more than one of the principalities that happened to located in the divine prefecture. Moreover, their heritage far preceded the establishment of Donghuang Imperial Palace, as they had been commanding the lands of the divine prefecture countless years ago as a much older entity than Donghuang the Great himself. No one would expect Tianyan the Great to surrender under the power of Donghuang the Great. This was the great emperor of armoring from the ancient days. If he had returned fully to his former glory, how could he succumb to any others? After that, the human realm also dispatched an emissary to Tianyan City to congratulate the return of Tianyan the Great. The return of a great emperor from ancient times was viewed as a blessing to the cultivation world. It seemed that everything was moving in a positive direction. Tianyan the Great did not make any response whatsoever. He was an old monster who had lived for a great many years. He was someone from the ancient days who was now coming back through reincarnation. This in itself was a very sensitive issue. Especially now that they were in a time of chaos, he knew very well that if he got too close to anyone's side, it might make him a target to other forces. The presence of a great emperor would disrupt the balance of the world. He wanted to wait until his cultivation had been fully restored to its peak level, as it was the only way to preserve the existing balance without affecting those great ruling emperors in the present world. Or, he could wait until the situation became clearer when he was very confident that picking a side would not translate into total obliteration of him or his people. Therefore, Tianyan the Great announced that Yi Futian of Ziwei Imperial Palace was instrumental in the slaughters in Tianyan City, which killed numerous cultivators inside the city. For that, he needed to be brought to justice. In addition, he also announced that Ziwei Imperial Palace was not worthy of occupying a territory, lording over the original realm. Instead, Tianyan City would take over Ziwei Imperial Palace and replace it. After the news came out, the divine prefecture was in mayhem again and was shaken to its core. Tianyan the Great had decided to attack Ziwei Segmentum, not only because of the confrontations that happened with the Ziwei Segmentum, but there were other deeper implications. For example, he could move Tianyan City into Ziwei Segmentum in the future and take over the control of it, thus ruling over all of the original realm. This way, he would neither belong to the divine prefecture nor compete with Donghuang Imperial Palace for control over the divine prefecture. He coveted the original realm. For this reason, many principalities actually responded to his call of arms, including all the ancient god clans, who were supportive of Tianyan the Great. They were willing to follow him to the Ziwei Segmentum to destroy Ziwei and get rid of Yi Futian. As if they had, once again, forgotten what happened once upon a time. After all, this time, it was the return of Tianyan the Great, and Yi Futian would die without question. Finally, the end was upon Ziwei and Yi Futian. People in the divine prefecture were quite sorry to hear this news. Yi Futian's strength was widely witnessed and proven. It was said that he was the one who killed Wang Xiao while Wang Xiao was wielding the imperial arms on the battlefield. Furthermore, he suppressed the city lord of Tianyan, demonstrating how powerful he was. Truly, he could be said to be a world-famous genius talent. Given time, Yi Futian could very well embark on the road to become a great emperor himself. However, the return of an ancient emperor would cut off his path to becoming an emperor, not to mention this ancient emperor meant to do away with Yi Futian. This time, Yi Futian might not be able to escape. Naturally, Yi Futian received the news quickly in Ziwei Imperial Palace. How could such important news concerning him be overlooked? Many had contacted him as soon as they got wind of the words, and Shi Qiao was also there, who informed him right away. As the news spread through Ziwei Imperial Palace, many cultivators felt a sense of hopelessness, like the dark clouds were hovering over their heads again. It had not been an easy journey for Ziwei Segmentum, as they had been through so many catastrophes and disasters, under siege time and time again. Now that a great emperor had been resurrected, his first order of business was to destroy them. This made them feel unjustifiably persecuted. This time, would they be heading to ruins? Who could block the might of a great emperor? Even though Tianyan the Great hadn't fully recuperated all his strength as the Great Emperor, he was once an ancient emperor who was armed with imperial arms. It was probably impossible to stop him, no matter what. Yifutian had heard the chatters on the outside and thought that whatever was destined would come sooner rather than later. He had hoped it would be later, but the truth was exposed before schedule. The evil sage Emochinga guessed correctly. Now that the identity of Tianyan the Great had been revealed, there was no incentive for him to hide the truth from anyone anymore. So, now he decided to act proactively by seeking the destruction of Ziwei Segmentum and him. As he stepped forward, Yifutian came to the main hall in Ziwei Imperial Palace, where many cultivators had already gathered. Their attention turned to Yifutian once they saw him approach. "Palace Lord," Lord Chun called out. "They are on their way here," said Yifutian. The clan lord of the Shin clan had also joined the army dispatched from Tianyan City. The Shin clan was under his control, so he was very keen on what was happening. No movements from the other side could escape his sight. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask anything further. Yifutian would have his own way of dealing with things. "I knew already when I was in the North Cliff region, that's why I chose to leave. After that, I went back to the village to talk to the teacher. The teacher said that he would keep an eye on this side." Yifutian tried to calm everyone down and continued, "However, I am not very sure of the situation regarding the teacher, and Tianyan the Great has truly been reborn and returned, so the outcome of this battle is unknown. If Tianyan the Great cannot be blocked, all of you should leave immediately through the teleportation Grand Matrix and give up Ziwei Imperial Palace. We will live and die with Ziwei Imperial Palace," Lord Chen and the others said. "There is no need to do that. Save yourselves." Yifutian gave a wave with his hand. He didn't like a useless sacrifice. Although it was noble in sentiment, it had no real substance. If the outcome was destined, he hoped to save as many of them as possible. Now, it all depended on whether or not he could stop the onslaught. "Lord Chun, you are the supreme elder. You are responsible for making sure this happens." Yifutian looked at Lord Chun and added, "This is an order." Lord Chun looked at Yifutian, then nodded and acquiesced. "Yes, Palace Lord." Seeing that everyone's heads were hung, Yifutian smiled and said, "Don't be so pessimistic. I've experienced this kind of thing many times before, and every time I survived. It's the same this time. I am not so easily taken." He shrugged as he spoke, looking unconcerned and carefree. Many looked at his relaxed pose, but their hearts remained heavy. The opponent this time was more terrifying than any he faced before. The resurrected great emperor of Ur. They have departed already and entered the land of the original realm as we speak. I am heading over there now. Lord Chun, remember my order? Yifutian said. Then his figure flashed and disappeared from where he was. Everyone in the Ziwei Imperial Palace raised their heads to watch that departing figure in the sky, and their hearts were unspeakably heavy. It didn't take long for a brilliant starry light screen to light up in Ziwei Segmentum, which covered the entire expanse of the Segmentum. In the land of the original realm, a mighty army appeared, and its soldiers meant to overpower Ziwei. This time, the one who led the troops was Tianyan the Great himself. The Ziwei Segmentum was once again enveloped by starlight. Yifutian stood beneath the vast starlight and seemingly became one with the Ziwei Segmentum. From the outer realms, a mighty army had arrived. They were none other than the cultivators from the Divine Prefecture. Wang Xiao, now Tianyan the Great, appeared in front of the army. He was surrounded by divine light, and his god's might was overbearing. His eyes flashed with golden divine light as he looked down at everything around him. Behind him were cultivators from the few major ancient god clans. All of them were under his command now. This time they would surely eradicate the Ziwei Segmentum. The cultivators arrived at the outer region of the Ziwei Segmentum. After a few years they came again. In the past, their armies were defeated here, and they were forced to retreat. Yifutian shocked everyone in the Divine Prefecture with his ever-growing ability. His status back then had already posed a threat to the ancient god clans. Now Tianyan the Great had returned. He would take care of their worries. They would plunder everything in the Ziwei segmentum. Tianyan the Great stopped outside the segmentum. He lowered his head and looked down. His figure was surrounded by God's might, and he was peerless. He took a step forward, and his figure grew larger, transforming into a 100 zhang tall god. Sky Tremor, which he wielded, similarly grew larger, and it emanated shocking God's might. The power demonstrated by Sky Tremor now was not at all on the same level as that when the real Wang Xiao wielded it before. Tianyan the Great, who had transformed into a god, lowered his head and looked over the Ziwei segmentum. Terrifying flames burned in his gigantic eyes. It was as though two beams of frightening light were directly emitted on the light screen protecting the segmentum. The light screen was on the verge of being penetrated with just his gaze. The cultivators who stood behind Tianyan the Great felt their hearts tremble in fear. The might of an actual emperor was beyond their imagination. No wonder the gap to becoming a great emperor was so tough that countless cultivators failed to break through it. If they did, they would become a god, an immortal existence. Even though the current Tianyan the Great paled into insignificance compared to his former self, he was still a great emperor who managed to return to the world with the flesh of Wang Xiao. His ability was powerful, and it was not something other cultivators could fathom. Even near-deity figures were like ants before him. Only real great emperors could suppress him now. In the Ziwei segmentum, Yi Futian also saw the figure of Tianyan the Great. The 100 zhang tall figure of the god was extremely majestic, like a deity whose order was irresistible. He looked down on the segmentum with a gaze of disdain. The divine light emanating from the eyes of Tianyan the Great was enough to kill Yi Futian. This scene caused Yi Futian to feel somewhat helpless. Could the Ziwei segmentum resist the other party? Why do you put yourself through such a futile struggle? I come from the ancient age and I have no intention of committing a massacre here. Tianyan the Great said plainly. You should remove the seal voluntarily and embrace your death. That will spare everyone in the Ziwei segmentum. His tone was scornful. Tianyan the Great suggested that Yi Futian should give up resisting. The latter should remove the seal and willingly be killed. Clearly, Tianyan the Great had set his mind on killing Yi Futian. He did not lie to the latter either. He was too prideful even to bother deceiving Yi Futian. Yi Futian was but an ant to him. Even with Yi Futian's extraordinary talent, he was but an ant when faced with the great emperor. He did not amount to anything. Yi Futian's emotions were stirred. Tianyan the Great asked him to embrace his death? Such was the mentality of a great emperor. The other great emperors most likely also shared a similar way of thinking. They wouldn't take all the proud sons of heaven seriously. For the great emperors, those talented youths were but ants. However, Yi Futian would never accept his death willingly without trying to resist first. Yi Futian shut his eyes tightly. His body turned ethereal as he transformed into an illusory figure. A terrifying aura permeated the starry sky of the Ziwei segmentum as countless stars lit up at the same time. Yi Futian's illusory figures appeared on every single star. A menacing aura burst forth. In the heavens above, Tianyan the Great, who had transformed into a god, stared at the scene below with a cold expression. He scanned the Ziwei segmentum with a look of disdain as he scoffed. You are but a mayfly attempting to topple a tree. You are seeking your death. As he said this, he raised his sky tremor, and a shocking wave gushed forth. The shock waves materialized into tremoring pulses that swept towards Yi Futian. Tianyan the Great swung sky tremor downwards. The sky beneath his feet shattered, and everything in the way of the attack turned into dust. Myriads of tremoring pulses blasted the protective shield of the Ziwei segmentum. A shocking sound reverberated in space as the entire Ziwei segmentum shook. All the cultivators in the segmentum were appalled. They frantically looked up to the sky. Were they under yet another attack? The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace also felt their hearts tremble violently. Their bodies were shivering as the ground vibrated. Fortunately, the buildings were very stable. Otherwise, they would have collapsed due to the shock. Palace Lord, the cultivators mumbled as they raised their heads and stared at the sky. With a flash, Hua Jieyu charged towards where Yi Futian was. Her eyes glistened with tears. Despite many years having passed and many things having changed, the other party still refused to let Yi Futian off the hook. The great emperor had come with his imperial arm and intended to eradicate all of them. The protective shield around the Ziwei segmentum was shattering. It was as though the sky was collapsing, and everything was on the verge of being reduced to nothingness. The attack of Tianyan the Great could not be stopped at all. This time, Tianyan the Great bestowed genuine despair on the cultivators of the segmentum. "Milady!" shouted Lord Qin. He had promised Yi Futian that he would escort Hua Jieyu away from here. However, she was also a 2 tribulation level cultivator now. Lord Qin couldn't stop her. She had traveled a long distance and was charging up towards the sky in an instant. "Let her be," said Gu Donglu to the side. If the Ziwei segmentum was truly destroyed and his little brother was killed, Hua Jieyu would not choose to live either. Not long ago, the couple had made a promise to reach the peak of the world of cultivation together. No one had expected that doomsday would befall the Ziwei segmentum in the blink of an eye. No one could stop Tianyan the Great at all. An aura of despair loomed over Ziwei Imperial Palace. Aside from hopelessness, everyone felt enraged as they raised their heads to observe the battle in the sky. "Master!" exclaimed little Ling and the others as they took to the sky. "Stay put." Lord Chen immediately forged a starry domain and sealed off the space. He would not allow the youngsters to die in vain. "Let us go!" shouted Fang Xuan as he turned around and glared at Lord Chen. Lord Chen stared at him silently, but he did not do as they wished. They were the kindling of hope. Many people in Ziwei Imperial Palace got teary-eyed as they observed the event. Were things truly going to end like this? This was such a sudden destruction. They were not ready for it at all. In the heavens above, the god looked down. Yi Futian's aura was unstable, and there was blood oozing out from the corner of his mouth. The protective shield forged with the stars in the Ziwei segmentum was shattered. It could not withstand even a hit and was directly smashed into pieces by the imperial arm of Tianyan the Great. Tianyan the Great had personally come. He was on a totally different level than Wang Xiao. The members of the ancient god clans who were behind Tianyan the Great observed everything from high above. They were delighted. Without the protective barrier of Ziwei, Yi Futian had no chance of survival. Today, the Ziwei segmentum was doomed to be destroyed. Yi Futian was destined to die here too. Finally, everything was about to come to an end. However, Tianyan the Great was not in a hurry to kill Yi Futian. As he stood high and mighty like a god, he looked down at the figure of the latter. Tianyan the Great appeared majestic and superior. He was God. He had heard rumors about Yi Futian owning many imperial-level items. He might not have a use for those items, but they would surely come in handy for the Wang family. "Come and embrace your death," ordered Tianyan the Great as he looked down on Yi Futian. He said, "This is your last chance. You should be honored to be killed by me personally." So he would die in the hands of Tianyan the Great? Yi Futian felt powerless and despair. He closed his eyes and communicated with the will of great Emperor Ziwei. He seemed to no longer be himself. His spiritual soul merged with the stars, and he unleashed his power of the great path to his maximum. He resonated with the stars and became one with them. Yi Futian was no longer himself. Instead, he was part of the starry sky. A gigantic phantasm appeared. It was none other than the illusory figure of great Emperor Ziwei. He was dissatisfied. "Humph!" Tianyan the Great looked down with a look of condescension. Even now, the other party did not know their strength and was stubbornly persisting. "Since you are so ignorant about your current situation, I will send you to your death," said Tianyan the Great. "Be destroyed together with this starry sky." As he said this, a beam of light that was even more brilliant than before shone in the vast space. A destructive tremoring pulse swept down. He raised Sky Tremor in his hand once more. The god lifted his divine hammer, intending to destroy Ziwei. Yi Futian made a wish. "Years ago, the will of the great emperor awakened and helped me break the seal on the imperial arm and destroyed the heaven-tempering divine matrix. Now, Will the great emperor awaken to protect the Ziwei segmentum from being destroyed? A consciousness enveloped the various stars. The next moment, the destructive tremoring pulses from sky tremor, as well as the world-destroying divine light, came crashing down. It was even more terrifying than the previous attack. Unparalleled destructive power rained down. Everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace fell into despair. Right then, an even more dazzling divine halo lit up in the starry sky. It was as though all the stars were shining. "All right," answered a voice from the void. Then, there was a terrifying sound. The tremoring pulses that could destroy everything crashed onto the defenses of the Ziwei segmentum. This time, it did not shatter the defensive light shroud. The destructive gods might slam down as though it was about to destroy the entire segmentum. However, it was blocked. Many cracks appeared on the light shroud, but the destructive divine light could not penetrate it. It merely kept attacking as its might gradually faded. Finally, the divine light was shattered and dissipated on the surface of the light shroud. Tianyan the Great and the various cultivators were stunned at this scene. The light shroud wasn't destroyed? Whose voice was that just now? Amidst the destructive attacks, they heard a voice utter a single word. Who was this voice responding to? They were not the only ones who heard it. At this moment, all living beings in the Ziwei segmentum heard this word. Yifutian naturally also heard it. The various stars shone brighter and brighter. Their light was scorching. An unparalleled god's might emanated from the various stars in the sky. In the heavens above, an illusory figure appeared in the vast starry sky. It was an ethereal and domineering figure of a god. His long hair fluttered in the wind. It was as though his entire figure was formed from the stars. "It is the Great Emperor. The Great Emperor has returned. Great Emperor Ziwei has returned." When the entire Ziwei segmentum saw this dazzling and miraculous scene, many members actually could not help but kneel on the ground. Tears of joy flowed down their faces. They had thought that the Ziwei segmentum would once again face another fatal catastrophe. They never imagined that after Tianyan the Great was reborn, the Ziwei segmentum would be in peril. The former wanted to destroy them. However, at this very moment, Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. It was Great Emperor Ziwei. Everyone in Ziwei Imperial Palace felt their hearts throbbing as they gazed in awe at the scene in the sky above. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. Yifutian's heart was similarly throbbing. His consciousness also formed a phantasm. He looked towards the god figure and shouted, "Great Emperor!" He never imagined that Great Emperor Ziwei would hear his summons and descend upon the world in this moment of despair. They were saved from the valley of despair. Great Emperor Ziwei's ethereal face looked towards Yifutian as he said, "You inherited the will of Ziwei and my teachings. Shouldn't you be calling me master?" Yifutian had inherited the will of Ziwei and was now the faith of the members of the Ziwei segmentum. The stars in the sky were his to command. He could also rely on the will of Ziwei. Indeed, he could be considered a disciple of Great Emperor Ziwei. Although this was the first time the two of them had met each other, it was within reason for Yifutian to call him master. "Master!" Yifutian called out as he bowed. Great Emperor Ziwei's ethereal face revealed a smile, and he seemed reassured. He said, "After having perished for so many years, I am relieved to be able to take in a disciple after my will awakened." Clearly, Great Emperor Ziwei greatly approved of Yifutian. Otherwise, he would not have taken him in as a disciple now. His voice could be heard across the entire Ziwei segmentum. All the cultivators present could hear him clearly. He was Great Emperor Ziwei, the master of the Ziwei segmentum. This was his world. How could the cultivators of Ziwei not recognize his voice and will? From this day forth, Yifutian will inherit the will of Ziwei and become the master of the Ziwei segmentum, declared Great Emperor Ziwei. All the cultivators in the segmentum felt their hearts tremble. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned to recognize Yifutian as his successor officially. He declared that Yifutian would inherit the segmentum. The members of the Ziwei segmentum had long acknowledged Yifutian and viewed him as their faith before this. However, he had seized Ziwei Imperial Palace by force back then, so his claim over it was debatable. However, from now on, he was officially the master of the Ziwei segmentum. Master! Yifutian cried out. He had a bad premonition. His summoning the will of great Emperor Ziwei this time might cause it to dissipate after. The latter's words sounded more like a final will to put affairs in order. Great Emperor Ziwei seemed to know what Yifutian was thinking. Right now, their minds were linked. Their wills were both merged with the various stars in the sky. The former continued saying, I have perished for many years and should not exist in this world. However, because I was concerned about the Ziwei segmentum, I sealed some of my will in the various stars. I am aware of everything you have done in the past. Several years ago, you awakened my will, which allowed me to have the opportunity to reappear in the world. I should be thanking you. When Yifutian heard great Emperor Ziwei's words, his guess was proven correct. The latter's return would be followed by his disappearance forever. Lend me your body, said great Emperor Ziwei. As he said this, endless starlight surged into Yifutian's body. Yifutian, whose eyes were closed all this while, felt his body suddenly tremble. Starlight shone, and the various stars in the sky resonated with his body. Suddenly he opened his eyes. Within them, starlight shot out towards the heavens. The light was dazzling as it swept towards Wangxiao, controlled by Tianyan the Great. Tianyan the Great had relied on Wang Zhao's body to be reborn into this world. Great Emperor Ziwei now relied on Yifutian's body to return. Both were similar but were fundamentally different. However, it seemed like they had returned to square one. The battle between Tianyan the Great and Great Emperor Ziwei was like the battle between Wang Xiao and Yifutian back then. It was as though they had returned to the past in a dream. The scene seemed familiar. Tianyan the Great kept staring down below. His expression was serious, and he no longer had his previous overbearing aura. His arrogant attitude had disappeared. No matter how monstrous Yifutian was, he was still an ant in the eyes of Tianyan the Great. Now, the person who appeared before him was Great Emperor Ziwei. The latter was previously one of the most powerful great emperors who had several great emperors under his command. During the Age of Emperors, Great Emperor Ziwei's name was renowned far and wide. Tianyan the Great returned using Wang Zhao's body and wanted to seize the Ziwei segmentum. However, he never imagined that Great Emperor Ziwei would similarly be awakened by Yifutian and use the latter to return. Behind him, the various cultivators saw all of this, and their hearts were throbbing. They had initially come to be spectators, wanting to witness the destruction of the Ziwei segmentum and the death of Yifutian with their own eyes. Yet, they never imagined that they would witness such a grand scene. Great Emperor Ziwei had also appeared. The look in the eyes of the Lord of Tianyan City was extremely ugly. How could this have happened? He was somewhat uneasy. Great Emperor Ziwei had returned. Could Tianyan the Great defeat him? It surely would not be a problem. The Lord of Tianyan City reassured himself mentally. Tianyan the Great had recovered and was more powerful. He also wielded the imperial arm that he once forged. He was definitely at an absolute advantage. Even if Great Emperor Ziwei had returned, what could the latter do? The end result would not change. Just as he contemplated all these things, unparalleled starlight shone down below in the Ziwei segmentum. The stars shone brilliantly. The various stars around the Ziwei segmentum lit up at the same time, radiating with dazzling divine halos. It was blinding to behold. This light pierced out into the distance and illuminated the vast sky. An extreme power emanated from below. This was the true authority of heaven. They were far apart, yet under this might, it was as though there was no distance between them. Everyone could sense the intense pressure from the will. Some people were already moving backward. The cultivators of the ancient god clans and the other cultivators from the divine prefecture were retreating. They did not dare stick their noses in a battle between two great emperors. They would die horrible deaths. Rumble. A strange sound could be heard in the heavens above. It was as though the heavens and earth were collapsing. Tianyan the Great stepped forward. His deity-like figure lifted up sky tremor and myriads of tremoring pulses frenziedly swept down. They struck the heavens and made countless cracks appear in the space. It was as though the sky was being smashed into pieces. He knew that closing the distance was meaningless in a battle at their level. Their target would always be in their attack range no matter where they went. They could only fight. He was also a great emperor who had returned from the ancient age. He wouldn't walk away from a fight. Today he would wield his imperial arms, kill Ziwei and seize the segmentum. He would replace the latter. Starlight enveloped Yi Futian's figure as the silhouette of great Emperor Ziwei formed around him. Merging with Yi Futian's figure, he also appeared like a deity. An unparalleled aura emanated from his figure. Countless stars resonated with him. As Ziwei, he controlled the stars in the sky and was their master. Buzz. A beam of divine light shot out and pierced the space. Peerless Emperor Might descended. At this moment, great Emperor Ziwei was like the ruler of the heavens and the earth. An extremely murderous aura penetrated the space. This was ultimate murderous intent. It was the murderous intent of a great emperor. Yi Futian's figure shot out straight ahead like a bolt of lightning. As he pointed his finger forwards, the figure of great Emperor Ziwei around him did the same. Endless starlight of the great path gathered to form a divine sword that pierced the heavens. Tianyan the Great's body grew even larger as he became a towering god. Sky tremor similarly expanded as it came crashing down on great Emperor Ziwei's attack. The two world-destroying attacks collided. The surrounding space collapsed and was destroyed. They tore apart the space and appeared in the chaotic flow of space. It seemed as though they were no longer in their initial space. In the endless storm of chaotic currents, divine swords shot out and frenziedly shattered the tremoring pulses. Terrifying dull thuds could be heard. Circular shockwaves swept out. Everything around them was disintegrated. The shockwaves caused the entire Ziwei segmentum to tremble. Countless cracks appeared on the light shroud as it then gradually dissipated. However, at the same time, the terrifying divine sword kept advancing. Sky tremor could not block this attack either. The divine sword that penetrated the heavens and the earth outshone Sky tremor, causing the latter's light to slowly dim. Simultaneously, the light of the divine sword shot towards the figure of Tianyan the Great. His body shifted, attempting to escape. However, under the divine sword of annihilation, the empty space was obliterated. Buzz. The light of the divine sword pierced through the deity-like figure. An illusory figure appeared. It was Tianyan the Great himself. His eyes revealed a look of astonishment as well as an intense dissatisfaction. His body was dissipating slowly now. Endless starlight transformed into intense killing intent and pinned everything in place. Even the illusory figure of Tianyan the Great could not escape. No! Tianyan the Great mumbled. He had waited for countless years before he could finally make a comeback. Why would fate treat him in such a manner? He encountered great Emperor Ziwei. Yet another wave of countless starlight penetrated through him. Tianyan the Great was completely turned to dust. Only a hint of his aura lingered in these turbulent currents. The currents flowed aimlessly and flooded the space. No one knew where the currents would end up. In the space outside of the Ziwei segmentum, a storm of turbulent currents stirred up. Everyone moved away frantically. Even though the battle was not directed at them, they might still die if they were careless and got caught up in the aftermath. After a long while, the storm finally dissipated. The space stabilized. Many cultivators emerged, appearing somewhat disheveled. The Lord of Tianyan City stood there, stunned. He looked into the void. Tianyan the Great had disappeared. Everything had disappeared. He felt his heart clench as his face revealed a look of pain. With the return of the great emperor, Tianyan City was on its way to glory. However, they never imagined that this beautiful dream would end so soon. They were about to face a nightmare now. What did the death of Tianyan the Great signify? Now, in Tianyan City, the will of the great emperor no longer existed. Of the two imperial arms, one was destroyed. Now, Sky Tremor appeared down below in the Ziwei segmentum, in the hands of Yi Futian. Could Tianyan City, which had been passing down the teachings of a great emperor for countless years, still be called an ancient god clan? From this day forth, Tianyan City might lose its title as an ancient god clan. What would they face next? The various cultivators did not ponder about these things. They had yet to wrap their heads around the destruction of Tianyan the Great. What they had witnessed astonished them. Today, Great Emperor Ziwei returned for one battle and killed off Tianyan the Great, who had been reborn. When Tianyan the Great declared he had been reborn, this news shook the world. However, before he could truly act, he was killed and disappeared. Tianyan the Great, a great emperor of armoring in ancient times, was famous throughout the world in his time. After so many decades, he returned again using Wang Zhao's body and was in this world. Today was his first battle in its true sense after his rebirth. However, in this epic first battle, he was met by Ziwei the Great, who had returned and died by his hand in battle. His fate was lamented by many. It was sad and shocking. However, wasn't he also the one who sought his own end? He could have chosen anyone as a target, but he picked Ziwei Segmentum. Perhaps even he did not anticipate that Ziwei would be woken up like that and came back to put an end to him. Tianyan the Great was not the same as Ziwei the Great. Tianyan the Great had been reincarnated in the truest sense of the word to reappear in peak physical form. But Ziwei the Great was different. If he had a choice, Tianyan the Great would have never wanted to die alongside Ziwei the Great. Unfortunately, once a step was taken, there was no turning back. In the void, the cultivators from the ancient god clans finally woke up from their shock, and then just as quickly, all of them quietly exited. Now that Tianyan the Great had been killed, the situation was completely reversed. They dared not linger needlessly for fear that Ziwei the Great might obliterate them as well in a raging rampage. Of course, it was best for them to slip away at this time. The storm of destruction was still flowing about, and those cultivators quickly evacuated from different locations. They were running pretty fast. Withdraw. The city lord of Tianyan was mourning, but this was not the time for regret. The most urgent matter was to get out of here as soon as possible. They were moving fast, as their group tried to get out as quickly as they could. This time it was more miserable and embarrassing than the last time. Yifutian did not chase them down. Ziwei the Great was using his own body to urge all the power from the stars in heaven for that explosive and apocalyptic strike, ending the life of Tianyan the Great. All that effort was burning through the will of Ziwei, or else they would not have been able to kill a reincarnated great emperor, much less Tianyan the Great, as aided by the imperial arms. He could sense that the will of Ziwei among the stars was gradually dissipating, and he was filled with an inexplicable sense of sadness. Yifutian's eyes opened to watch that elusive figure above the firmament. At this moment, Ziwei the Great was becoming more blurry by the second. "Teacher," Yifutian called out in a low voice. His voice was deep and tinged with sadness. In his hand, he held the imperial arms, the sky tremoring, but it was no longer in its complete form because the will of Tianyan the Great that had been inside the imperial arms was destroyed. Naturally, Ziwei the Great had to destroy it, or else he would not have been able to capture the sky tremoring. Even in its incomplete form, it was considered an imperial arms. Even if he could not exert all of its strength, carrying imperial arms would still increase his power considerably. Obviously, Ziwei the Great had deliberately seized it to leave these imperial arms to Yifutian. "I was already an existence in the void. It is only a trace of my will that has been integrated into the stars in heaven that guarded Ziwei. To have another chance to return for a final battle and see the future, I am more than satisfied. Futian, thank you for waking me up so that I can see for myself how Ziwei looks like today," Ziwei the Great said with a smile that gradually disappeared. It seemed very gentle indeed. After waking up in the hereafter and having accepted a disciple as his successor, he was more than content. It was far better than being sealed among the stars in heaven. More importantly, this disciple of his was not some simple character. In the future, the name of Ziwei would not be forgotten. "The disciple is incompetent," Yifutian replied. "How can you be incompetent when you can contend with a much older generation than your age?" Ziwei the Great asked. "More importantly, this time, you are facing a great emperor who had been reincarnated. This is not because you were incompetent. On the contrary, it highlighted the height of your ability. However, in the future, you must continue to cultivate so that you can enter the Imperial Realm as soon as possible. By then, even if you encounter those from the olden days, they will not be able to challenge you. I understand. Yifutian nodded. Take care of Ziwei. Ziwei the Great nodded and left him with those final words. Then, his elusive figure transformed into endless starlight and dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, Yifutian could perceive that the will of Ziwei had disappeared among all the stars in heaven. Yifutian was a bit sad inside. Although Ziwei the Great didn't seem to mind because he had perished a long time ago, he still existed in some form in the world. Now he was utterly and totally gone. He bowed deeply to all the stars in heaven. Although he was his teacher for only one day, it was like they had known each other for a very long time. Tianyan the Great schemed and plotted a walk-in so he could be reincarnated. But Ziwei the Great had always been guarding his people. At some point in time, Hua Jieyu came to Yifutian's side and bowed to the stars as well. Behind him, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace had arrived, and together, they bowed and paid their respects. The gratitude was coming directly from their hearts. Ziwei the Great, as the Lord of all the stars in heaven, had honored the name of Ziwei. At this moment, countless cultivators in Ziwei Segmentum had sensed everything that had happened. They stopped spontaneously and bowed to the sky above, respectfully bidding farewell to Ziwei the Great. Today, when Ziwei Segmentum was in its most desperate hours, Ziwei the Great returned for the showdown, slew Tianyan, and saved Ziwei Segmentum from destruction. He had passed his mantle on to Yifutian, allowing Yifutian to fully inherit his legacy, guarding Ziwei from now on. In the void, there was a silence. Everyone raised their heads, and their eyes fell on Yifutian. After today, the will of Ziwei the Great was no more, and Ziwei Segmentum had lost its former protector. Yifutian would be the one shouldering this enormous task. He clutched the imperial arms, sky tremoring, tightly in his hand. A strong murderous intent was emitted from his body as he looked up into the sky. Tianyan the Great and the city lord of Tianyan came to destroy Ziwei and kill him. Tianyan the Great had been slain, and Tianyan City had lost its ultimate protector. Now he wanted to escape. Could he escape? Even if he could get away from here, how would Tianyan City escape? Yifutian turned around and headed toward the area below, with Hua Jieyu following behind him. Cultivators from all sides were walking along with them to return together in the direction of Ziwei Imperial Palace. No one spoke and no one asked about anything. But the murderous intent upon Yifutian was unmistakably felt by everyone. This murderous intent was being released without the slightest disguise. Yifutian was not the only one. Murderous intents effused from the other cultivators as well. Obviously, all of them harbored a strong intention to kill. This time, although they suffered no casualties, their protector and great emperor had disappeared forever. This bloody debt must be repaid with blood. Above the temple inside Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yifutian stood high above, all the powerful cultivators standing in front of him, waiting for his orders. The supreme elder of the Ziwei Imperial Palace, the 5 lords over the 5 halls of heavenly mandate, Wangshan, Ziwei, alchemy, and armoring, as well as the 4 great protectors, listen. Yifutian proclaimed with authority. All those who have survived the divine tribulation of the Great Tribulation, come with me to Tianyan City. Yes, Palace Lord. Everyone bowed and obeyed. In the distance, the Lost Clan was keeping watch. I am entrusting the cultivators of the Lost Clan to protect Ziwei Imperial Palace on my behalf, Yifutian shouted. Palace Lord Yi, feel free to do what you need to do. The Lost Clan is here to watch your back, Elder Sikong replied. Thank you. Yifutian nodded. Then, he headed to the passageway leading to Four Corner Village in the Divine Prefecture, accompanied by a brilliant divine light. Terrifying power of space tore through the void and penetrated the boundless space. Yifutian and his entourage of mighty cultivators disappeared from Ziwei Imperial Palace as they made their way to the Divine Prefecture to seek their revenge. In Tianyan City, the city lord of Tianyan returned with all the cultivators a step ahead. People in the city lord's office and other cultivators inside Tianyan City were confused when they learned that they had returned so soon. Hadn't they attacked Ziwei Segmentum not so long ago? Could it be that they had already accomplished their mission so soon? No one knew that the first order of business with the city lord of Tianyan was to gather all the available resources inside the city lord's office, such as powerful implements, which were all divine arms of the second tribulation. They handed them over to the other cultivators inside the city lord's office. At the same time, he summoned all the top cultivators in Tianyan City and asked them to come to the city lord's office for a meeting. Such ponderous news instantly detonated inside Tianyan City. Soon, the news came out that during this trip to the Ziwei Segmentum, Tianyan the Great, who was reincarnated through Wang Zhao's body, was killed. Ziwei the Great had returned to slay Tianyan the Great. Tianyan City had lost the protection of the Great Emperor forever, and the City Lord's office of Tianyan City would no longer have the will of the Great Emperor. The ramification of this turn of events was not hard to imagine. Tianyan City's prestige fell among the ancient god clans. But this was not the most severe impact they were facing. Based on the armoring strength of Tianyan City, it may still stand at the top of the divine prefecture because no one would want to destroy an armoring clan. Its value was far too great to ignore. Ultimately, the greatest danger stemmed from Ziwei Segmentum's Yi Futian. Back then, when Haoyan clan issued the kill order, Yi Futian had gone to stir up the pot. Now, without the protection from the Great Emperor, what could Tianyan City use to resist Yi Futian, who was an expert at Buddha's celerity? Just Yi Futian alone was capable of turning Tianyan City upside down. What would happen next? In the city lord's office, the city lord of Tianyan began to request help from other ancient god clans, trying to fight against Ziwei Segmentum. All the ancient god clans had verbally agreed to Tianyan City's request, but so far, none of them had sent forth any troops. Today's Tianyan City was a land of extreme danger. No one was willing to risk their own lives. They planned to wait and see, for the time being, to see what Yi Futian would do next. Outside the main hall of the city lord's office, someone spoke to the city lord of Tianyan and asked, "City lord, should we give up Tianyan City?" When those words were heard, everyone looked quite embarrassed. Tianyan City, whose name was known throughout the land of the divine prefecture, was scared like a little mouse right now. They were even considering giving up Tianyan City. The city lord of Tianyan shot an icy look at the person who spoke as he responded, "Don't you forget the honor of Tianyan City." Tianyan City had stood at the peak for numerous years. It had a glorious past. No matter in which era, Tianyan City, as the #1 power for armoring, held a prestigious status. Back then, when they hosted the armor competitions in the divine prefecture, all the top forces in the divine prefecture had gathered to observe the ceremony. Even Donghuang Imperial Palace had dispatched emissaries to participate, and Princess Donghuang Diyuan appeared in person. Now, should they abandon Tianyan City and flee? How shameful would it be? Furthermore, even if they leave, where could they go? Could they really stay hidden forever? Since when did the disciples of Wang become such cowards? An icy voice came from an ancient palace, attracting the attention of all the cultivators. They saw an elderly figure walking out, exuding a terrifying aura that was even more powerful than that of City Lord of Tianyan. The elder who spoke was the old City Lord of Tianyan, and he was an old monster-level existence. When he first made his name, Donghuang the Great might not have been born yet. After he had handed Tianyan City over to the younger generations, he had been devoting himself to cultivation, trying to break the shackles and enter the imperial realm. However, that step proved too challenging to reach, so he had some ideas about alternative methods. It was a road that had never been taken by anyone else before, so he had been randomly moving about, not knowing whether it would be successful or how many years it might take. However, he had never expected that one day, Tianyan City would face a great catastrophe that would require his intervention to help Tianyan City to survive. "Wang Zhan," the old city lord of Tianyan called out to him. Wang Zhan was the name of the current city lord of Tianyan. "Get the grand matrix of Tianyan ready. Even if the old ancestor is no longer, we will kill as many as we can. I haven't had to do this myself for a very long time. The old city lord's eyes were full of terrible light, and murderous intent was burning within them. Yes. Wang Zhan took the order and then made all the arrangements. The cultivators of Tianyan City had received the news, and cultivators from all sides began to gather in Tianyan City. For a time, an invisible pressure shrouded Tianyan City, making it extremely tense. This situation was similar to when the 6 ancient god clans had descended upon Ziwei Segmentum. Only now had the situation had reversed. It was Tianyan City that was facing this tremendous crisis. No one had imagined that Tianyan City, once flourishing and prosperous, would have a day like this. Time passed little by little, and Tianyan City began to put various countermeasures in place. Finally, in the sky above Tianyan City, a group of cultivators descended with horrific coercion as they passed over Tianyan City. They are here. Within the bounds of Tianyan City, countless cultivators raised their heads to look at the group that had appeared in the sky. Their hearts were beating wildly. Yi Futian and the others had arrived, coming for Tianyan City. There were not many of them who came, but everyone was in existence that had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. The man in the lead was Yi Futian. They were moving extremely fast, and it did not take long before they appeared in the sky above the city lord's office. The city lord's office was so vast that it was akin to a massive and magnificent golden city, showing a metallic luster under the sun. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, looked up at the sky above and saw Yi Futian and the others standing above the city lord's office. A strong murderous intent swept over the city as everyone who stood in the void was full of murder. Feeling the aura from them, Wang Zhan's eyes sharpened. He saw that Yi Futian was flanked on both sides by the supreme elder of Ziwei Segmentum, Lord Chan, and Yi Futian's wife, Hua Jieyu. They were both cultivators who had survived the second divine tribulation of the Great Path. Coupled with Yi Futian's terrifying strength, there were 3 peak-level cultivators with the Ziwei Segmentum. In addition, some more powerful cultivators had survived the first divine tribulation of the Great Path, like Taoist monk Mu, Morong Yu, Emperor Shi, Blind Tai, Gu Donglu, Yang Wuxi, Fang Xiyuan, as well as the mysterious Hua Qingqing and the Millet Emperor with Wangshan Watchtower in tow. Such a powerful group of cultivators instilled great fear in the cultivators' hearts from the city lord's office of Tianyan City, and all of them trembled with fear. The makeup of the group in front of them was not something that any one ancient god clan could contend with by itself. Even with all the forces summoned by Tianyan City remained something beyond their reach. Could there still be any hope for Tianyan City? Outside the city lord's office, the hearts of the cultivators from Tianyan City were beating fiercely. This group was too incredible to be believed. Who would have thought that once upon a time Lord Chen was the only cultivator in Ziwei Segmentum who had survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path? He had been the one person who was able to do anything. Within 100 years, the Ziwei Segmentum, which was unsealed and inherited by Yi Futian, had become such a powerful force. What fantastic growth this was! This was the first time that the Ziwei Segmentum had mobilized so many of its top cultivators. And their first battle was to take place in Tianyan City. Launch the heaven-tempering divine matrix. The city lord gave an icy command, and suddenly, golden divine lights shot out from the city lord's office, heading higher into the sky. Countless divine lights converged and intersected above the firmament like pillars that passed beyond the sky. Soon, a boundless and massive divine pattern formed above the firmament, covering the entire Tianyan City Lord's office. It was the heaven-tempering divine matrix, a most terrifying divine matrix. Inside the City Lord's office, all the divine lights were gathering towards the sky as if to temper everything in the world. Buzz! The old City Lord's figure flashed and reappeared high above the sky. His great path domain and the heaven-tempering divine matrix had merged into one. His whole body was radiant and surrounded by divine light, as it continued to expand until he resembled a mighty god from heaven who could not be denied. Since you came here to die, don't bother going back. The old city lord of Tianyan said loudly and clearly, so that everyone inside and outside the city lord's office could hear his unmistakably overbearing voice. The divine light from the heaven-tempering divine matrix had integrated with his body and his great path so that one could not be without the other. He was a part of the divine matrix and could directly control it. For many years, he had been searching for ways to break through the shackles to become a great emperor. He tried for many years, and in the end, he embarked on the path that used tempering methods to temper himself and made himself a sharp weapon of divine arms. This was where Tianyan the Great had pointed him to, and he had been following his instructions. Yifutian raised his head and glanced at the ancestor of Tianyan City. His expression couldn't be colder, and the murderous intent remained fervent. Up! The old city lord spat. And suddenly, from the hidden armory of the city lord's office inside Tianyan City, implements flew out and merged directly into the heaven-tempering divine matrix, absorbing the light from the matrix itself, puffed out an incomparable aura. The entire city lord's office was shrouded in that aura of destruction. This kind of strength had pleasantly surprised all the cultivators in the city lord's office of Tianyan City enough to wipe out their previous worries and anxiety. Their old city lord was in possession of such terrifying power to control the divine matrix and incorporate other divine arms. What power was this exactly? He must have already been at the second tribulation plane. At this level of existence, no one could survive the divine matrix, he urged. You don't walk the path to heaven but insist on knocking on hell's door. The old city lord of Tianyan looked down below. His voice was more dominant than ever. Even if Tianyan City no longer has a great emperor, Tianyan City remains, and it is not something that the likes of you may covet. When his voice fell, the divine arms puffed out incomparable light of the world that aimed directly at Yifutian and his party. Yifutian held the imperial arms, and it was not missed by the cultivators from Tianyan City. This was an imperial arm that belonged to them initially. However, without the will of the great emperor, Yifutian couldn't exert the full power of the imperial arms, and the increase in his power was greatly limited. At this moment, wisps of aura poured into the imperial arms. In an instant, the sky tremoring released an unparalleled divine glory and emitted an astonishing aura. He raised his head to look at the old city lord above the firmament and stepped up into the sky. A might figure materialized, a supernatural vision almost like a deity. At the same time, an immensely heavy force permeated from the sky tremoring in his hand. Yifutian was not well versed in the ways of the sky tremoring, but he was an expert at the divine hammer of the protector, one of the 7 divine methods from Four Corner Village. Bang! Yifutian stepped forward again, and with just a single step, the void vibrated. At the same time, his figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared again, he was right in front of the old city lord. Sky tremoring, the imperial arms blasted down like a god in heaven had unleashed the divine hammer. Its might suppressed this corner of the sky, and heaven and earth were awed into silence. The old city lord's face quickly changed to one with immense shock. He willed the divine arms inside the heaven-tempering divine matrix to slaughter forward with madness. However, like a celestial god descending on earth, Yifutian shattered every attack simply with the sky tremoring as it slammed on the stalwart body of the old city lord, right onto his chest. In an instant, countless destructive shockwaves blasted on him, and the old city lord's body exploded and pulverized. His soul and spirit scattered, disappeared in an instant, and died tragically on the spot. Before he died, he had not even had a chance to let a scream before he was killed. All the cultivators from the city lord's office of Tianyan City were stunned as they stared blankly at everything happening in front of them. Did he die just like that? Their old city lord, who was invincible and mighty, who had claimed to keep Yifutian and the others here forever, had died? That was it? They had gone from the uncertainty to hope, now to despair once again. The old city lord was killed with one blow. What else could the city lord's office of Tianyan City use to contend with Yifutian? Kill! The city lord of Tianyan commanded, a horrible look on his face. As soon as his voice fell, the attack from the heaven-tempering divine matrix was unleashed, but Yifutian merely gave it a look before his figure flashed. The sky tremoring sent another strike directly at the heaven-tempering divine matrix. In an instant, Cracks appeared on the divine matrix before it collapsed and shattered. Outside the city lord's office, when all the cultivators saw that the divine matrix in front of them had been neutralized, they trembled. Where was the old city lord of Tianyan? Yifutian lowered his head to survey the area below, and the murderous intent was still strong in his cold eyes. The eyes of the city lord of Tianyan showed hopelessness and a true sense of desperation. Yifutian was holding their imperial arms, the sky tremoring, from Tianyan City, which they knew to be unstoppable. Whether it was the old city lord or the heaven-tempering divine matrix, both were crushed by a single blow. Was this the end of Tianyan City? I can give you anything you want. The city lord of Tianyan looked at Yifutian and said, although Tianyan City has gone to Ziwei Segmentum several times before, it has never been breached. When these words were spoken, everyone understood that he had given up, knowing that he could never win. He wanted to compromise and submit to Yifutian. Kneel down. Yifutian looked down below and said coldly to the city lord of Tianyan. With this command, the face of the city lord of Tianyan turned unsightly. Asking him to kneel down, inside and outside the city lord's office, the hearts of all the cultivators palpitated. Yifutian was asking the city lord of Tianyan to kneel. The clan lord of the ancient god clans, the city lord of Tianyan City, was humiliated. Kneel. How could someone with the status of the city lord of Tianyan kneel before him? Wang Zhan raised his head to look at Yifutian, who was in the void, and there was anger in his eyes. He said coldly, I am in charge of the premier armoring principality in the divine prefecture. Yifutian, you are too bold. Yifutian didn't bother to respond. He merely glanced at the Tianyan City Lord's office below as a mighty figure, like a deity, appeared while raising the sky tremoring in his hand. The expression on the city lord of Tianyan changed in a flash. A random roar came out, and the hammer blasted down, right inside the bounds of city lord's office, located behind the city lord of Tianyan. Bang! In an instant, many ancient halls inside the vast complex were razed to the ground. Many cultivators in the city lord's office screamed most piteously. Some even wailed. Under the terrifying shockwaves, an unknown number of people were cut down on the spot as they were being slaughtered. Boom! A monstrous rage erupted from the city lord of Tianyan. Beside him, many other top figures released the aura of their great path as well. Their eyes, too, were full of anger, glowing with a bloody light. Do you remember that when you left the Heavenly Mandate realm, you raised the Heavenly Mandate Academy to the ground with one palm strike before you left? Yifutian surveyed the city lord of Tianyan City below as he remarked coldly, everything you have given to the Heavenly Mandate Academy, I am returning to you. The city lord of Tianyan City turned his head to glance back. Other than anger and desperation, there was visible pain in his eyes. He remembered the time when he had gone to Heavenly Mandate Academy and asked Yifutian to use the divine body. Because his request was rejected, he smashed Heavenly Mandate Academy with a strike of his hand. At the time, he would have never imagined that Yifutian would stand above Tianyan City one day, doing the same thing to the city lord's office in Tianyan. At that time, he saw Yifutian as no more than an insect, and he gave the matter no further thought whatsoever. The destruction of Heavenly Mandate Academy was such a minuscule distraction, and it was barely a thing in the eye of someone who was in charge of the foremost holy land of armoring in the divine prefecture. Did he have regrets? What use did he have of regrets? If he knew what would happen today and that everything he did on that day would lead to the annihilation of Tianyan City, he would have never done it. Kneel. Yifutian lowered his head to look down. He continued to press the city lord of Tianyan. Crunch! The city lord of Tianyan clenched his fists, and a horrific aura permeated from him. But even if he was angry, what could he do? Today, they were truly heading towards an untenable situation. It's finished. Those watching from afar thought to themselves. Everything felt a little unreal to them at this moment. Once, Tianyan City was so prosperous and powerful that everyone thought it would be an eternal holy land that would never perish. After all, it was the premier armoring principality in the divine prefecture. How could it ever be destroyed? However, right now, Tianyan City Lord's office was about to meet its end. At this moment, a divine light descended from the sky above, as terrifying auras effused from it. Many people raised their heads to look up there. Who was coming? Could reinforcements be forthcoming? The city lord of Tianyan also looked yonder and saw that many cultivators had appeared in the sky above, along with those descending divine lights. Someone from the imperial palace of the divine prefecture. Chief from domain chief's manor. Among those cultivators who had just arrived, there were cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace and the cultivators from Domain Chief's Manor of Tianyan Domain. The chief of Domain Chief's Manor was also among the new arrivals. The city lord of Tianyan had asked them for help before this. If it weren't because he was out of options, the city lord of Tianyan would not have done any of this. He knew that it was dangerous this time, so he had done everything he could do in advance. The question was, could Donghuang Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor save the City Lord's office from the brink of destruction? Yi Futian, a voice called out. Above the firmament, a cultivator came forth, his body dazzled with divine light and a sharp aura. It was none other than Duyu, the Spear Emperor. This is none of your business. Before Duyu could say anything more, he was forcibly cut off by Yi Futian. Yi Futian didn't even bother to look at him. He merely continued, "This is a private matter between the Ziwei Segmentum and Tianyan City." Duyu did not look happy about it, but even he had to admit that this man, once his junior, had grown in leaps and bounds, to a point where he could no longer catch up. Yi Futian had made such impressive improvements, with even more terrifying combat effectiveness. Every time he saw him, Yi Futian had made a great leap in cultivation. Tianyan City is a principality of the Divine Prefecture, after all. Yi Futian, while in the Divine Prefecture, leave a way out for yourself. The chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor felt compelled to remind him of this. Not too long ago, Tianyan City had participated in the battle with the Devil World, and Wang Xiao was their star combatant. Therefore, Tianyan City had asked them for help, and they could not justify not lending a helping hand in return. Very well. Yi Futian glanced at the chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor and replied. The sky tremoring in his hand was dazzled with divine light as traces of horrific shockwaves pervaded. He said, "If anyone thinks they can save Tianyan City Lord's office, you may freely make your move." Having said that, he continued to stare at the city lord of Tianyan, who was below, and said, "People of Ziwei Imperial Palace, here is your order. Kill at will." "Yes, Palace Lord." All of them took the order and moved at the same time towards the city lord's office of Tianyan. Every cultivator was filled with the terrifying aura of the tribulation plane. Inside the city lord's office in Tianyan City, traces of powerful aura erupted. They had no choice now but to fight. The terrifying aura of the Great Path exploded successively as the top cultivators from Tianyan City marched towards the sky toward the oncoming battle. Humph! Lord Chun gave a cold snort and pointed the starry scepter in his hand forward. Suddenly, extremely heavy coercion fell upon the entire city lord's office. A dull sound came from the space, and many felt that they had encountered a power of suppression that simply wouldn't budge. Chun Yi's body turned into a ray of light, and it was gone in a flash. That ray of light passed through one body after another. In an instant, several cultivators were pierced by the light as their bodies gradually turned into light and disappeared. Hua Jieyu moved her mind slightly, and suddenly many felt their bodies were becoming still. Her eyes were cold, infused with murderous intent. Everything that Tianyan City had done to Yi Futian was unforgivable. Blind Tai, Fang Xiyuan, and other cultivators went down one after another like tigers that had torn into a flock of sheep. With such an absolute gap in strength, there was no way the cultivators from the city lord's office could stop them. The fight was completely one-sided. More frightening was that soon, cultivators in the first tribulation plane began falling. Yi Futian stood there without moving, as if he was just observing the situation. He stood there like a deity, holding the imperial arms, the sky tremoring. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, clearly did not dare to move, as the coercion was hovering right above him. As soon as he made a move, it was possible that Yi Futian would retaliate. The cultivators from Donghuang Imperial Palace and Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor, likewise, were watching all that was happening in front of them, and they were not pleased. Yi Futian had ignored them and had gone ahead to clean up Tianyan City Lord's office. If someone could save the City Lord's office, all they needed to do was take direct action. This meant that as soon as they attacked, Yi Futian would join the fight. It didn't matter to him one way or the other. Today, in Tianyan City, the destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office seemed to be a foregone conclusion. All the cultivators in the area below the City Lord's office were feeling quite desperate. They couldn't see a way out in front of them, only a dead end. "Lord," someone called out to him, as if still pinning their hopes on the City Lord of Tianyan. But what could Wang Zhan do at this moment? He hated the fact that there was nothing he could do. Even emissaries from the Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture hadn't been such effective deterrents. "Do you have to exterminate us all?" The City Lord of Tianyan looked up at Yi Futian and asked. Although he did not turn his head, everyone's death surfaced in his mind. Those top cultivators who were the hopes of Tianyan were being finished off one by one. "Kneel!" Yi Futian lowered his head and looked at the City Lord of Tianyan below. He still had just that one word. That cold and ruthless voice made the City Lord of Tianyan feel cold all over. He couldn't get the answer he wanted. Yi Futian wanted him to submit. A feeling of grief and anger surged in his heart. But the people in Tianyan City were still dying, being cut down. It was as if the longer he resisted kneeling, the slaughter would not stop. However, what if he did kneel? Would Yi Futian then spare Tianyan City Lord's office? Everything that had happened over the years was my doing. If I kneel, can you let them go? The City Lord of Tianyan asked. After all, he did not want the Wang clan of Tianyan City to end on his watch. As for him, he did not think he would come out of this ordeal alive. Judging from Yi Futian's action, it was impossible that he would be spared. Still, Yi Futian continued to stare him down and made no response. He couldn't get a response from Yi Futian, let alone any promises. Wang Zhan realized that he was not in any position to negotiate terms. The fate of the entire Tianyan City Lord's office was in Yi Futian's hands. What conditions could they talk about? What could he use to bargain? Boom! An astonishing aura erupted from the City Lord of Tianyan. But in the next moment, he knelt on the ground. "Lord!" For a time, many voices called out to him, and their eyes were fixed on Wang Zhan. Inside and outside the City Lord's office, countless eyes were fastened on him. The ancient God clan's clan leader, the first man of armoring in all of Divine Prefecture. The City Lord of Tianyan, Wang Zhan, had bent his knees, high above the sky. The chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor was shocked to his core when he saw what was happening before him. Even though his relationship with Wang Zhan was not particularly chummy, Wang Zhan was a remarkable giant of his generation, a pillar of the Divine Prefecture. Now he was forced to prostrate on the ground against his will, in total and complete humiliation. "That is enough." The chief of Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor looked at Yi Futian and said, "Let it go." "Do you also?" said. Yi Futian looked up at them with indifferent eyes. They were still tinged with an undeniable iciness. "Where were you when the Heavenly Mandate Academy was being destroyed? Where were you when Ziwei Segmentum was invaded, and its continents were being broken apart?" Yi Futian looked at them and said nonchalantly, "Now, in front of me, you want to act like you are some compassionate being? The City Lord's office of Tianyan City is the #1 armoring principality in the Divine Prefecture. So the lives of their cultivators are more precious than the others. Don't forget, I, Yi Futian, am the former college chief of Heavenly Mandate Academy, the overseer of Ziwei Segmentum. Those who had fallen were the ones under my protection." He spoke coldly to the representatives from the Imperial Palace and the chief of the Tianyan Domain Chief's Manor. He raised the sky tremoring in his hand as his figure flashed and disappeared directly. Boom! A loud bang was heard as the sky tremoring blasted on top of the City Lord of Tianyan City. Wang Zhan, kneeling, looked up and saw the incoming attack with indescribable despair in his eyes. Then his body burst into pieces. He knelt there and was crushed to death. Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, the first man in armoring in all of the divine prefecture, had met his end. The city lord of Tianyan died on his knees. There was a dead silence inside the city lord's office. All the fighting had ceased as everyone looked at the place where Wang Zhan had perished. There were cracks on the ground, causing the entire city lord's office to split. The faces of everyone in the Wang family were full of despair. Even the people from the imperial palace in the divine prefecture could not stop Yifutian's slaughter, and no one tried to save them. Tianyan city lord's office was left to be slaughtered by the others, without any ability to fight back. Once upon a time, Tianyan city was a flourishing principality that was respected. Anyone from the city lord's office, especially the descendants of the Wang family, was proud and confident. Wherever they went, they were held in high esteem and admired. Who would have thought that a day like this would be possible? All because of a cultivator from the original realm. Who was the one responsible for this calamity? The cultivators outside the city lord's office were speechless as well. They were witnessing the demise of the city lord's office. The fact remained that the entire Tianyan city was controlled by the city lord's office. The destruction of the city lord's office at this moment was incredibly poignant in its sorrow. This also meant that the glory of Tianyan city had disappeared forever. From now on, Tianyan city would no longer be the main city of Tianyan domain and would never return to its former glory. The cultivators from the imperial palace and the Tianyan domain chief's manor lowered their heads to look there, coming to the same conclusion in their hearts. No one could have dissuaded Yifutian from destroying Tianyan city, and no one could stop him. If they had insisted, Yifutian would probably have no qualms combating them with the imperial arms. No one here would dare to claim they could counter Yifutian's attack with the imperial arms. After all, his strength was already at the peak, and only someone at Feng Ru's level could even attempt to try. Even if there was anger, they could only watch everything happening in front of them. Unfortunately, the great emperor had promised not to raise his hand against Yifutian, or else he could never have acted with such impunity. After Yifutian had executed Wang Zhan, the city lord of Tianyan, he looked at the cultivators in front of him as he levitated in the sky, surveying the vast city lord's office. He said, "Uncle Tai, direct the others to collect all the valuable divine arms, armoring methods, and materials in Tianyan city." "Yes," Blind Tai acknowledged. He took several people with him as their divine consciousness moved through the city lord's office and began plundering. "Whoever makes a move will be killed without mercy," Yifutian announced as he glanced at the crowd beneath him. The cultivators inside Tianyan city lord's office had no other choice but to watch everything happening in front of their eyes. "It's over," the cultivators outside Tianyan city lord's office secretly exclaimed to themselves. All the treasures and possessions accumulated over the years by Tianyan city lord's office would be all for naught, plundered now by Yifutian. Indeed, he could not let go of these treasures. Previously, some of them still harbored the slightest hope that perhaps they would have a chance to partake in the treasure, but they seemed to be grossly overestimated the situation. Yifutian wanted to take all of them himself. Roars came out one after another, as many buildings were being crushed. The treasure trove inside the city lord's office was excavated. As the premier holy land for armoring in the divine prefecture, its resources were rich and bountiful. Now that Yifutian had established the armoring palace in Ziwei Imperial Palace, how could he possibly ignore the resources available in Tianyan city? Du and the others watched all this happen, with extremely terrible expressions on their faces. Tianyan city, as the holy land for armoring in the divine prefecture, was part of the divine prefecture's territory. Yifutian's act of pillaging seemed to want to clean everything out and take them away. "Yifutian, you are looting openly here in front of the people from divine prefecture. It is unseemly." The chief of the Tianyan domain chief's manor remarked in a low voice that he disapproved of what Yifutian was doing. Yifutian glanced at him coldly and said, "How did the city lord of Tianyan deal with me in the past? And why did Tianyan city fight against Ziwei so many times? Don't tell me you have no idea what was the reason behind that. The city lord of Tianyan wanted to rob him of everything he had, his inherited resources from the great emperors and his divine body. Now, he was merely treating the opponent in like manner. The winner was the king over the losers. He had achieved what the city lord of Tianyan could not. The chief of Tianyan domain had no response. He knew what Yifutian was saying was true. The motivation behind the repeated attacks geared toward Yifutian from the ancient god clans and other forces was for the resources he possessed. Now they were tasting the bitter fruits of revenge, which caused the fall of the entire Tianyan city. Now, no matter what Yifutian wanted to do, no one had the right to judge him. All of this was exactly what Tianyan domain had wanted to do to him. More importantly, who could stop Yifutian even if they disagreed with him? After a while, Blind Tai and the others finished collecting and returned to Yifutian's side. He said, "Palace Lord, it has been mostly cleaned up." "Good." Yifutian nodded. Then he continued to give orders. "Those cultivators from Tianyan City Lord's office who are above the realm of Renhuang, follow me to Ziwei Segmentum. Those who are below the realm of Renhuang will be spared. I advise you not to squander this opportunity." Coercion shrouded the entire Tianyan city. Some of the cultivators in Tianyan city were in total despair, but others were hopeful. At least, Yifutian had spared those below the realm of Renhuang and seemed to have no plans to kill them. But what about those above the realm of Renhuang? What did Yifutian want with them in Ziwei Segmentum? Of course, they would not be there as guests. When they went to Ziwei Segmentum, they would undoubtedly become Yifutian's captives, and their lives were held in the hands of the others. However, could they afford to say no? Their lives were held in the hands of other people, and Yifutian had already been more than gracious, sparing the lives of their descendants and progenies. If they antagonized Yifutian further, they might put their lives at risk. "I don't have a lot of time." Seeing that no one had responded, Yifutian continued in an icy tone, causing the cultivators in Tianyan City Lord's office to shudder. Then a group of them levitated into the air. All of them were Renhuang-level cultivators. "We'll go with you," an old man said. It seemed as if he was the leader of the remaining survivors. His cultivation was at the peak of Renhuang. In the preceding battle, cultivators above the realm of Renhuang had already been killed. There were not many of them to begin with. Once they were targeted by the people from Ziwei Segmentum, there was no way they could survive. Cultivators at that level posed a certain level of threat and could not be spared. Even kept as prisoners, it would be a concern and run a much more significant risk of something going awry in the future. With the current power of Ziwei Segmentum, cultivators in the Renhuang realm were much easier to control. Now the cultivators of the Tribulation Plane in Ziwei Segmentum had formed an amazing group, with even more people at the peak of Renhuang. Many people had stuck at that level. Therefore, when brought to Ziwei Segmentum, cultivators at this level could be easily controlled. Lord Chun and Blind Tai lead the way forward, and their aura of the Great Path shrouded those Renhuang, controlling them. "Let's go," Yifutian said. Then people left, taking away all the Renhuang in Tianyan City Lord's office. Countless people in Tianyan City witnessed all this and watched them leave. After a while, the group disappeared from sight. Looking back, everyone saw that the Tianyan City Lord's office was now in ruins, and they couldn't help but lament its fate. Here, it used to be the most glorious place in all of Tianyan City. For a while, it was so prosperous that it had even overwhelmed the domain chief's manor in Tianyan Domain. In the last armor competition, Tianyan City invited everyone from the Divine Prefecture to observe the ceremony. The Imperial Palace had dispatched emissaries, Donghuang Diuan arrived in person, and Wang Zhao's name was known all over the world. At that time, the prestige of Tianyan City had reached its epitome. But it was also on that day that Yifutian appeared and fought against Wang Zhao. It was as if that day was a turning point. From that moment forward, Tianyan City went from its peak to its decline. Today, the city lord of Tianyan and the old city lord were both slain, and all of their Tribulation Plane cultivators had fallen. Even their Renhuang had been taken away, and everything in Tianyan City Lord's office was plundered. Tianyan City Lord's office had no value to speak of anymore. Some were weeping quietly inside the city lord's office, while some roared in anger. Either way, all anyone could feel was a deep sense of sadness. City Lord's office in Tianyan City is one of the principalities in the Divine Prefecture. The Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor are both here. Why don't you stop him? Even at this moment, some fearless young man raised his head to look at the cultivators looming high above the sky. He questioned them in an accusatory tone. His eyes were glowing with a bloody light. He was so enraged by anger that he had lost his ability to reason. The cultivators of the Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor merely lowered their heads and regarded him with pity. They chose not to engage him in his accusations. It is Tianyan City's imperial arms that had done the damage. How can we have stopped it? One of the men said lightly, and it shut everyone up in the area below. It seemed that it finally dawned on them that it was their imperial arms, the sky tremoring, that had spelled their doom. If it weren't for the sky tremoring, they would probably still have the power to fight and not be in this miserable predicament. So, was all this the fault of their ancestor Tianyan the Great? How sad. The Imperial Palace and the Domain Chief's Manor cultivators also began to go, leaving the desolate City Lord's office behind. After they left, the cultivators outside the City Lord's office were tempted to venture inside themselves. Some cultivators entered into the City Lord's office, wanting to see if there were any other treasures left to be had. Items that Ziwei Segmentum didn't think worthy didn't mean that they weren't valuable to others. This City Lord's office was full of treasures. What are you guys doing? The people inside the City Lord's office asked them coldly. At this time, were these men prepared to rob them at their most desperate hours? No one paid any heed to their protest, however. Those who would come in here were those who had ideas of their own. Now that Tianyan City was finished, who would care about those who were left behind? It was extremely sad to behold. Cultivators from the Wang family of the City Lord's office watched everything that happened with murderous intent in their eyes. These people were even more hateful than Yi Futian. Tianyan City Lord's office was once the ruling principality in Tianyan City, the city's pride, and the entire Tianyan City was under the command of the City Lord's office. Now that the City Lord's office had been eradicated, these people were so heartless as to participate in the looting. How cruel was this reality? The destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office shocked the entire Divine Prefecture, and the news quickly spread all over the land. The ancient god clans were the first to receive the news. Even after they withdrew from the Ziwei Segmentum, they had been keeping close tabs there. They had a feeling that Yi Futian would start with Tianyan City first. After the death of Tianyan the Great, Tianyan City became the only ancient god clan without the protection of a great emperor's will. How could Yi Futian miss such an excellent opportunity to take them down? Sure enough, they soon received the news that Tianyan City Lord's office was destroyed and Wang Zhan, the City Lord of Tianyan, killed. He had died on his knees. This news greatly alarmed the other ancient god clans, becoming even more vigilant. After all, there was a precedent in front of them. If Yi Futian were that strong, sooner or later he would come to destroy them, just as he did with Tianyan City. In addition, after some forces, such as the Domain Chief Manors of both the West Sea Domain and the Donghua Domain, learned of the news, they were greatly troubled. Chief Shihai and Ningyuan, the Domain Chief of Donghua, knew very well that if it were not because they were directly under the command of Donghuang Imperial Palace, which Yi Futian still heeded, he would have already started in on them. Now there was a sharp sword hanging above all of their heads. This sword may fall at any given time, and they would not have a moment's peace. They heard that when Yi Futian destroyed the Tianyan City Lord's office, the people from the Imperial Palace were present but did nothing to stop it. Yi Futian had the Imperial arms, the sky tremoring, in his possession, so people from the Imperial Palace just watched the City Lord's office be destroyed. An ancient god clan such as Tianyan City was a principality in the land of the Divine Prefecture, the premier armoring force in the Divine Prefecture, and the most powerful force in the Tianyan domain. Yet it disappeared just like that and became part of the past. It was said that after Yi Futian and the others left, the City Lord's office was raided by other cultivators inside Tianyan City. Many cultivators Yi Futian spared were brutally murdered by the people of Tianyan City and met a miserable end. The horrific nature and cruelty of men were played out so vividly in Tianyan City. They were all believers when things were going well. But in times of need, they chose to pick up the swords and join in the slaughter. Many lamented and grieved. After this battle, no one did not know of Yi Futian's name in the land of the divine prefecture. All the cultivators at Ziwei Imperial Palace were eagerly waiting for the return of Yi Futian and the others. When they learned of the destruction of Tianyan City Lord's office, the people of Ziwei Imperial Palace were extremely excited. The principalities of Tianyan City had moved against them more than once, and twice they had used imperial arms on Ziwei. Now they were finally destroyed, and justice had been served. In the Imperial Palace, they watched those cultivators from Tianyan City Lord's office who had been taken prisoner. Each of them wore cold expressions, and fierce murderous intent raged about them. Those from the Tianyan City Lord's office only felt tremendously sorry for themselves. Now they had indeed fallen into the lion's den, and there was probably no hope for them, ever. Uncle Tai, give Lord Chun the divine arms and implements that we have taken from the City Lord's office in Tianyan City, and have him distribute them among the 5 palaces and the protectors. Each protector may take a few suitable pieces. The rest can be divided equally among the 5 palaces as their cultivation resources. The lords of each palace will be in charge of them and may allocate them as they see fit. Yi Futian continued to speak to Blind Tai. Also, the resources for armoring that we have taken will be handed over to the armoring palace to be at your disposal, including all the armoring methods and materials. I suggest that we build an armory inside Ziwei Imperial Palace and store these items and all the implements and divine arms that we will be making in the future. What do you think? Good. Blind Tai nodded. Everyone else agreed. Now, they had taken all the resources of Tianyan City, including the method of armoring and various other resources. In the future, the level of armoring in Ziwei Imperial Palace will undoubtedly continue to improve. Conceivably, more and more divine arms and implements would be made, hence the need to build an armory. Everything else aside, just the divine arms they had looted this time from Tianyan City Lord's office were incredible. They had pretty much transported their entire treasure trove here. However, Yi Futian did not hide them somewhere else. Instead, he wanted them to be divided equally among the 5 palaces. This was the first time they had gone out to seek the destruction of an ancient god clan. They couldn't keep all the treasures and lock them inside the imperial palace. If he wanted to use this event to strengthen his people as a whole and ensure their loyalty to the Ziwei Imperial Palace, he had to do more than talk. At the very least, Ziwei Imperial Palace had to prove its value to the others, or else they had no reason to risk their lives for Ziwei. The 5 palaces each needed their resources. Previously they had the pills he produced, and now they had divine arms at their disposal. Not only did all these items significantly improve their strengths, but they made cultivators from each palace feel that they were part of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. They shared woes as well as fortune. If any gains were to be had, all of them would partake and benefit together. The fact remained that the Ziwei segmentum was still facing specific threats in the foreseeable future. Although the threat of Tianyan City was eliminated this time and they had obtained the imperial arms, they had paid a great price for their victory. The Ziwei segmentum had lost Ziwei the Great. No one knew what would happen in the future. Therefore, Yi Futian wanted to do the best he could to expand and secure the power of Ziwei Imperial Palace. In addition, the cultivation in the art of armoring would require Uncle Tai's attention. In addition to yourself, you will need to select and train up some more outstanding armorers. Those selected from the Ziwei segmentum can be trained carefully, but Yi Futian paused for a moment before he continued. Ziwei segmentum is connected to the outside world. Therefore, even the people from Ziwei segmentum cannot be fully trusted. If they are to be trained as part of the core group, they have to be evaluated strictly beforehand and their backgrounds thoroughly checked. Last time, what happened on the battlefield reminded him that he needed to be wary of any spies that might have been implanted inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. I understand. Naturally, Blind Tai understood the implications. I can find someone to help you. Yi Futian smiled as he thought of an ideal candidate, whose cultivation today was considerably more advanced. Fei Xue, the daughter of his teacher Qi Xiangang. Fei Xue possessed terrific abilities. Blind Tai nodded. As for them, Yi Futian looked at the Runhuang cultivators who were brought from Tianyan City. Starting today, all of them will be under the direct command of the Armoring Palace. Those who are good at armoring will be assigned to armoring. Those who are not good at armoring will be assigned to assist the building of the armory and all the preparations. In addition, find out what each of them is good at. These are the things worth knowing. I am afraid these matters must be entrusted to Uncle Tai. You will have your work cut out for you shortly. Of course, Blind Tai nodded. These things were what he had dreamed of. He couldn't be more pleased about how things had turned out. He was now in charge of the Armoring Palace, and Tianyan City Lord's office, the target of their retaliation this time, was the #1 principality of armoring in the Divine Prefecture. Everything they had taken was related to armoring. Thus it fell naturally under his management in the Ziwei Palace. He could tell that the other lords were quite envious of his good fortune this time. How come they were not so lucky to have these kinds of resources showered upon them? The Armoring Palace was the latest addition. However, no one expected that the first ancient god clan to be annihilated would be a force in armoring. This time the Armoring Palace would go through a significant transformation. In the future, its potential was immeasurable. Conceivably, it would continue to grow even more prosperously than the Alchemy Palace. If you need more manpower, you may have your pick from the Ziwei Imperial Palace, Yifutian continued. Understood, Blind Tai replied before proceeding to take the prisoners away. At the same time, Lord Chen arranged for a lot of people to come help. After all, this time they had brought over a lot of Renhuang, so they needed to establish reasonable control over them first. Although Yifutian didn't kill them, he could squeeze all they are worth out of them and have them make divine arms and other implements for the Ziwei Imperial Palace. Afterward, Lord Chen and the others were tasked with cleaning up and distributing the rest of the implements. Although for most cultivators, the power from any implements was limited in the face of absolute power, implements could be used to increase one's combat effectiveness when the opponents were of the same realm. After Yifutian left them, he planned to retreat again to make another batch of pills. He wanted to produce another set that would improve the strength of the cultivators who were at the upper level of the Ziwei Imperial Palace. He felt that time was becoming ever more pressing and that chaos was looming. He must elevate the power of the Ziwei Imperial Palace to the highest possible level. Now, just having the Imperial arms was far from enough. While Yifutian and the others were busy working, Haoyan clan of the Divine Prefecture had not been sitting by idly. Inside a great hall, the clan lord of the Haoyan clan was sitting cross-legged, surrounded by a dreamy divine light of the Great Path. In front of him, there were elusive phantoms. They were none other than the rulers of several other ancient god clans. They were meeting and conversing in a peculiar way. Tianyan City's destruction meant that there were only 5 remaining ancient god clan, and all of them could feel the danger hovering above them. Now, it was either for them to destroy Ziwei, or Ziwei would destroy them in return. Clearly, this was an urgent matter that needed to be discussed. The point was that Ziwei was not so easy to destroy anymore. Doing so might even bring severe catastrophes upon themselves. Everything else aside, just the abilities that Yifutian derived from the Imperial Arms and Buddha's celerity alone were enough for him to break into any one of their ancient god clans. Yifutian's ability to come and go as he pleased was enough to cause endless disasters for them. Now they must find a foolproof way to get rid of Yifutian, once and for all. But so far, they had not been able to come up with any solution. Yifutian did not seek revenge on the other ancient god clans for the time being. It was not that they were incapable of annihilating these clans. But now was a time like none other. Ziwei had just lost its protection. Sure, he could go to the others' territories to do whatever he wanted, but they could do the same with the Ziwei segmentum. If it were only the Ziwei Imperial Palace they retaliated against, that would not have been a problem. But if the 6 ancient god clans decided to attack the Ziwei segmentum, he would not be able to defend it. Therefore, he chose not to make a move for the time being but go into retreat to produce more elixirs and cultivate. Today, Ziwei Imperial Palace had a better cultivation environment than any of the ancient god clans. Although the will of Ziwei was no more, several imperial stars remained. In addition, there were other great emperors upon the territories they were occupying, with high-level elixirs and various cultivation methods that they had obtained. The cultivation methods they had gotten from Taichu Holy Land, the Shen clan, and Tianyan City were extremely outstanding in cultivation. With time, the cultivators of Ziwei Imperial Palace continued to grow in strength. Among them, several others continued to experience the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Fang Xiyuan's father, Fang Huan, had only experienced the tribulation after Fang Xiyuan had done it first. He was once a marvelous existence himself from Four Corner Village, a natural talent with the natural body of the Great Path. After Fang Huan, Duo Yu, and Tai Tu both crossed the divine tribulation of the Great Path. Four Corner Village became the place from which the most cultivators had survived the divine tribulations. This had something to do with the characteristics of the village itself. In the past, Four Corner Village, which wanted nothing to do with the world, had given birth to some cultivators who were born with the natural body of the Great Path. With instructions from the teacher and the ideal cultivation conditions provided by the Ziwei Imperial Palace, they could pass through the divine tribulation of Great Path one after another. Although there were some inherent dangers in the process of the divine tribulation, when these cultivators went through it, they were actually in much stronger condition than Emperor Shi back then. Furthermore, they had powerful weapons, such as the divine arms, so the divine tribulations could not have harmed any of them. In addition, Yi Futian's friends and brothers in the land of the Nine Realms had also stepped onto the peak of Renhuang. The senior brother, Sword Saint, his good friends and brothers like Yi Wuchen, Do Zhao, Long Chun, disciple Xiao Muyu, and even Feishue had advanced very quickly. After Yi Futian passed on the cultivation method of the Shin clan to Feishue, she improved even more. After all, the blood of the Shin clan flowed through her body. The only difference was that she was from the branch of the Shin clan in the original realm. But inside Feishue's body, there was something extraordinary. Yi Futian's demonic beast companion Little Condor and Zifeng were in love with each other. Although the poor Little Condor had learned all of Yi Futian's abilities, he still couldn't beat Zifeng in a fight. This was all determined by their natural given talent. Lord Taixian and the others who also cultivated in the method of the Taichu reshaped the path of their cultivations, which was then supplemented by elixirs. Now they had also made breakthroughs in their progress. The strength of Ziwei Imperial Palace was constantly multiplying. However, the number of cultivators in the second tribulation plane had not increased. After all, this realm was more challenging and would take longer. There was no way of telling who would step into that realm first. In Ziwei Imperial Palace, Shi Qiao led a few men and found Yi Futian. She gave Yi Futian a storage ring, and Yi Futian smiled when he checked it, saying, "Thank you very much. It's not for nothing. You don't need to demur," Shi Qiao said without a care. Shi Qiao, who was already in the tribulation plane, had an extraordinary temperament. She was noble and proud. It was as if she had descended from an empress. Yi Futian smiled. Over the years, his relationship with West Imperial Palace had been working very well. West Imperial Palace collected precious alchemical materials for him from various places in the Divine Prefecture, and he returned the favor by giving them the elixirs he produced. They each had proven their value to the other, so their relationship had been going strong. Shi Qiao herself spent most of her time cultivating inside Ziwei Imperial Palace. Naturally, Yi Futian understood that this was a win-win situation. Some of the elixirs he gave to West Imperial Palace were top-notch, including elixirs in the second tribulation plane. Although Yi Futian was still at the realm of peak Renhuang, his status was not the same as any other. He was a Renhuang who had survived 2 divine tribulations, and the subdivine elixirs that he produced were incredibly pure. However, he didn't understand the reason behind this strange phenomenon. He figured it must have something to do with his life spirit, which was aligned with the most primitive path. Therefore, the elixirs that he produced were very effective. Over the years, of all the ancient god clans in the Divine Prefecture, aside from Tianyan City, the rest of the ancient god clans had been getting weaker all along. Only the West Imperial Palace had been secretly expanding its power. He had provided several batches of elixirs to them, but the West Imperial Palace had never revealed anything on the outside, concentrating on strengthening themselves in secret. Although Yi Futian had never asked, he knew that West Imperial Palace must have made significant progress by now. Ziwei Imperial Palace is now adding armoring to alchemy. In the future, you will probably not just be the strongest principality in alchemy but also the premier force in armoring. If you are interested, we can be partners in armoring. West Imperial Palace can provide you with armoring materials, and you can provide us divine arms. Xianxia proposed with a smile. Yifutian smiled and looked at her. The armoring level of the armoring palace is still quite limited, and Uncle Tai has not yet reached the realm he needs to be at. The resources seized from Tianyan City are enough for us for many years to come. Even if the West Imperial Palace provides us with materials, we will not use them right now. If the needs arise in the future, I will ask you. It's a pity, then. We want to deepen our partnership with Ziwei Imperial Palace, but Palace Lord Yi has refused us mercilessly, Xianxia joked. Yifutian smiled and shook his head. Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace have always been very friendly. Why would Goddess Qiao think it needs more? Of course, more the better. Qiao's beautiful eyes were now directed at Yifutian. If the old man can have his way, he would rather unite Ziwei Imperial Palace and West Imperial Palace in marriage. Those around Qiao were stunned when they heard these words. What did she mean by that? If Ziwei Imperial Palace were to join West Imperial Palace in marriage, who else could it be but the two of them? Yifutian was stunned as well. He didn't know quite how to continue the conversation for a while. Qiao smiled and proceeded. Of course, I thought not. That would make it too easy for you. The cultivators behind Qiao looked at each other, and an old man whispered, If the goddess disagrees, why bother telling others? However, he immediately lowered his head and kept quiet after he said it. Indeed, his remark stunned Qiao momentarily. She slowly turned around and focused her attention on the old man who spoke. Her face was a little red. You talk too much, Qiao said with temper in her voice. As the goddess, she still needed to keep her dignity. I am sorry I spoke too fast. The old man explained. What I meant was that if the goddess doesn't agree with the idea, there is no need to say it out loud. Qiao stared at him. She could almost shoot fireballs from her eyes. Was this old bastard deliberately trying to annoy her? If it were not because he was an elder, Qiao would have already stabbed the old man with her sword. An alliance through marriage is not impossible, Yifutian piped up. Qiao, stunned by this unexpected response, turned around and looked at Yifutian intently with those beautiful eyes of hers. Yifutian smiled and continued. Now, there are many excellent young men at Ziwei Imperial Palace. My disciples, such as Fang Xiyuan, Duo Yu, and Tai Tu, have all survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. If there is someone that Goddess Qiao or other outstanding ladies from the West Imperial Palace are interested in, I don't oppose them getting to know each other better. Qiao was surprised as she stared at Yifutian for a moment longer, then turned around to leave. Several people behind her also looked at Yifutian with resentment. Stupid donkey. An old man couldn't hold himself back. Either he was dumb, or he was rude. Yifutian watched them leave and had a look of innocuous confusion on his face. Did he say something wrong? Master! At this moment, a few people came running over this way, and it was his 4 little disciples. Of course, Fang Xiyuan and the others were no longer little anymore. Out of the 4 junior protectors of Ziwei Imperial Palace, 3 had already survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path. They were even stronger than the 4 original Great Protectors. You are back, Yifutian commented. After Duo Yu and Tai Tu had both survived the divine tribulation of the Great Path, Yifutian urged them to return to the village to visit the teacher and give him the news themselves as a sign of respect. The 4 agreed because the teacher was also their master. You were gone for a long time. Were you studying with the teacher? Yifutian asked curiously. Little Ling pinched her mouth and replied, The 3 of them have no minds to study anything, as you know. After they visited the teacher, they slipped away from the village. Master, guess where they went? Where? Yifutian showed a look of curiosity. Master, guess, Little Ling said. In front of Yifutian, she was still acting like a little girl. Yifutian laughed as he looked at them. There were only so many places they could go in the Xianxia domain. Domain Chief's Manor or Nanhai family? Yifutian asked. Right on. Little Ling replied. The Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor had summoned all of the major forces to gather at the Domain Chief's Manor, and these three crashed their party. Just simply going to their party? Yifutian pressed teasingly. Master, it's a bit more than that. We made some contributions. Fang Xiuan scratched his head, not quite forthcoming. Tai Tu, you tell me. Yifutian looked at Tai Tu. We beat up some people and broke some of their stuff. Tai Tu hesitated. When Yifutian heard him, he already had a picture in his mind. The chief of Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor has been disrespectful to the master, and had several exchanges with the master in confrontations. If it weren't because of Donghuang Imperial Palace, we would have definitely not spared them of their lives. The same goes for the Nanhai family, as well as the Muyun family that married into them. Consider their betrayal of the village. We have been more than merciful not cleaning up all these trash. Duo Yu added coldly, feeling completely justified. Yifutian glanced at Duo Yu and thought that he had always been the least talkative of the four of them. But Yifutian knew that this had something to do with his childhood. He grew up without parents and was raised by the village. He had always had low self-esteem and was not the most outspoken. If it weren't because of Yifutian who selected him, Duo Yu was fated to live an ordinary life. Among the four disciples, Duo Yu might be the one who was most grateful to him, and cared the most about everything that happened to Yifutian. As a result, he must have hated the Xianxia Domain Chief's Manor and the Nanhai family with a passion. What was done is done. Yifutian didn't blame them. He understood the impetus behind his disciples' motivations. They were just trying to avenge him. I knew Master would not punish us, Fang Xiuan said with a smile. He was rewarded with a glare from Yifutian. This guy was the biggest troublemaker of them all. Boom! Just as they were talking, the ground suddenly shook, and the buildings inside Ziwei Imperial Palace were shaking. It was as if a violent earthquake had just occurred. Yifutian had a suspicious look on his face as his divine consciousness covered the boundless space. But he detected nothing unusual. He raised his head to look above the firmament. Was there someone here again? His eyes seemed to penetrate the endless void, looking at a place very far away. In the place beyond the heavens, an extremely brilliant divine light seemed to imprint into his eyes. What was that outside the Ziwei segmentum? A shock from outside the heavens. At this moment, everyone in the Ziwei segmentum could feel this rumble, and their hearts trembled along with it. Were they under attack again? By now, there had been a dark cloud hovered over them psychologically. However, they soon discovered that it was not an attack after all. They saw the glow above the firmament, which was endlessly radiant. It was terribly far away, and yet they could perceive it. One could imagine just how far and wide this glow's coverage was and how brilliant the light was. Otherwise, they would not have been able to see something so far away. What is happening? Countless people wondered. Yifutian didn't know what was happening either. Inside the Ziwei Imperial Palace, many people levitated into the sky as they looked higher into the heavens. All of them appeared surprised. Palace Lord! Master! Many people called out to Yifutian. Come with me to take a look, Yifutian said, and a group of people moved along with him, heading outside the heavens. They were moving fast and shuttled through the void. It didn't take them long before they were outside of the bounds of the Ziwei segmentum. The glow had diffused and illuminated the boundless space, lighting up the space of void outside the Ziwei segmentum. Yifutian felt a peculiar aura. It seemed as if the space in the void was no longer a void and that the divine light, which continued to spread, seemed intent on illuminating and shrouding over the entire original realm. Yifutian felt something unusual. It seemed these strange visions were displayed. The original realm may be facing some drastic changes that have yet to come. Exactly what kind of power could have such an effect on the original realm? The original realm was a broken world resulting from the collapse of the heavenly path. It had an endless number of empty spaces. But now, this power seemed to be restoring the original realm. What kind of power was capable of such a terrifying effect? Yifutian walked towards the divine light. That area seemed to be expanding towards the original realm. The divine light, likewise, was growing as well. What a strong will of the great path, Lord Chen exclaimed. That extremely pure atmosphere of the great path astonishing even him. After a long time they finally got a clue. The place where the divine light was spreading outward seemed to be a vast expanse of barren land with absolutely no signs of life. A veritable desert. In that desert landscape there was an incomparable will of the great path that continued to spread outward, and it seemed to be a different will of the great path. That barren land was like the land from prehistorical times, primordial and greatly transmuted. Many magnificent buildings were resurrected in that barren land, including some impressive statues. What he saw in front of him greatly impacted Yifutian's senses. What place is this? The cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace couldn't help but marvel. Like a world from before our time, someone whispered. Many people agreed that the ancient aura seemed to be from long ago. The tombs of the gods. Yifutian murmured as it finally dawned on him what it was. No wonder he thought that it felt familiar. Once upon a time he had seen it just that one time. That was over 100 years ago when they were in the 9 realms. Donghuang Imperial Palace had ordered Empty Imperial Palace to open up the god's relic so that the premier figures from the 9 realms may enter. At the time, many people, including Xia Qingyuan, Yi Wuchen, and he had gone inside. There were many opportunities within which Yaya and Xia Qingyuan had both obtained. Finally, when he received the inheritance of the great emperor, his vision seemed to have penetrated the space and saw the tombs of the gods. Presumably, it was everything that he was seeing before him. God's relic, also known as the tombs of the gods, whose entrance seemed to be controlled by Donghuang the Great, was located in the original realm. Now, the tombs of the gods had reappeared in the world. The tombs of the gods. The cultivators trembled when they heard Yifutian's words. Many of them had also heard of such a place before. According to legends, when the heavenly path collapsed in ancient times, a battle had erupted among all the gods. It was known as the Dusk of the Gods. In that battle, the heavenly path collapsed, and the gods perished. Countless years later, the world of today was formed. These tombs of the gods were the battleground where the gods fought in ancient times. Was this the place that all the gods were buried? In ancient times, the eruption of the battles among the gods caused the collapse of the heavenly path. The original realm was what was left of the former world and became known as the tombs of the gods. However, who was it that sealed off the tombs of the gods? Someone whispered with much curiosity. What was the reason for the battlefield of the gods to be sealed by itself after the heavenly path had collapsed? And why was it not a broken world? Or rather, had this ancient battlefield been formed all by itself? Of course, it was next to impossible to find an honest answer to any of these speculations. However, the appearance of the tombs of the gods had already given them the shock of their lives. It is possible that this was a well-preserved ancient world, Yifutian whispered. They continued to move in that direction, feeling the atmosphere of the great path that spread towards the original realm. He guessed that this place might be left over from ancient times. What was known as the tombs of the gods was the battleground of the gods once upon a time, a primordial world. The tombs of the gods and the fall of the gods were just a way of indicating the event's occurrence. No wonder its aura of the great path was so pure, much purer than the aura of the great path in today's world. If one can cultivate and prove the way here, their divine wheel of the great path has to be perfect, some Renhuang remarked, and Yifutian nodded in agreement. Back then, when the people from the 9 realms had entered the god's relic, it was because they wanted to use the god's relic to enhance their Renhuang realm, casting the perfect divine wheel of the great path. The great path aura is spreading over the entire original realm. Perhaps it will shroud the original realm again, and the site of the ancient world may reappear once again in original realm? Someone wondered. If so, the original realm might become the major world of them all. All the major worlds would be coming to compete for a piece of the original realm. Of course, none of these were the main concerns at the moment. The original realm aside, just the reappearance of the tombs of the gods was enough to set the whole world abuzz. An unknown number of cultivators would indeed show up here soon. Perhaps, It would be another impending storm of blood and violence. At this time, Yi Futian and the others were approaching that area, but many other cultivators were also moving in that direction from different areas inside the original realm. The appearance of the Tomb of the Gods had covered the boundless space with endless divine light, which the entire Ziwei segmentum could see. It was the same at other places as well. Everyone who was cultivating in the original realm was rushing toward the direction where the tombs of the gods were located. At this time, in the Donghuang Imperial Palace of the Divine Prefecture, Donghuang the Great opened his eyes and said, "Let it be known that in the land of the original realm, the tombs of the gods have been opened, and tell the 18 domain chiefs manners to inform cultivators everywhere. At the same time, open up the passageways to the original realm so that all the cultivators may go there." This voice resounded throughout Donghuang Imperial Palace, and the vast domain of the Imperial Palace was trembling because of it. Many people, including top cultivators inside the Imperial Palace, had come out of their place of cultivation and looked in the direction where the voice was coming from. "You too go," said Donghuang the Great. Everything that happened inside the Imperial Palace did not escape his attention. "Yes, Your Majesty." One voice after another was heard replying as the cultivators of Donghuang Imperial Palace set out on their journey. At the same time, the news quickly traveled to all 18 domain chiefs' manors, then moved on to inform the entire Divine Prefecture. And it was not just limited to the Divine Prefecture, but also the other worlds. The reappearance of the tombs of the gods had electrified all 7 realms. In the land of the original realm, in the space of the void, a series of stunning light beams appeared in different directions, illuminating the surrounding area. Afterward, cultivators came out of those spatial light beams one after another. Those beams were passageways from the other worlds to the original realm. Numerous mighty cultivators came walking out of these passageways. It was as if great legions of the army had descended upon this place. Observing beneath any of these channels, one could see that these channels were no longer closed, as people were pouring out of them continuously, an endless stream of people that had never stopped. And it was not just one passageway. Many of them had appeared in the original realm. Furthermore, these kinds of channels continued to increase in number, with more and more of them appearing with each passing moment. Cultivators from all the worlds were coming here. Any cultivator who was at the level of Renhuang and above would want to come to take a look-see. As the news spread, those below the realm of Renhuang were also itching to go to the original realm, but it was not yet their turn. Or rather, even if they had arrived in the original realm, they would not be able to compete for anything. On the way to the tombs of the gods, Yi Futian and the others saw that in different directions in the distance, aside from the divine light that continued to spread, splendid spatial passageways were appearing in the original realm. These passageways seemed to spread all over the original realm and multiply. "They are all here," someone next to him commented. Their hearts became greatly unsettled. No one expected that these people would come here so quickly. Before they had a chance, cultivators from the other worlds had already opened up the channels and descended in the original realm. "It's probably an order from the great emperor himself," Yi Futian said. Without the great emperor's order, cultivators in various worlds would not have reacted so quickly and opened up many spatial channels. Only the order from the great emperor and the concerted efforts from all parties could make this possible. It seemed that the news here had attracted the attention of all the worlds. Finally, they were getting close to the tombs of the gods. The tombs of the gods were not a place of burial, nor was it an entire continent. Much like the Divine Prefecture, it was a barren world formed by a chain of many continental plates, an ancient battleground. They could feel a primordial sensation when they stood on this barren land. The Great Path's aura was vastly different from the ones in the world today. Will the Great Path aura of this world cover the entire original realm and integrate with the original realm? Yi Futian wondered. If this were the case, the original realm would become the absolute center and the true main world. It would be the place where people would rush to cultivate once more. At that time, the top principalities of the world would likely migrate here, vying for the control of the original realm. Once again, Yi Futian recalled the Buddhist prophecy that changes between heaven and earth would originate in the original realm. This prophecy seemed to have far-reaching implications, and its meaning was extraordinary. Could it be that everything that was happening now had been prophesied already? If this is the ancient battlefield where the gods have fallen, then there may be many other relics from the great emperors on this ancient land that remain. I don't know if there is any will of the great emperors that existed on this ancient battlefield, Lord Chen whispered. Everyone was greatly impacted by all of the events that were happening in front of them. The great emperors were incorruptible existences, and even a trace of the will left behind can survive in the world. You can see that just by watching the ancient god clans and Ziwei the Great. Therefore, there must be many other wills of the great emperors that remained in the tombs of the gods. Yifutian replied, however, watch yourselves. Where the ancient imperial battles took place is not a place to trifle with. He had entered inside God's relic before. After Donghuang the Great unified the divine prefecture, he would open the door once every 50 years to allow other top figures in the original realm to enter it. However, later when the changes took place in the original realm, and with the invasion of all the major worlds, the situation in the original realm was thrown into disarray. The God's relic had never been reopened since, until today when the tombs of the gods re-emerged. However, in God's relic, Yifutian inherited a trace of the will from the great emperor and some of the items left behind by the great emperors. However, knowing what they know now, it seemed that the relic may have only been a corner on the outskirt of the tombs of the gods. The world that appeared in front of them now was the tombs of the gods at their fullest. Donghuang the Great, perhaps, had never really opened the door of God's relic. But now, how did the tombs of the gods reappear in the world? At this very moment, Yifutian's attention was drawn to one direction and saw that a cultivator was passing by. Their appearance was untidy. His messy hair was draped over his shoulders. This cultivator wore ragged clothes. He looked shabby and unkempt. He did not look like some powerful person, yet Yifutian felt a trace of threat from him. This cultivator was very powerful. The aura that this man inadvertently revealed was terrifying. Lord Chen and others had very keen perceptions, so they were well aware of it. When they looked at that man, all of them detected a sense of threat. At this moment, the cultivator turned his attention towards them until he was solely focused on them. Then his eyes zoomed directly on Yifutian until they locked eyes. Yifutian saw that the eyes under the messy long hair were extremely profound, dark as night, and unfathomable. However, he could faintly perceive an infinitely majestic aura, which created a sense of coercion in the surrounding areas, demonstrating how dangerous this man was. The man did not provoke anyone but disappeared from he was in a flash. He was moving into the distance. He had come here for the tombs of the gods as well. This man's cultivation was very strong, Lord Chun said in a low voice, and it seems that he was not someone from any of the top principalities in the divine prefecture. He might be coming from some other world. His outward appearance was so shoddy, it was unlikely that he was an overseer of any top principality. Could be some old monster who had been avoiding the world and cultivated in retreat, Yifutian said. The world was full of wonders and surprises, and it was not easy for them to die at their level of cultivation. Only a super combat situation could cause the demise of many cultivators. But there were bound to be many old monster-level existences who had been hidden away from the world, who rarely made an appearance. Perhaps they had already seen through the mundane things of the world and devoted themselves to cultivating instead. Now that the tombs of the gods had re-emerged, the world was on fire with this momentous news, and all were attracted to come here. Soon all types of people, powerful or sinister, would appear. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a brilliant divine light descended from the sky above, and spatial passageways appeared successively in different places, paving brilliant golden spatial pathways. Above that, a group of people walked out one after another and came down the spatial channel. Everyone's aura was terrifying and incredibly powerful. Imperial-level principalities. Yifutian watched and knew immediately that this was an Imperial-level force. This explained their ability to directly open the spatial channel so accurately that their cultivators were descending right on top of the tomb of the gods. Cultivators from the human realm. Yifutian looked at those people. Among them were a few that he had seen on the battlefield. They were the cultivators in the human realm under the direct rule of the human ancestor. In another direction, the same thing happened again in the next moment. Brilliant lights of the space opened up the world, and another large group of cultivators arrived. The person in the lead was majestic and extraordinary, whose visage was like that of the Jutian goddess. She was none other than Donghuang Diuan, the daughter of Donghuang the Great. She had led a large number of cultivators from the imperial palace here. Previously, those who came were from the passageways opened up by various principalities in the divine prefecture. Those appearing now were from the channels directly opened by the imperial-level forces. In the distance, a terrifying roar was heard that shook the firmament. An incredibly horrific dark light descended and shrouded the space in a dark storm. There, dark passageways appeared, from which came large groups of cultivators. The cultivators from the dark court had arrived. Then, in the other direction, the passage from the empty divine realm also opened up and descended. In yet another position, the blazing light of Buddha was shining, and the sound of Buddha lingered in the sky. Ancient Buddhas descended and walked out from inside and came to the place above the tombs of the gods. Only the devil world is missing, Yifutian whispered. Although the locations where each of the worlds had appeared were far apart, their movement was visible. Even in faraway places, they could still see the spatial channels opening up in different areas. Another astonishing voice came out, and a terrible demonic cloud tumbled and roared. Yifutian looked at a place, and there, demonic might permeated. A demonic ladder appeared, as the great army from the devil world poured out of it. This time, Yushang would probably show up as well. All 6 realms are here. Everyone was stunned. This time, it was a much stronger representation than the one at the North Cliff region in Divine Prefecture. In that battle, many top figures had been absent. The principalities from all sides did not dispatch their best men, but held a few of them back just in case. But this time was different. Even without the order from the great emperor, these top figures would be coming by themselves, because this time it was the tombs of the gods that was opened. It was the ancient gods of Ur, and no longer just the relics from a certain great emperor. Boom, boom, boom. The firmament shook and the void quivered. Yifutian and the others raised their heads to look in a direction. There, a golden passageway appeared as incomparable golden divine light paved the way, which spread in a downward fashion, descended into the original realm. It was such a radiant sight that ushered in powerful cultivators. However, though they had the least number of cultivators among all others, their entrance was no less majestic than any others. Heaven realm is here as well, a cultivator from the divine prefecture commented. The golden passageway signified that it was the cultivators from the heaven realm who had descended. They had also opened up the passageway to come to the land of the original realm. 7 realms. When Yifutian beheld this scene, his heart was quite uneasy. Not long ago, the war at the divine prefecture had just subsided. He didn't expect that the cultivators of all 7 realms would come out so soon again. For several millenniums, this had never happened before. Yifutian and his people stood atop the ancient continent. With the cultivators from 7 realms descending, no one knew what the future would hold for the original realm. The armies from the 7 realms came down through the passageways, vast and mighty. This time these groups consisted of the topmost cultivators from everywhere. It was simply impossible to imagine just how many powerful cultivators were gathering in one place on this land. As they became aware of each other's presence, many cultivators began scanning different directions, checking people out. After a very long time, these 7 legions of the army from outside the heavens stepped out of the passageways one after another. Still, those radiant and bright spatial passages did not disappear. In a direction, an even more terrifying coercion pervaded the passageway of the dark court. Yonder, an elusive face appeared. It was highly majestic and authoritative, from which an imperial might permeated. Afterward, in several other significant directions, astonishing coercions appeared successively. The appearance of the tombs of the gods had enticed imperial-level forces to come here. This channel must be the one opened up by the great emperors themselves, suggesting that they had also arrived. "Since you are all here, show yourselves," said the elusive face above the passageway of the dark court. His voice resounded through the space and high above the countless people below. All the cultivators who had set foot on this ancient continent looked up when they heard him. Would the great emperors themselves participate? If the great emperors were to participate, then all they could do was stay on the sidelines and watch. A terrifying demonic might pervaded the space on the side of where the passageway from the devil world was located. Likewise, an elusive visage also appeared, and the lord of the dark court inquired, "Devil Emperor, you are here as well." "I'm here to take a look," the devil emperor responded. Their voices were hollow. It seemed as if they had come from absolutely nowhere. "Does everyone else want to join in?" The phantom of Donghuang the Great appeared and asked, loud and clear. When the great emperors dialogued amongst themselves, everyone else could only look up and observe from the side. Amitba. At this moment, the light of Buddha was illuminating in the direction of the passageway from the Buddha realm. A golden Buddha phantom appeared, and it was none other than the Buddha himself who had descended. In terms of seniority, Donghuang the Great was the most junior. Amongst all the emperors who were present, he was the youngest. However, he had once sought the teachings of Buddhism, and the Buddha was his teacher. Therefore, Donghuang the Great had a different sentiment towards the Buddha than all great emperors. Now, even though he was an emperor, he still maintained the proper etiquette. The Buddha clasped his hands together and saluted Donghuang the Great. "The Buddha will come with us?" the evil emperor said in a casual voice with a faint sense of wickedness from the side of the empty divine realm. The Lord of all Buddhas had many shapes and forms. Today, what was here was nothing more than a figment of many, not his true form. The Buddha also put his hands together and bowed to the evil emperor, saying, "We entered here together many years ago. Now that the ancient relic has reappeared in the world, let's not participate, but leave this opportunity to the younger generation instead." This voice made the hearts of everyone in the space below tremble. As it turned out, all the emperors had already been to the tombs of the gods together many years ago. "I agree with the Buddha." Donghuang the Great seconded this sentiment. "This opportunity should be left to the cultivators of the world." "How come the human ancestor is not here?" the evil emperor asked, looking in the other direction. The great emperor of the human realm had not yet appeared. "I didn't think someone would be thinking about me," said a voice from outside the passageway of the human realm. A figure seemed to manifest at the other end of the spatial passage. He was somewhere very remote, elusive, and unreal. The opinions of the Buddha and Donghuang were also the same as mine. This opportunity should be left to the world. Perhaps other great emperors might yet emerge from the world, and we will not be so lonely as we are today. Does the human ancestor think so? There was some suspicion in the evil emperor's questioning voice. It was as if he didn't entirely trust the honesty of this great emperor of the human realm. The existence of one more great emperor in the world would be one more threat to the status of the few that were present. Perhaps not many of them would be willing to see more great emperors come into being. Of course, it is the long-cherished wish of the human realm that the cultivators of the world will become stronger, as they were in the age of the ancient gods. The human ancestor responded with an outstanding demeanor that was also motivated by awesome righteousness. Human ancestor, as the emperor of the human realm, was the oldest among all the emperors today. He had lived and cultivated for a countless number of years. Donghuang the Great was the youngest and the least experienced. The change of heaven and earth originated in the original realm. This prophecy first came from the Buddhist realm, isn't it? The devil emperor spoke, pointing to the prophecy on everyone's mind. He continued, "Can I ask the Buddha to clarify this prophecy? Does it refer to the situation we are seeing today?" Yes and no. The Buddha did not appear hostile but responded in a very kind manner. The change of heaven and earth in the original realm refers to all the changes that occurred in the original realm. Now that the tombs of the gods have appeared, naturally it is part of it. Everything is part of fate. How will become of the tombs of the gods? What is the endgame of the changes between heaven and earth? Has the Buddha foresee it? The evil emperor asked. He seemed to be a little curious. He did not believe in these prophecies from the Buddhists, but it did not mean that he didn't want an explanation or know what the others had to say about it. Amitabha. The Buddha put his hands together. He chanted the Buddha's name, saying, "All things rise and fall according to their karma. You bald donkey, why can't you say something we understand? Who can understand this stupid riddle?" The Devil Emperor cursed under his breath and did not bother to be polite. The Buddha smiled without saying another word, still clasping his hands together. The 6 great emperors chatted together casually like old friends, and the people of the world listened quietly. Many people were quite shaken by it. The great emperors had been to the tombs of the gods, so they did not intend to interfere this time. The change between heaven and earth originated in the original realm. This prophecy first came from the Buddhist realm and was not some frivolous rumor. It was a prophecy acknowledged by the Lord of all Buddhas. Everything rises and falls according to their karma. What did that mean exactly? Yifutian was also meditating on the meaning of this saying, but he couldn't quite grasp its significance. What would happen to the future of the original realm? As of now, no one knew for sure. Since none of you objected, then let's agree that we will not interfere with anything that happened here, proposed Dong Huang the Great. The tomb of the gods appeared, and one could only imagine the kind of chaos that would ensue. Even the war at the North Cliff region in the Divine Prefecture could not be compared to this. And it would be even more chaotic and out of order than the previous war because the cultivators from the same world, or even from the same principality, when faced with the temptation of items left behind by the great emperors, would fight against one another and resort to using lethal forces. "Since you don't have any objections, we don't either," the evil emperor replied as everyone acquiesced. Soon, all the phantoms disappeared from the passageways. It was as if they had never been there in the first place. When they disappeared, those spatial passages leading from other worlds to the Divine Prefecture were also closed up. All the cultivators from various imperial-level forces were already sent to this land that re-emerged from ancient times. None of the emperors would have a hand in whatever happens next. This was good news for all the cultivators. If the great emperors were to interfere, there would be nothing left for them. However, it may also be interpreted as bad news. If the great emperors decided not to interfere, no one knew how many people would perish. Perhaps they would be the ones to fall. "They are gone," Yifutian whispered. In different directions, the 7 heavenly armies descended from the firmament, and they had already come onto this ancient continent, appearing in different positions. Cultivators from other places were rushed over, coming from different locations. Of course, this ancient continent was growing and expanding, vast and endless. Even if all the cultivators from major worlds were here, everyone could be easily accommodated. No great emperor from Heaven Realm has appeared. Yifutian noticed that Heaven Realm did not have a great emperor who appeared to represent it, and the other 6 great emperors did not express any surprise. It seemed as if they all knew what was going on. What was going on with the Heaven Realm? Was there even a great emperor in the Heaven Realm of today? However, this was not the time to think about those things. The Heaven Realm was none of his concern. Of course, these were his thoughts at the moment. He levitated into the sky and glanced over this continent. He thought that if he could gain a foothold on this ancient continent, then he could forge a space matrix on this continent, which would then lead to the Ziwei segmentum. This way, cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum could easily come here to cultivate. "Let's go," Yifutian commanded as he moved forward. The other cultivators followed suit and walked into the void. On this vast and endless barren wasteland, except for that extremely pure aura of the Great Path, there was only desolation. The whole world was dark yellow in hue, exuding a sense of bleakness. They continued forward. Although they were not moving with an incredibly fast speed, they continued to traverse through the space. There was nothing but endless ruins, mountain ranges that were split open, broken earth with dried-up cities, all of which were buried upon this ancient continent. Moreover, there were many passageways that had appeared above the firmament, as well as the passageways everywhere outside. However, up until now, they had only seen one other passerby at the very beginning and no one else. This demonstrated the vastness of this continent. "Something is approaching," someone pointed ahead. In the distance, there was a terrifying aura that approached them, entwined with the storm, coming at them with a frightening momentum. Yifutian's eyes penetrated the space and looked beyond. He saw that there was a massive thing inside the storm. "I'll go and see." Blind Tai moved forward, leading the way ahead. The storm was getting closer and closer, and Blind Tai accelerated his speed. A massive hammer appeared in his hand. It was a subdivine arm of the second order. Buzz! A gigantic divine condor appeared in the storm, and that golden condor zoomed in on Blind Tai. Blind Tai picked up the divine's arms and blasted downward. Heaven and earth shook violently, colliding with the golden condor. Blind Tai was knocked back and past Yifutian and the others. The golden divine condor stopped. His wings spread wide to cover the sky and shelter the sun as the wild wind was blowing hard. There was a terrible aura from his eyes. He held a look of terrible contempt. It was as if he was a proud emperor looking at some tiny insects. Yifutian's eyes swept toward those arrogant eyes. He thought that a great demon, born from the tombs of the gods, perhaps tinged with the will of the great emperor, accounted for his arrogant posture. In addition to that arrogance, Yifutian also detected a fierce and violent aura from the opponent's eyes. It seemed as if he had neither soul nor spirit. Yifutian's spiritual will penetrated through the opponent's eyes, and a terrible spiritual storm was unleashed towards his opponent. Indeed, he sensed that the soul of the condor was tumultuous, and he could feel an intense lust for blood and brutality from the beast. Buzz! As the violent wind blew past them, the condor made a shrill sound and dove towards Yifutian. His sharp claws slashed down like golden sharp blades that were indestructible. Its immense form greatly oppressed those in the surrounding areas. The divine light of the great path circled Yifutian. His figure disappeared from where he was in a flash, then collided with the beast. The head-on collision between man and beast was without any fancy moves. Sounds of explosions caused a violent storm around the two, and even the space seemed to be splitting open. Yifutian's body of the great path was a frightful sight as he unleashed one attack after another, blasting his opponent ceaselessly. However, the condor did not appear to know the meaning of pain, as it continued to slaughter forward. However, with Yifutian's violent attacks, his opponent's speed slowed down more. His body gradually became frozen, eroded by the power of Yin. The cold currents of Yin invaded the opponent's massive torso, weakening the opponent's body by making it more fragile. Finally, Yifutian blasted a punch onto his opponent's body. It was like a slash from a sharp sword. Thus, he was able to shatter the condor's body into bits and pieces, pulverized into nothing. In the back, cultivators from Ziwei Imperial Palace trembled in their hearts when they saw this scene. Such a wild demonic beast was destroyed by Yifutian, which could only demonstrate the horrific attack power that he was capable of. What kind of demonic beast was that? It was crazed. Lord Chun stepped forward and said in a low voice. He knew just how powerful Yifutian was. It was quite impressive that this condor could directly engage with Yifutian like that. A malefactor conceived in the tombs of the gods can no longer be treated as anything ordinary. That condor has to be a malefactor formed in a chaotic environment. Although he was covered with the aura of the great emperor, it was a confusing mess without reason, Yifutian explained. However, this also confirms a point. Now that the tombs of the gods have appeared, it is of great benefit for cultivators to cultivate on this ancient land. The expansion of this world will affect the entire original realm, strengthening the power of those who cultivate. However, the differentiation will also be more pronounced. Lord Chen nodded. The appearance of the tombs of the gods will lead to subsequent battles, which may cause this ancient continent to be divided up. The stronger cultivators will eventually control the best cultivation environment. For the Ziwei segmentum, this is also a huge opportunity for us, Yifutian said. This opportunity was unprecedented. An opportunity brought on by the significant changes between heaven and earth. Ziwei segmentum needed to get a hold of it. The appearance of the tombs of the gods would directly affect the strengths and weaknesses in each world. The great emperors had promised not to interfere, so only the mortals were left to fight amongst themselves. Let's go. Yi Futian and his party continued to move forward. It didn't take long before they came across yet another demonic beast flying through the sky. This demonic beast was equally frightening, formed in a rather peculiar way. It could not be qualified as any specific type of demonic beast. It had a horse's head with the wings of a condor, which was something that simply did not exist in the world. Perhaps it was something that had been created under special circumstances. This space seems to have bred a lot of strange alien species. Stay alert and stay together, Yi Futian reminded everyone. These alien species had amazing strength. If they encountered the same alien species as the condor previously, it could be very dangerous for them. Everyone nodded. They were alarmed by what had just happened. No one knew what was on this barren wasteland, so it was best that they did not rush. What was that sound? Yi Futian stopped, but his divine consciousness continued to reach into the distance. Faintly, he could sense a sound coming this way, and the other cultivators also listened intently. One after another, they heard some kind of sound. Yi Futian continued to walk towards where the sound was coming from. As they moved forward, that sound became clearer and clearer. It was not the voice of someone speaking, but an extraordinary sound. It was as if it was coming from a primordial time. One could even say that this sound was rather annoying, but they were heading in that direction to find out. After a while, they came upon a place, and the ground in front of them had cracked open, and an abyss had formed. This abyss was vast with no bottom in sight. The sound seemed to be coming from within. Yi Futian and the others slowed down, and their divine consciousness spread inside, but soon they found themselves blocked. Their divine consciousness was not able to enter inside the abyss. As they approached, a dangerous aura descended upon them, and Yi Futian shuddered. He was becoming terribly alarmed. His keen perception was telling him that this abyss was incredibly dangerous. "None of you move," Yi Futian said, telling everyone to stop. Everyone nodded and stopped right where they were. Yi Futian walked forward alone and came to the edge of the abyss and looked inside of it. In the depth of that endless abyss, the sound continued to be heard, and there was a mysterious aura. Although their divine consciousness had been blocked from the outside, Yi Futian could faintly see the ruins of palaces down below. It seemed as if the relics from ancient times had been buried there. That uncanny sound was a bit scary, like the wailing of some ancient ghosts from the past. There was no doubt in his mind that this was a relic of a great emperor. It was able to block off his divine consciousness at his realm so that he could not spy inside. Even the atmosphere here alone was enough for him to feel the danger lurking within. What else could it be other than the residual power of an imperial force? Ahead, Yi Futian saw the old man with messy hair and ragged clothing. He was the mysterious cultivator they had encountered before. He stood above the abyss, surveying the area below with those profound eyes of his. His attention was fixed upon it. However, just like Yi Futian, he was being extremely cautious and did not make any sudden moves. Clearly, he also felt its danger. The old man glanced in the direction where Yi Futian was. A cold light flashed through those darkened eyes. He said coldly, "You go down and take a look." Obviously, he preferred to have Yi Futian go down first to see what would happen so that he could observe from the rear. Yi Futian glanced at the other man and sensed that the old man's aura was terrifying. He was, no doubt, a mighty cultivator himself. Only, he intended to use Yi Futian to check out the unknown danger. "If you would like to get down there, be my guest," Yi Futian responded, standing there quietly without moving. A touch of cold arrogance flashed across his eyes. A terrifying aura permeated from the old man, heading directly towards Yi Futian. A mighty coercion of the great path roared as he stared at Yi Futian. "I'll say it again. Get down there." Yi Futian looked at the other man, and a coldness flashed across his eyes as he replied, "You don't seem to get it, and that's too bad. If you haven't gone out much recently, you really should so you can see how things are done in the outside world and not act so clueless." Nowadays, even in the divine prefecture, not many people dared to speak to him like this. Beneath the great emperors, perhaps only near-deity existences could overpower Yi Futian. Not to mention he also had divine arms at his disposal. At this moment, this old man dared to threaten him so rudely and order him to go down there? The old man's deep-set eyes fixed on Yifutian, and an overwhelming might shrouded this space. It seemed as if it was now turning into a terrifying domain. Above Yifutian, a godlike figure appeared, gigantic and boundless, covering this entire domain. A large destructive palm print descended from the void and slapped towards Yifutian. This large palm print covered this corner of the sky. There was a terrifying blue light upon the palm print, capable of shattering everything in its path. Sounds of thunder could be heard faintly as they seemed to explode inside Yifutian's ears. Yifutian's figure remained as still as a giant Buddha appeared. Likewise, he raised his hand and blasted out an astonishing great palm print, colliding with his opponent's attack. A storm swept through this space, and the power of destruction came down directly from the void, aiming towards the abyss below, blasting upon the relic inside the abyss. Bang! With the sounds of explosion, the two palm prints collapsed one after the other. The old man wanted to continue the attack, but at this very moment, his face changed to one with great shock, and he could feel his soul trembling. There was a great sense of fear in his eyes as he propelled himself straight into the firmament, trying to escape. Yifutian also detected an astonishing aura. The powerful threat propelled him to disappear in a flash. At the same moment that he vanished, a shadow, almost unseen by the naked eyes, swooped down in an instant. It was a massive hand that stretched out from the abyss, grabbing directly towards the sky, and caught the old man's body. No! The aura of the great path erupted frantically upon the old man, and he tried hard to break free. However, the gigantic hand retracted immediately and disappeared in a second. All of this was accomplished almost with just a single thought. Yifutian stood high in the sky and looked down into the abyss. There, that uncanny voice remained, accompanied by shrill screams. This sight made him feel a chill all over his body, and he found that he was actually a little afraid. Suppose they went to explore the abyss without forethought, what might have happened? It was something simply unimaginable. As for that giant hand, what was it? That great big hand was gone in a flash. So fast was it that it was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye before the old man was taken away. It happened too quickly. What happened? Behind him, Lord Chun and the others asked. They had not seen anything clearly before the old man was taken away. It was as if he had been caught in the abyss. Yifutian turned around and looked at the others, repeating his previous commands. In this Tombs of the Gods, no one is to act without authorization. Follow me closely. This is an order. Yes, Palace Lord. Lord Chen bowed and nodded. So did everyone else. Yifutian was so vigilant. Clearly, something had alarmed him. When Yifutian saw that everyone was taking the situation seriously, he looked towards the abyss once again and decided, "We will go around." Having said that, he started walking in another direction, unwilling to take any risk. In reality, he could have tried to clear the way with the Imperial arms and attack the abyss. However, he hesitated to take this route because he was unsure. The gigantic hand that stretched out from the abyss was far too terrifying. If something unpredictable were to happen, they might all die here. As his cultivation increased, the responsibilities he shouldered became greater as well. Yifutian learned to cherish his life and the lives of others more. He would not take unnecessary risks lightly. Secondly, he was in awe of the Tombs of the Gods and respected the legacy left behind by the emperors of yore. He would inherit it if he could, but even if he couldn't, he did not want to ruin it. Their group took a detour instead of crossing over the abyss. They would rather take a long way around rather than take the risk. The creepy sounds from the abyss still tried to attract their attention, like the beckoning of death itself. If they were giving in to its calling, they could very well be taken into the abyss, never to be seen again. They changed the direction they were moving, and after walking for a long distance, they came onto another area. Yifutian's divine consciousness scanned over a vast area, and they were looking for any relics of the great emperors as they moved forward. The Tombs of the Gods may be the battleground where the gods once battled. If so, the relics here would be unprecedented. Sword will, said Yifutian. He could sense a trace of sword will before he moved in another direction. Other cultivators followed closely behind and trailing Yifutian. Other cultivators followed closely behind and trailing Yifutian. Before long, several mountain peaks appeared on this barren wasteland. This area was covered in an extremely strong sword will, as if it were a sword realm. Anyone who approached this side could feel this powerful sword coercion. It was as if they had stepped into the realm of the swords. Many of these mountain peaks had been split apart, but they were not destroyed. Looking closely, one could discover that there were sword marks in the middle of the peaks, which were clean. The mountain was opened up but not destroyed. Only that astonishing sword will remained. On the highest mountain peak, there was a broken sword, which had been covered with a thick layer of dust. After countless years of wind and frost, it remained like some plain old broken sword. But Yifutian perceived that this was the source of the sword realm. The sword will seems to be eternal and immortal. It has not dissipated for many years, Yifutian whispered. Clearly, the sword will of the great emperor was incorruptible. They continued to approach this mountainous area, with Yifutian walking at the very front, and he could feel intense pressure on his body. The cultivators behind him were not as relaxed as Yifutian. Both Lord Chen and Hua Jieyu were faring relatively well, but the others found it extremely difficult to advance with each step. The great emperor probably left behind this broken sword, so the sword will here is also the sword will left behind by the great emperor. You can comprehend and cultivate to see if any of you have a chance to obtain this broken sword. Yifutian said, however, don't force it. If you can't bear the sword will inside, just leave it. This time, many of them had come here, and the appearance of the tombs of the gods attracted all the core cultivators from the Ziwei segmentum. Not just the cultivators of the tribulation plane, but also many peak Renhuang figures. Here, they could use it for cultivating. Yes, everyone nodded. Then some people began to comprehend right where they were. Others, however, continued to move forward until they were close to the broken sword. Yifutian also continued to move closer. As he got to the proximity of the broken sword, his sword will became stronger and stronger. This sword will was extremely pure, the purest sword will that Yifutian had ever experienced thus far. It seemed as if it was the swordsmanship itself. This extremely pure swordsmanship seemed to possess the power to destroy everything and all great paths. Although the sword was broken, the sword will remained. Yifutian stood there, his eyes closed, comprehending with a quiet heart. They had come to the tombs of the gods earlier than everyone else. Only a few other imperial-level forces had arrived at about the same time. Other top principalities from the other worlds had traveled from other spatial channels, so that they did not meet many other cultivators on their way over. However, watching what was happening on this ancient continent, even a broken sword indicated the relic site. If possible, he hoped to seize the opportunity this time to allow all the core figures from the Ziwei Imperial Palace to be baptized by the will of the great emperor. In the future, they would all have the chance to move forward. The reality was that many people were still subjected to the limitations of their talents. If they were baptized by the emperor's will, it was possible that some transformations may occur. With his eyes closed, Yifutian comprehended in peace. Soon, he felt a horrific sword will that was all-encompassing. Even the pressure he was under had increased. It was as if the stronger his perception of sword will, the pressure increased accordingly and became even more powerful. At this moment, Yifutian suddenly had a feeling that the broken sword had a life of its own. In his perception, at the top of the mountain, it was no longer just a broken sword that remained but a man sitting quietly as if he was in eternal existence. In that powerful and pure sword will, Yifutian felt a power summoning him. As if that sword was waiting for someone to wake it up. Sword spirit. Yifutian's heart trembled. This sword may have already created its own sword spirit, taking the form of the master of the sword and becoming a body of spirit. If this was the case, then this sword could recreate the sword spirit within its cultivator. However, to find out would mean taking a great risk. Yifutian's cultivation today was quite considerable, having perfected many powers of the Great Path. He did want to take unnecessary risks. Even if he had incorporated the sword spirit as a part of him, it would not do much more than the life spirit that he had already possessed. However, the will of this swordsmanship could be used for comprehension, making his own sword will even purer. Of course, many people behind him were experts of swordsmanship as well, so it would be better if they could cultivate here for some time. The tombs of the gods must have many opportunities, and what he needed to do was take everything that was within his grasp. Gu Donglu, Yi Wuqian, swordmaster of Lihen, and Yaya were all cultivators of swordsmanship. Except for Gu Donglu, who had survived the divine tribulation, the other three were already in the peak Renhuang realm. Now that they had the opportunity to comprehend and cultivate here, it was something not to be missed. Even for those who did not cultivate specifically in swordsmanship, the comprehension of the sword will from the great emperor could only be beneficial without any downsides. In a quiet space, this group of people cultivated peacefully. No sound was heard as the powerful sword will enveloped everyone. Time passed without anyone being aware of it. While they were growing here, cultivators from all over the world began to set foot on this ancient land in endless waves. This time, the world's cultivators had come from those open channels. However, this was not necessarily the best timing for them. As the number of people on this continent increased, some alien beasts began a violent rampage. Before they had ever seen anything, many cultivators had already perished under the ravage of these alien beasts. But there were also super-powerful existences that could contend with alien beasts and even kill them. They were all top figures from each world. Finally, other people showed up here also wanting to experience the sword will. Some people came forward also wishing to comprehend the sword will. However, at this time, Blind Tai, Fang Xiyuan, and his father Duo Yu, and a few others sauntered to different positions and shut down the space immediately. As the protectors of Ziwei Imperial Palace, they had to step up at times like this. These cultivators from the other worlds had never seen Yi Futian or any of his people before, but they could detect a sense of threat from their auras, so they did not dare to act thoughtlessly. But as the number of people that gathered had increased, someone piped up, "In the land of the relic, anyone who comes here may cultivate. What is the meaning of this? This place has already been claimed by us. You can go somewhere else," Fang Xiyuan said. "Humph!" Someone snorted coldly. It was a cultivator from the dark world. A terrifying sense of death emerged from him and surged in the direction of Fang Xiyuan and the others. His pupils were like death, looking straight ahead and turning that area into his domain. But at this moment, someone was standing in front of him, and another pair of terrifying eyes were fixed upon him. Those were Duo Yu's eyes, the eye of reincarnation. In an instant, many illusions appeared in the opponent's mind, and a spear implement manifested in Duo Yu's hand. His figure flashed and disappeared from where he was, and the spear pierced straight towards the other, fast as lightning. When this strike manifested, countless shadows of spears and countless illusions appeared in front of the man's eyes, as he sunk deep within them and became entrapped. That was the effect from the eye of reincarnation, as well as the spear of reincarnation. Pooh! A crisp and clear sound came out as the spear implement penetrated directly through his body. A terrifying existence from the dark world had no time to release his own great power before he was killed on the spot. Awesome! Fang Xiyuan let out a pleased cry. They rarely fought against other people. Last time they caused some ruckus in the Xianxia domain chief's manor, but they weren't fighting anyone. Among Yi Futian's 4 disciples from Four Corner Village, Duo Yu's cultivation was the most pure. This one blow was enough to demonstrate their unparalleled combat effectiveness. Lord Chun and the others couldn't help but exclaimed and marveled at this display of force. The rest of the cultivators were deterred by this strike, and no one dared to step forward. Whoever dares to enter the territory claimed by Ziwei Segmentum would be killed without exception, Fang Xiyuan said coldly, and the hearts of all the cultivators trembled. Although none of them had seen them before, how could they not have heard of the Ziwei Segmentum? These people turned around and left without another word, and soon everyone was gone. This demonstrated just how powerful of a deterrent the Ziwei Segmentum was. Fang Xiyuan and the others turned their heads and saw someone walking towards the broken sword on the top of the mountain. His was walking with a slow but determined pace, heading towards him one step at a time. Wuchen. Yi Futian looked at the man and saw that it was Yi Wuchen. He stepped in the void. Step by step, he was moving towards the broken sword on the top of the mountain, never stopping. Gu Donglu and the swordmaster of Lihan also walked a few steps forward, a worried look on their faces. "Let him try it," Yi Futian said in a low voice. He watched Yi Wuchen, who had already walked in front of the broken sword. His every step was taken with extreme difficulty, and everyone was looking at him. Yi Wuchen stretched out his hand and grabbed hold of the broken sword. In an instant, a horrific sword will raged upon his body. He let out a scream, but the sword will inside him resonated with the broken sword. At the same time, his sword spirit appeared, as if a phantom of his person was there, like the soul that was separated from the body, and went towards the broken sword. Watching him, Yi Futian's expression was rather harsh. He didn't expect that this crazy bastard would actually respond to the broken sword's call.